The DJMD 2024 Drunken Review is in honor of Tadpog. Tyler and Dave and Ian play old games. Check them out at pisstasters.com. Taste the piss. Out of curiosity, what's everybody drinking?
So
Not yet.
Johnny Walker Double Black, which I had never had before, and I did crack it open the other day to taste it with my dad, and it's got a nice like smoky taste to it, but it's not as smoky as that bottle I had gotten from the Isle of Mun, which was called Lechek. It isn't spelled like that because it's a weird word, but man, that tasted like some whiskey just straight. They just boiled it in smoke, and it was interesting. It was good, but it was very, very strong. This one, much more mild.
Like drinking an ashtray in the best possible way?
In the best possible way, yeah. Like you're just chewing on a piece of burned wood.
You make it sound so appealing.
That's one of the main flavor profiles of Scotch, and sometimes, of course, you get tastes like you just stuck your head in a bog.
Yeah. It's funny the descriptions people give because it really doesn't sound appealing, but then you sip it, you're like, actually, this is nice. I see what
opens up.
Well, the same thing happens with fucking pipe tobacco because I'll be drinking a really strong, or drinking. I've been drinking. I'll be smoking a really strong English blend, and someone will be like, "What does that actually taste like?" I'm like, "It's like smoking a big old fistful of creosote."
I have a question for you, being a smoker, because I've been falling down a tobacco hole on YouTube for some reason. It's just been fascinating to me, and I clicked on this video. For one, this dude's eyes looked like he had either already smoked some of this stuff or he was on cocaine. It was one of the two, but it was this really skinny guy, super wide eyes, and he had gotten a hold of some stuff called Nicotina rustica or something like that. It was like this stuff that's like 9 to 10% nicotine. And it used to be called Pilgrim's tobacco because it was, or not Pilgrim's, peasant's tobacco because it was super easy to grow and cheap. But apparently the dude was like, "Whoa, this is a really nice buzz." I sat there, I skimmed through eventually, but it was a 40-something minute video of this dude smoking this bowl of tobacco and talking about it. So it doesn't surprise me that there are people out there who will give you a long description of what a tobacco tastes like and things like that, because like I said, it's like almost an hour of this dude just puffing it and being like, "Okay, wow, I'm getting... It's a hot flavor. It's a hot taste." I'm like, "Well, yeah, it's smoke, motherfucker. Of course it's going to taste hot," but yeah, whatever.
If you really want to dive deep. Go ahead, Jeff.
I was just going to... It has a real smoky flavor to it.
Yeah,
it's like, wow. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Yeah, thank you,
burning
Doc.
leaves.
How much have you puffed already?
Now, if you want a smoky taste, anything that has Kentucky wood fired in there, that tastes like barbecue.
Okay.
It's a little bit too strong a taste for me because anytime you mix some of that in there, unless you are super, super light with it, it just overwhelms everything else. But if you want to find somebody who goes deep into flavor profiles, check out Stuff and Things.
Stuff and Things?
Yeah, he had
whenever I hear a flavor described as Kentucky, that almost always means it's going to be too much for some people. Because, Kentucky bourbon whiskeys, a lot of people find them either too medicinal or too burny or whatever. I've even known a couple people think they taste too sweet. So it's like, Kentucky stuff, we're not for everybody.
Now, don't get me wrong, it's good. One of Tolkien's preferred blends, Three Nuns, it has some of that in there. And that was the one Kentucky wood fired I got a hold of that I really, really enjoyed because it wasn't just overwhelming with it. There was a little bit more to it.
So for us beer drinkers, it's kind of the equivalent of a nice balanced pale ale that doesn't try to smash you over the head with the hops.
Basically.
And then for my other treat that I have a mixed blend of different kinds of grown greenery that has been seeped in the smoke of itself. And then to get it that way, you have to smoke a bunch of joints. And then you take those joints and you break them open. And you take that, and it's nice resonated greenery and you put that in your bowl. Even though I'm breaking Ricky from Trailer Park Boys like golden rule, you never mix liquor and weed. Liquor and hash is fine. Liquor and weed will put you on the floor.
You're a goddamn professional.
But Ricky is also a baby back idiot if you've never seen Trailer Park Boys. So take what he says with a grain of salt, because he'll be like, yeah, but instead of 2 birds stoned, he'll be like, or 2 birds with 1 stone. He'll be like, well, we'll get 2 birds stoned. It'll be fine. Like,
they never really cover with that whole 2 birds and 1 stone. How small are the birds and how big is the stone?
Right? Huh. Are you rolling a boulder off?
I mean, it could. And
be honestly, if you hit 1 bird, if you hit 1 bird with 1 stone, sometimes it's impressive. See Randy Johnson.
Yeah.
Well, like, what if it was like if you were the dude who took out 2 emus with a single stone? Now you're the impressive guy. The first one's easy. Thought he was going to pet it. Crap. The other one got wise. Took 2 days to run him down.
That makes me think of Hannibal Buress has a bit where he's like, I have weird aspirations in life. Like, I've really always wanted to kick a pigeon. Like,
I think I stole that bird thing from Ben Bailey.
He's like, pigeon's too fucking quick, man. I can't get him. And he goes, and I know as soon as I finally do, somebody's going to see it the next day in the paper. It's going to say, black dudes kicking pigeons.
Oh. So, Jeff, what about you? What are you drinking, man?
I am drinking a very... I'm not going to go into details. I'm drinking Tito's vodka with tonic water.
Oh, that's a very classic mix.
It's a very classic drink. And once I finish this, I am going to continue my pounding of these delicious hard Mountain Dews.
Man, hard Mountain Dew just sounds dangerous. I have had so many hangovers from mixing liquor with Mountain Dew that just putting them together in a can makes me be like, whoo, ooh.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm prepared for this. I've got water.
There you go. I in my cooler next to me, I have some waters along with my other stuff so I can stay hydrated too.
The only dude who thought
I've got some in the sink.
Yeah, I got a whole cooler.
Oh, what about you, Willie? What you got?
Well, I've got to let down the spirits gang this time. I know you guys are hitting the bigger stuff, and I didn't really have that much time to prepare, so just got a couple tall boys of Coors Light. Just
riding that silver bullet.
Exactly. It's an easy drink.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
You're going after some werewolves tonight.
I like that.
I will take Coors Light any day over Natty Light, which is what everyone down here likes to drink. Like where I live, people were like, let's get Natural Light or let's get Bud Light. And I'm like, man, let's either get a beer with flavor or let's get a beer that doesn't taste like anything and let's get fucked up. I don't want Bud Light or Natty Light because they both taste like piss.
Hot tip, if you want the closest one in the super cheap category that's kind of Coors-ish, Keystone is probably the one to go with.
Keith Stone.
And you think, where I live, you think people would drink Keystone.
Right.
I don't ever really even see it places. It's like, what the hell?
Now, what's responsible for American lagers, right?
Prohibition.
World War II.
Okay, well, roundabout I was close.
Because all the men got sent off to war, so the only people drinking beers were the women who were left behind now entering the workforce. And that was the flavor they preferred. So when the men came back, they just had to fucking deal with it.
No, I don't mind.
That's what led to it.
I don't mind Bud Heavy.
See, I actually really do. For some reason, that one is just like my least favorite. It's because I think it's just because they use a lot of rice in the bill or whatever, and for some reason it just gives it such a weird body to me that it doesn't taste right.
See, to me,
I don't drink beer.
It's almost got like a hint of sweetness to it, so I don't mind it. But
that's what I don't like about the Bud products. They always feel like they taste a little bit like sugar was added.
See, Budweiser instantly gives me a headache. And it's not even like a hangover thing. It's just like the act of drinking it for some reason gives me a headache.
I can tell you, like the 3 beers that I typically go for when I'm out and about and I see them, Guinness. Mm-hmm. Around here is a local place. If you guys ever see it, obviously, Jeff, I know you don't drink beer, but if you two ever see it, it's by Swamphead Brewery in Gainesville, and it's called Midnight Oil, and it's an oatmeal coffee stout.
Yes.
And it is fucking delicious, and it's nice, and it is thick. It's a thick, dark beer. There's another one.
How many C's in the thickness?
Oh, probably 2 or 3 at least.
I'm just saying, I've never had an oatmeal stout that I wasn't incredibly pleased with. That is like the perfect kind.
And it's got a hint of coffee in it too. Like, dude, it's so good. But the other one, I've only found in bottles. I've never seen it on tap. But I always warn people, this beer is fucking potent. There are some wines that are not as strong as this beer is, right? It's called Dragon's Milk, and it is 11. It's either like 11 to 12, or it's like 13 or 14% per bottle.
See, I mentioned the story before we started recording. Remember me telling you that the first time I ever got drunk was on accident?
Yes.
It was fucking Dragon's Milk.
Was it? Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, bitch.
I had one of the fucking wine-sized bottles of it. And I took it home, cracked it open, I poured it, and I'm sipping. I'm like, damn, this is some good shit. And I, knocked the first one out pretty quick, and I started pouring another. My wife's like, are you sure that's a good idea? I said, honey.
It's beer.
It's just beer, all right? There's like 2.5 glasses in this bottle, and I normally have, a beer or two. I can handle it. I'm fine. And I pour the other one. She's like, I don't know. That stuff might be a little bit stouter. It's in a different, this is one of those craft ones. I'm like, no. Look, beer is only like 6.7 by volume. And look, it says it right here. 12.9. Oh, I fucked up. And I'm looking at my second glass, which is now almost half full over the course of this conversation. She's like, yeah, you're about to be drunk. You don't drink that much that rapid fire. I'm like, in for a penny, in for a pound. So I topped off my glass and I went out on the back porch to smoke.
Champion style.
Fast forward to an hour later, my wife is screaming, and I don't understand why. I'm like, what? What is going on? And she's like, Dane,
did you put the baby in the microwave?
She's like, Dane, are you all right? I had passed the fuck out on the couch on the back porch smoking. The beer was all gone. She's like, you scared the shit out of me. I've been trying to wake you up for 10 minutes. I said, I think you were right. I think that beer was a little too strong for me. She's like, well, get your ass in here and watch the kid. I got to take a shower.
Wow.
And I'm like, who's the more responsible parent now? I would never leave our daughter with a drunk. She's like, shut the fuck up.
Dude, yeah, I had bought some when I was with my ex, Savannah, and I had left one or two in her fridge, and she was an alcoholic, but like she always drank little craft beer out of the can because she thought the cans looked pretty and yada yada yada. So I was getting ready to leave with my buddy Dustin. We were going to Georgia to go stay with my buddy Todd. We were going to see Static X in Atlanta. It was going to be a great time. So Savannah comes pulling up to my house to say goodbye. Well, she tells me that she's mad at me because I did not warn her how strong the beer was that I left at her house, because she had decided to have one of those for lunch. And then, on the way to my house driving with all her kids in the car, realized that she was pretty fucking lit, right? So this is my fault.
I was going to say, there's some decisions there made that weren't yours.
Oh, there is a reason that, like, I was sad when we broke up, but now in hindsight, ooh, big bullet dodged. The song Dope Fiend I wrote is about that girl. So, yeah, there you go. So her, so I know that even just one of those, even for a seasoned beer drinker, if you're not prepared, if you're used to drinking, let's say Coors Light, because those are relatively, low on the totem
it's
pole.
Water.
4.2%. It's very light. I don't know if it says it on the can, but I have that memorized. It doesn't say on the can. It's 4.2 though. It's lighter than Bud even, which is 5.
Yeah,
most of the regular domestics are 5 even.
Those you can throw back with the boys and have a good time. Everybody's crushing cans. If you were to break out a bunch of Dragon's Milk and everybody started crushing cans, you would all be fucking toast by like 2 hours in, if that.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be midnight. You'd be on the I love you man phase. It would be not 1 and you'd be fighting with your best friend. Does everyone have it was stronger than I thought beer or liquor story? Because, man, I'll just tell you, man, similar to those bottles of Dragon Milk, back when I had more money and I lived somewhere closer to places that actually sold good stuff, there was I was constantly getting these 24-ounce bottles of like Belgian triples and stuff. My God, dude. Yeah, 1 24-ounce bottle of that. Because you also end up, it's not just how much alcohol is in something, it's the rate at which you consume it. Like you pointed out with the Dragon's Milk, it's not just that it's 12%, it's that you drink it at about the same rate as regular light beer. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, because like there are some wines that are not as strong as Dragon's Milk is, and that's condensed into a normal bottle. So you pound that, that's the equivalency of maybe pounding a light wine. And
oh man,
whew,
Have you ever got mad messed up on Riesling before? It's like this slightly sweet white wine that is just way light-bodied and so easy to drink too much of. And there was a place that was trying to start a weekly comedy show, and they decided to do an all-you-can-drink winery thing during the length of the show, so you could get multiple bottles of Riesling. And there was a lot of carpooling at the time, you know what I mean?
I bet.
That sounds like such a mistake.
Oh, it surely does. I'm certain that they don't do it anymore.
I doubt you guys have ever had it, but have you ever had Goose Island or ever heard of it?
Yes, Goose Island is really popular, man. At least it's regionally popular. I know it's Chicago-centered. I mean, yeah. I know it's Chicago-centered, and even their biggest beer is called 312, so I get that. But, yeah, no, Goose Island has a couple products that are at least down here as far as Louisville, which is 5 hours away.
Well, I didn't know if you guys have ever had what's called a Bourbon County Stout.
I do think I've had that on tap at one specific place called Boomba's Pizza that rotates their taps a lot.
You have my interest. I love stout.
Well, I never had it because, obviously I'm not a beer drinker. But apparently, when they go into 6-packs and then they get shipped to, I can't even think of the word right now, but they get shipped to stores to sell, and we get calls like immediately as the store opens, like, hey, do you have Bourbon County in stock? It's like, no, we don't have it. But it's like in the next couple days, all of a sudden, it's like, yep, we got the Bourbon County, and it's sold in like an hour to 2. It is really popular for like something that's very limited.
That must be good selling like
that shit and try it out.
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm just looking at some of it. One of them is a vanilla rye stout. So it's.
Those are some really nice words you've just said.
You know what kills me, though, is I live in Florida. I cannot order alcohol here. It is illegal to have alcohol shipped in Florida.
Can you do it like Instacart?
I have to go to like places like Total Wine and more and just roam around and hope I can find something, which I did. I will give them credit. I did find that bottle of leche in there. Total Wine and More is like an entire public-sized fucking store of nothing but liquor and beer. It is wild. And wine, but...
The first time I actually went into a Total Wine, I want to say I was down there, Myrtle Beach, and I fell in love with it simply because they had a fucking walk-in cigar humidor.
Yep.
Off to one side.
Yeah.
And I'd never had a cigar before, and I told my wife, I'm like, look, I'll get you whatever you want. Let me go in there and get
whatever
me a couple.
You like.
She's like, go for it. And I found some fucking Perdomos.
Ooh, all right.
And the first cigar I ever had ruined me on cigars. I've not managed to find anything half as good as these fucking cigars were.
Dude,
ones that I really like are they're called Capones. They're like little cigarillos, but they're alcohol dipped. So you got one that's cognac. Cognac. I am forever going to call it cognac. But I think there's one for tequila, one for rum. They're quite delicious.
I had a buddy of mine who always would go into cigar places, and there would be all kinds of cigars, but he would always buy acid cigars. He loved the little tin they came in. And they're not bad cigars, but they're also not delicious. You know what I mean? So, but yeah,
I equate the acid ones. I wasn't that big a fan of them.
They're all right. You know what I mean? It's just like they're nothing special. Mentioning humidors, that I equate that like when I walk into a place and they have a cigar humidor, I'm like, hell yeah. I get the same feeling when I walk into a guitar store and their acoustic guitars are in a separate soundproof room. I'm always just like, hell yeah, I'm going in the acoustic room. It's just so the vibe is different in there. I don't know how to explain it because it's just a little fucking room. It's the same way in a cigar humidor though. It's just like you walk in there and you're like, oh man, I feel slightly more upper class while being in here.
Then someone walks around the corner and is like, no Stairway to Heaven.
No Stairway to Heaven.
Denied. But yeah, I mean, that's cool too because that means you're not going to have to hear some 15-year-old haltingly pick out the first like 20 riffs of Master of Puppets over and over again on every guitar in the place.
Yeah.
Like at some point you're not trying the instruments out. You're just playing or you're just trying to show off. And we've all heard Master of Puppets played better, dude.
But Willie, to go back to the question that you had, not to derail too much, but I don't know if this is an all tangents episode.
Yeah, oops,
yeah, of course.
I probably
I was actually going
to. I have two stories about.
I don't even know if are we still in the intro or have we started the episode at some point?
You
never know on this.
We'll cut it in.
It'll go on for. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell these two stories, and then we can do an official intro if you want.
Don't tell us how to run our show.
Why? I'm used to doing it with mine. It's like let's direct traffic. All right, so 2 times that I drank and I got way more drunk than I expected. The first time, well, I won't say the first, but the first one I'll talk about. I was on the way to the beach with a bunch of my friends, and we were having a good time. I had a headache. I was annoyed. The girl that I was currently trying to court was also currently being courted by a lesbian that we hung out with, and it was a whole thing. So we're all in this van, me, Dustin, girl I'm trying to court, lesbian, and another girl who is bisexual. And we're all riding out, and I think Brendan's in the back too. And finally, like, they're all just screaming and shouting. No, different Brendan. Different,
Big Dick Brandon's mine.
But so they're all back there just screaming and hollering and shouting. And I was being a dick. I'm not going to lie. I turned around and I just said, "Will y'all shut the fuck up? My head is fucking killing me." And I cranked the stereo all the way up to contradict myself. But so we got to the beach, and girl who I was trying to court was then pissed at me. And so I went over and we were going out. Brendan was like, "Let's go smoke a joint on the sandbar out there. So let's like walk out, waist deep, and then walk up on the sandbar and smoke a joint." I was like, "Yeah, sure." So I asked girl I'm trying to court, "Hey, will you watch my glasses for me?" And she said, "Yeah, sure." And I hand her my glasses and turn around and walk away. Unbeknownst to me, she took my glasses and winged them off into the beach.
Fuck.
To which then Chelsea went and found them and wiped them off, but they were all scratched to shit now. So anyway, Ashley flips out on me, yada, yada, yada. Brendan breaks out Pinnacle cream flavored vodka and orange soda.
Ooh.
Oh, orange dreamsicles. Yeah. Here we go.
So I proceeded in the blazing hot Florida sun midsummer to down about 6 to 8 of those red Solo cups, right? Just, when I tell you that I remember opening my eyes and we were in the vehicle on the way home, that's what I remember. My buddy Dustin tells it much better, whereas going through St. Augustine, we were going through downtown St. Augustine where there are people all over the place. I am leaned out the passenger window, throwing up as we were driving through, and Dustin's just waving to people, "Welcome to Florida. Welcome to Florida. Enjoy your stay. Welcome to Florida." We get to the hot sauce place, which I still go to this day, and we parked, and they're like, "All right, we're going to go into the hot sauce place and go see Sandy, who works there." It was our friend Caleb who was with us. It was his girlfriend. "Dalton, you stay in the car." No, I'll come. Open the door, fall out on my face. They pick me up, put me back in the car. Dustin tells it better because he said, like it was magic. On the way home, I just sat up and opened my eyes, and this is where my memory comes back, right? And I was just like, "Oh, we're heading home? Word?" And I was completely fine. I wasn't still drunk. I wasn't hungover. I was completely fine. Dustin's like, "Did you die and come back to life? Like, what the fuck happened to you over there in that fucking chair? Like, dude." And I'm like, "No, I'm all right. I'm all right." And so that was one. The other one was I go to my friend's house. It was Cody. It was me, Cody, Caleb. Again, Caleb is a theme. It was my buddy that I used to get fucked up with. Cody's girlfriend, now wife, Kayla, and Luke. And Dane, was it you that I was talking with about absinthe the other day?
I think so.
So Cody breaks out this shit that him and Luke got at a liquor store in St. Augustine called Grande Absinthe. And it was 190 proof.
Sounds about right.
Something like that. It was like, 80-90% alcohol. It was some ridiculous amount. And we started doing shots of it. And we weren't doing shots like you're supposed to do with absinthe, where you pour it over the sugar and you mull it and you do the thing and you air it out and then you drink. No, we were just pouring in a shot glass and doing shots of it. And it tastes like Jaeger on steroids. If you've never had absinthe, it tastes like anise, however you say that word, but that's what it tastes like. Star anise. And,
Star anise.
Star anise, yeah. It tastes like star anise. Chocolate starfish in the hot dog flavored water. So we ended up...
the Jaeger flavored water, but continue.
Me and Caleb had to pee. I remember. So we walked outside, and we're both standing next to each other, and he's like patting me on the back. We're sitting there, we're pissing into the grass onto the fence, and then we both like start meandering our way back. Luckily, we walked a decent way away from where we had pissed in the yard, because we both fell. And we're laying there, and we're laughing, and suddenly we're both holding on to the grass because we feel like we're about to fall the fuck off of Earth because Earth is just spinning too fast right now. We were fucking loaded because not only are we doing these shots, we're also doing bong rips and we're playing beer pong, but we're doing shots at Grande. Bro, I was so fucked up. It was ridiculous, but not the most hungover I've ever been. That was from Skull Vodka, which is about $10 for a gallon, and Diet Mountain Dew. Mixing those two together.
Alcohol, man.
It pretty much fucking is, dude. I threw up stomach lining the next day and then went to school. That was a rough day.
Did you see the Green Fairy?
No.
False advertising.
The absinthe that we had was not worm, it didn't have the worm and all that in it, so I'm not sure if it had the wormwood in it.
You want wormwood? Drink Malort. Ugh. That shit is terrible.
Good.
Yeah, have you tried loving yourself?
Well, it's funny. So the first time I had it, it was he's no longer my friend, but it was his bachelor party. He didn't get married. The woman turned out to be really psychotic and basically hated all of us. So it's like, you know what? You're better off. And now fuck him. But anyway, happy thoughts.
Happy endings.
No, but so it's just like, here, drink this Malort. It's like, what the hell is Malort? It's just like, drink it. First shot. Oh, okay, that wasn't terrible. I mean, I've definitely had worse because this is post drinking Jaeger, and I absolutely hate Jaeger and tequila. But then the next shot. Oh, this stuff is ass. And I've never had it since.
I learned at a young age, and by young age I mean like 16, if you mix tequila and black coffee together, it tastes like bong water.
Sure,
you're the worst alchemist.
I was a terrible alchemist, Willie. I was great at making sauces, so I was a good culinary alchemist. A gastronomicon.
Gastronaut.
Gastronaut! Oh, that's
Gastronaut.
cute.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Dane, for saving my shit pun.
Hey, I ain't that drunk yet. So I got a little bit of a ceremony to go through real quick.
Okay.
So I know this is going to make it into the episode proper because someone deserves a thank you. So tonight I'm drinking a Thurgood Special. Are y'all familiar?
George Thurgood?
Yes.
A one bourbon, a one scotch,
a
one beer.
Oh, okay.
So I've already finished my bourbon, Evan Williams 1783. Thank you, Wiz and Sage. But for my
one of
scotch,
the finest recommendations.
Yeah, I keep a handle of that shit on hand at all times now, which I got to go buy a new one because I just emptied it out. But I was given a gift. Whiskey Del Bach, an American single malt classic, sent to me by one Kana as a gift, and I'm going to open the seal tonight. I've been saving it just for this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Get it
I can't wait
close
to
the
hear
mic.
what it tastes like.
Huh?
Get it close to the mic. Let's hear that snap.
Let's see if we can get some Foley.
Ooh, yeah.
That was a good bottle pop.
We got a good cork on that.
I'm excited to hear what this tastes like because if I can go find this in Total Wine, I totally want to try it.
So I asked her when she sent it to me, I said, can I name you? Because I want to thank you properly on the show. And she's like, yeah, go ahead. It's perfectly fine. It doesn't need to be anonymous. So here's to you, Kana.
Nostrovia.
Isvikata.
Ichida. He's really letting it air. He's mulling it over. Eyebrows getting some work.
His mustache is really wiggling.
Y'all have a good night recording this episode.
That's a full face whiskey, y'all.
Oh, damn. Oh, it's going to take a while to parse this out. This is some good shit.
You look like you were unwrapping that slowly on your tongue. That was an adventure I saw your soul go on there.
Do you have to change your shorts? You look like you got a little excited there.
Sploosh. Oh, man.
Del Bach.
I have not had a single malt in so fucking long. The last bottle I had that I finally polished off was a gift to me from Big Dick Brandon in the Marine Corps. And this is some good stuff. It doesn't have that peat flavor that you get from the Highlands.
Does it say what it's how many years it's aged?
Let's see.
Looks like they have a bunch of different varietals too. What does it say in the little rectangle underneath the label?
This is just the classic.
Classic. I can find out more information about it.
Whiskey Del Bach Classic is a true American single malt, made using Scottish production methods and aged in new oak, made with 100% barley malt mash that is fermented, copper pot distilled, aged, and bottled on site. Classic opens with bright stone fruits on the nose and is balanced with a sweet caramel, desert minerality, and oak finish.
I will never forget when I first learned that Scotch, I should have fucking known, was from Scotland, or originating, or like the main stuff. I should have known that, but I didn't, right? But here's the thing I learned that I thought was cool. Whiskey, you know how tequila can't be called tequila unless it comes from Tequila, Mexico, or if it's champagne, has to come from Champagne, France.
Yeah.
Whiskey, if it has an E in it, is not from Scotland. If it's a Scottish whiskey, it does not. It's WHISKY. There's no E in it. And when I learned that, I was like, and now I see that all the time. When I look on bottles and stuff, I'm like, okay, so this is from Scotland because it's got no E in it. This one's got an E, so this is probably an American or something. I'm like, oh.
What
okay.
now? Is it the same with Irish whiskey?
I think I've seen Irish whiskeys both ways.
Yeah, they might go both ways. I'm not sure.
I also do know that the word whiskey comes from Gaelic word whiskey, which means water of life, which I think is literally also what the Arabic term alcohol means.
I'm pretty sure vodka translates to water as well.
Vodka's little water. It's like water, like diminutive water. Like if your name was Jose and someone called you Josito, that's what like vodka is to vada.
Little water, huh? Well, I'm gonna chug my little water.
You enjoy a little water, my friend. I love languages and drinking, so I got a lot of repository of these fun facts.
I gotta tell you, man, like I would love to do a TSMP get together of a bunch of different people, and it would get like an Airbnb for a long weekend, and then have a night where we all sit down and just like have drinks, eat good ass food, and just bullshit.
Man,
I think that'd be.
You have no idea how much I want to try your barbecue. Every time we post in Discord, I'm just like, you son of a bitch. That just, I creamed my shorts again.
If we could find a suitable Airbnb and everybody pitched in, and we could, if it's got the barbecuing capabilities, dude, I'll fucking cook that shit, no problem. Do 4 or 5 racks of ribs.
Ribs, burgers, maybe a couple steaks.
Yeah, man, I got cooking down on lock. If anybody wants to help me, Dane, I'll make you fucking help me.
I'm killer on the fucking grill. I suck with the smoker. The one time when I was doing the culinary stuff that we busted out the smoker, Chef waited all semester to finally team me and Kyle up. And me and Kyle were his 2 favorites. I don't know how I got on that list, but, we were his 2 favorites. And he finally paired us up to work together. He's like, I don't care what y'all do. You got main course. Do whatever the fuck you feel like. And what we ended up doing was we got some bison steaks, butterflied that shit out, packed it with garlic ginger risotto, rolled it, smoked it, did it with curry sauce and stir-fried vegetables. Man,
damn,
that shit was off the fucking charts.
Got culinary with it.
It's the only time my mom actually came up and ate during lunch service. Because whenever we would do these, we would have a little restaurant off beside the kitchens at the college called the Tory Oak. It was one of those, you get reservations, you come in. We did it 1 day a week. Only time my mom ever came up there to eat. I said, I got you a spot reserved. You got to come up here and try it. She lost her damn mind. She didn't know how good I got at cooking.
Good thing to show off with, right? I tell you, I just like cooking good food and then like watching people's reactions to it.
I wish I was a better cook.
You can always get better, sir. You just gotta have the time.
Well, here's the thing. I'd love to grill, but where I live on a HOA. It is electric grill only.
Oh, fuck.
So I can't have charcoal or propane.
Oh, see, I was about to say you can't even have propane then.
I can't have propane. It has to be electric. And the electric grill I have, it is so underpowered. It's frustrating. I'm sure on your grill or smoker, to do little chunks of pork and a kebab fashion could probably take you 20, 30 minutes.
Depending on how hot I put it, yeah.
For my grill, it takes me about an hour and a half, sometimes even more.
What we need to do is get you an illegal propane grill, man. Just absolutely stick it to the man. Fuck you, I won't cook how you tell me.
I'm curious.
In the name of...
The president walks by all the time, so I can't get away with it.
Would you be able to take your electric grill? Because technically, is it like a normal grill with the closed top and everything?
Yes.
Okay, so would you be able to put a smoke box in there? So I have a smoke tube that I added to mine, which is literally, I fill it, it's like this tall, I fill it with pellets and I light it on fire and then I wait and let it smolder for a minute, and then you blow the flame out and it's just embers, and then you set that in the grill and it provides extra smoke because I use a pellet grill. They're notorious for not having a ton of smoke flavor. So if you want to add a little extra, use that. Would that be something that, or is that still considered flame? So, or because it's not technically charcoal and it's not technically propane.
Yeah, but with my neighbors, if they saw me doing something like that, I would get in trouble.
Okay, so I wasn't sure if that would fall under the HO thing. Well, that's a bummer, dude.
It is. So that's why we're looking at it, buying a house. And when that happens, I'm going to look into investing in a nice grill. Because if I want to like cook burgers or something, I have to do stovetop.
Now, you can still make a good burger stovetop.
No, my burgers are good when I do it correctly. But
which one you said smash burger? Because that was a good suggestion.
Yeah, me. Smash burgers. That's what I love to do when I'm doing them inside.
And I'll tell you, if you want to get good at just basic cooking skills, believe it or not, Basics with Babish.
Yeah.
Watch his stuff, because the basic series he does, that's the same shit that they taught me when I was in college.
Well, the stuff I cook, my wife loves. Like, one of the things I made recently that she absolutely loved was just, it was butterfly pasta, Alfredo with some sausage and mushrooms. And she absolutely loved it. It's just like, I'm actually cooking it again tomorrow because she loved it that much.
Now you making Alfredo from scratch?
It was just, I made it from scratch. It was just my idea. It's just like, all right, she loves mushrooms, so I'm going to pan fry some mushrooms, olive oil, salt, pepper, and then when it came to the pasta and the sauce and everything itself, it's like, okay, I had some Italian sausage, I threw in some garlic, I mixed it all together, and she was just like, it's delicious. I was like, okay, I did something right.
Something I learned from Thor, Pirate Software. He did a little video clip where he was talking about mushrooms, and he was like, you see 3 types of mushrooms at the grocery store. Now, Jeff, me and you probably know this a little more because we work in grocery stores. Mm-hmm. But the white button mushrooms, then the ones that are slightly more brown, and then the dark ones.
Yeah.
Those are all the same mushroom, just at different stages of their life, right? When they're plucked. And he explained that. He's like, so a lot of people say they don't like mushrooms. And it's like, no, you don't like mushroom. You don't like one type. There are a ton of others, and all of them taste different. You just don't particularly like that type of mushroom. And that's what I always try to remind people, and like remind myself of too, is it's like if I'm trying something, like say like a fruit, I'm not huge on grapefruit, but I don't mind it, right? Mm-hmm. But if someone were to hand me something, they're like, hey, it's kind of like grapefruit, I'm going to be apprehensive, but I'm going to try it anyway because it could be different enough. And I don't know, I'm drunk. I'm just rambling. But yeah, food, I love food. I love food so much. I'm so happy to just be sitting here talking about food.
This is why we need to eventually get everyone together for like a TSMP barbecue field trip, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Tadpog has Tadpog Prom. TSMP will have the TSMP barbecue.
Yeah, the barbecue weekend, man. Like I said, dude, I would love to do it. Do it like Thursday to Monday, like a long weekend, and just have a spot. And I figured pick somewhere kind of Midland. So honestly, probably like Tennessee, Kentucky, somewhere up in there.
Kentucky, because I'm one of the farthest people.
Well, Mikolov is up in Maine, not Maine, excuse me, Connecticut. I'm down here in Florida. Kana's all the way in Arizona. So, it's just like trying to pick a midpoint where everyone would have, a couple hour drive if they wanted to come. But the people who are flying in would be within, like, the people who could drive to come see them would, it's all within a relative distance.
I would definitely drive. I would love road trips.
Well, the fun thing for me is I'm pretty much off center from where everybody else is, so it would not be a very long drive for me at all.
Yeah, and I thought about telling Mikolov, if we do this eventually, to tell him to fly down here, and then just me and him drive my Murano up there. That way, like, I got a buddy in the car to drive with me. But I don't know if you'd want to do that. But I'm gonna say, yeah, man, come down. We'll just drive over there.
Drive to Florida, fly to Florida, so I can drive to Tennessee.
Yeah,
sounds legit.
For sure. So, I will say, sir, that you haven't done an intro yet, but this is your year in review show, and I am very disappointed. I had prepared a whole thing for the queer in review, I had a whole thing about Elton John and what he meant to music, And yet here we are, the year in review. Yet again, I got to get my hearing checked. First, I think it's Dane and Jeff's Meaty Dumps. Then I think it's Queer in Review. I don't know what's going on with me, man.
Now, fun thing about Elton John, my wife grew up a huge fan of Eminem. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I was a metal guy. I didn't really get into Eminem until later in life, whenever he released Rap God, and that was when I finally checked him out. But my wife did not know that Elton John did a version of Stan with him. And she had never heard the Elton John edition.
Oh, yeah, I remember that from the award show.
Yeah. I'm like, do you remember when Eminem got in trouble for the homophobia thing and gay bashing and all that? She's like, I remember people raising a lot of hell about it, and then it just suddenly stopped. I'm like, I'm going to show you why. So I played her the video, and then you get the big reveal when it gets to the hook, and the stage turns, and Elton John is singing the hook for him.
Dido's part, yeah.
And she's like, damn, I'm not going to lie, I think I like the Elton John version better.
He's a great singer.
He is, and it's not my style, but yeah, he really is a good singer.
Yeah, and he's the one that reminds everybody that Saturday night's all right for fighting.
Apparently he's supposed to be very funny in the second Kingsman movie.
Oh shit, he's in the Kingsman movie?
The second one.
Yeah, that's been on my list. I still have not watched any of those films.
I need to, because I've heard they're supposed to be excellent.
And hey, we're getting the media. Well, I guess now's as good a time as any. You have been listening to the last 45 minutes or so of Dane and Jeff's Media Dump. I'm your host, Mr. L. Dane Puzzles Esquire, Mr. Puzzles for short, Dane for shorter. And with me tonight, we named the show after him. He's with me all the time. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Grumpy Syllables, Jeff. We already know how you doing, but I'm going to ask again how you been doing, man.
Dane, I am okay.
I'm not the only one drinking for a change.
7.5 pure codeine. Okay. Couldn't give a fuck about tweak. Out of the trap phone ring. Okay.
And that, of course, is the Steam Machine himself. Steam Machine Dalton.
Hi.
And temporarily
Hello
AFK,
there.
You've been hearing from him already. The elder half of the Destro-Bros. Willie is here somewhere. He will come back.
I believe he is having some audio issues at the moment with his headphones. So
I know I got faith in him. I know we'll get it straightened out.
Yeah.
But yeah, the drunken review. Lots and lots of booze talk, food talk. It's going to be
I'm hungry now.
Yeah. I got a couple of leftover pizzas in there with my name on it after we finish this up.
Yeah, I got some leftover ribs, dude. I'm right there with you.
When we finish up tomorrow morning.
Nice evening snack of some barbecue or something. So, the year in review, man, it's been a whole fucking 2024.
Yeah, 12 months of it, man.
12 whole months, and I am just like, man, what a year it's been. Good and bad things, but
it's been a great year for me, for those that have been listening.
It has been a good year for you.
Yeah, finally tied the knot. We finally got off our asses and started this shit that we've been talking about since, halfway through 2023?
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've been discussing what we want to do, what the idea of the format we want to do for the show. By the way, before we continue, Willie, I noticed your shirt earlier. I approve.
Thank you.
Yeah, some
USS Enterprise.
But yeah. 701. Yeah, I lost my headphones for about a minute there, so I hope I didn't lose too much conversation there.
Oh, you're good. We just finally did the proper intro.
Oh, okay.
But how you doing, Willie? Welcome.
I'm on the show.
Yeah.
You guys are back on the show.
It's fun. It's fun to stay at the YMCA or the what's the abbreviation for this show?
DJMD.
Yeah, it works. It works though.
Hopefully, there's less rape talk than the last topic we were talking about.
I mean, I hope so, because this is a year in review, not about aliens.
I'm willing to bet, had you not said that, it wouldn't have come up at all.
Oh, no, it's going to come up. I did make a game for tonight.
When he sees me, it's always on his mind. I get it. Wait, there's two ways you can take that. I meant the one that was nice to me.
Oh, man.
Not the one where he sees me, he's like, sit down in that chair over there.
All right, I'm trying to figure out if I'm remembering some weird bullshit that my friend used to spout off in high school, or if I'm remembering an actual skit that happened at some point. Does the Reluctant Rapist ring a bell for anybody?
No.
No, but I remember the Grapist.
Oh, yeah, I remember the Grapist. But
is that a Wise Kids You Know sketch?
Yeah.
Yeah. I missed WKUK.
I'm going to grape you in the mouth. Well, we can't sell this to... What are you talking about? He's grapes. He's going to put grapes in their mouth. It's fruit. This
is clearly a sexual assault scenario. Oh, what is wrong with you?
I'm the Grapist. Yeah.
All right, this has to be something Big Dick Brandon came up with. I just remember the phrase, the Reluctant Rapist, and like, no, I don't really want to do this, but, you know.
Good Lord. Jeff, you've absolutely sabotaged your own goal with your sentence.
Hey, it's fine.
I don't think
That's
we
what
ever
happens when you're drinking
the show, so I'm not worried about it.
Was it Ari Shaffir that used to do the amazing racist stuff?
Yes, it was. I remember the first time that I actually watched
God
stand-ups.
almighty.
I'm like, holy shit. I think the best one he got,
dude.
Because he is Jewish, and the last stand-up special he did that I remember was just named Jew. He went into like a Jewish grocery store, and he was trying to get people to sign a petition to apologize for some bullshit. Like having all the money and running Hollywood or some shit. Well, and he was costing this one dude. And he's like, here, I'll go ahead and write your name down for you. Like, David, right? And he's like, the guy had been getting just so offended up to this point. He's like, okay, damn it, yes, my name is David, son of a bitch.
Before you continue, just going to do a little ASMR.
Oh, yeah, the good can crack.
Just so you know, the first hard Mountain Dew I was drinking was original. I am now drinking orange.
Oh, okay. Do they have a code red? Because that could be dangerous for me.
They did, but then they replaced it with watermelon. I was like, you sons of bitches. Because I actually do not like artificial watermelon flutter. I love watermelon.
I feel like I talked about that on the last podcast we did for Steam Machine, that artificial watermelon flavor I associate with those fluoride mouth rinses we had in school as a kid.
Yes.
I just can't.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff. I feel vindicated.
But yeah, the artificial watermelon and artificial banana are two flavors I can't stand.
I get that banana's controversial. I'll eat it up, but I get that people don't like it.
But real bananas and watermelon, they're the best.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, watermelon is like nature's ice cream, dude. Perfect summer food.
I think Code Red does not get the love that it deserves from Mountain Dew anymore. It was really big there for a while, and now everyone's on Baja Blast stick. And really, here's the reason why people think Baja Blast is so special. Because you could only get it at Taco Bell there for a while.
Yeah.
Now you can just go buy cans of it. It's not special anymore. It's just another bullshit flavor. It was the Taco Bell drink.
Yep. Nobody's going out of their way to go to the freaking Mountain Dew Sweet Peach that they have at KFC, though. The Baja Blast went above and beyond.
I didn't know Sweet Peach existed. That sounds delicious.
It's funny. Okay. The Baja Blast, there are two versions of it. There's the before Taco Bell, and then there's the after Taco Bell. Because when you drink Baja Blast before you eat whatever the hell it is you're eating, it has an average taste. The moment you eat something from Taco Bell, my go-to choice is a cheesy gordita crunch. You take a bite, then you take a sip of the Baja. It completely changes the flavor. It's like Taco Bell, Mountain Dew. You got it right.
Here's the thing with Baja Blast for me. Normally, because I have old man stomach, Mountain Dew gives me horrendous fucking heartburn. Just instantly. The acid sets on my stomach and fucks me up immediately. Baja Blast doesn't. It's the only one that doesn't.
I just find it so bizarre that you're over there with like shelf of whiskeys and all of that, but Mountain Dew's the one that gets you.
I used to be able to handle pizza until my wife got pregnant, and her big pregnancy craving was pizza and Cajun filet biscuits from Bojangles.
I believe it was Count Rugen who said, I think that's the best thing I've ever seen.
You're making it sound like that's the worst thing in the world. That sounds wonderful.
Yeah, it sucks that he can't eat them anymore.
Let me, how often did you have to eat it?
We had pizza twice a week her entire pregnancy. Now, granted, my daughter showed up about 8 weeks early, so we didn't make it the full 9 months. But I ate so much fucking pizza. And at the time, Pizza Hut was my preferred pizza joint, and they were still doing the fancy crust. They had the those fucking cherry Peruvian peppers, so it was good shit. And I survived because I was able to get the pretzel crust, and for some reason that helped soak up the acid on me. But I ate so much damn pizza, I cashed in my pizza allotment for life during her pregnancy. And now just looking at it gives me heartburn.
It's funny. You're mentioning that. I actually can relate in a different way. When my nephew was growing up, his favorite song was Thunderstruck by AC/DC. Every time he would get upset, we would play that song, and now all of a sudden he just started raising his fist. He would just start. I can't listen to that song anymore because I heard that song almost every time I saw him for 4 years. It's just
I have a song.
Nephew, you ruined that song for me.
A buddy of mine, Joey's son, Grayson, loved this fucking song. I don't even know the name of it, but I'm gonna sing it to you right now. Right?
That's Baby Shark.
He also liked that, but when he got a little older, he was listening to this song that would go in. So nah, honey, I'm good. I could have another, but I probably should not. I got somebody at home, and if I stay, then I might not leave alone. And he listened to it on repeat. It was catchy, but it was one of those that would get stuck in my head, and if I never hear that song again, I'm fine. Even though it's catchy as shit, and I learned how to play it on guitar and everything. But listening to the actual song, I'm like, ugh. God, I've heard this song 1,000 billion times because of that kid. Anytime we would just reference music, and he would run over and grab the PlayStation controller, go to YouTube, and pull it up. He also really liked Melanie Martinez, which is not someone who he didn't know what she was singing about, right? But it was the song, I think it's called Dollhouse. Everyone thinks that they're perfect. Please don't let them look through the curtain. That song is fucked up. That song is about a family who looks good on the outside, but when they're at home, the dad beats the mom and all kinds of shit. But the kid is just dancing to the rhythm of it and everything. And it made me think I wonder what songs I liked as a kid.
I was gonna say, that's young me bopping to Everclear.
Yeah.
America.
Everything
Fuck yeah.
My mom and dad said one of my favorite songs when I was younger was strictly because I could say a curse word in it, and it was Traffic Jam by James Taylor, because it goes, damn, this traffic jam, how I hate to be late, hurts my motor to go so slow, if I'm gonna get home, my supper be cold, damn, this traffic jam. And they said that I used to love it because I could say, they'd let me sing along to it, so I got to say damn, and I was super thrilled with it.
I did have a weird song that I didn't comprehend as a kid that I was really into. It was a country song called Straight Tequila Night, and it was about this woman who's always at a bar, and if you want to flirt with her, just make sure she isn't drinking tequila that night, or she's absolutely pissed off and is going to kill you. How would I have known that that's what any of that meant? I just thought that the phrase was phonetically pleasing. Don't ask her on a straight tequila night. It sounds cool. I didn't know what straight tequila was.
If I could just do a slight tangent, you're talking about Dalton. It's my parents let me sing the song even though it had a swear word in it. Do you know how when you're young, it's just it was a huge deal. You're playing a video game, and all of a sudden it's just the first time I played Final Fantasy IX, it's just you persistent bastard. I was like, oh my god, they said a swear word in a video game. That is so edgy.
My dad literally came into the room when I was playing Final Fantasy VII, and it's at the exact moment we got to the screen near the crater where I think Sid goes, what the hell was that? It went by like a bat out of hell. And Dad's just like, now what the hell was that?
I used to, everyone that knows me, I play Unreal Tournament. And, one of the taunts was, die, bitch. Well,
die, bitch.
My dad heard me use that taunt, and it's turn that off. It's hold on, I can turn the sensor on. 1 second, Dad. There, you see?
And it's just German for the bitch.
Die bitch. The dog.
The dog.
The female dog is what it is. It's just German, Dad. Just German.
But yeah,
I love the way that came out of you, dog, because it was almost like, bitch, a dog, a female dog.
But it is funny. It's just I'm playing a violent game. No, the only thing that he wasn't happy with was the fact that it said bitch. I was like, okay, go ahead and continue.
Listen,
but those I remember, this is the same dad that's just you can watch porn, just don't let your mom catch you.
My dad was a gamer too. So like the games that I would play, he would play. He wasn't necessarily into like Grand Theft Auto, but like I bought Grand Theft Auto 3 at an early age and played that. I had Max Payne, and Max Payne definitely has a few curse words in it, which I hear they're remastering that, and I am so here for it. That's going to be definite for the show. Yeah. Because I'm like pondering playing the original because I have it on GOG.
That's one of the ones I keep thinking almost came up first.
But before you can do, is the bullet time continue throughout the series, or is it only the first game?
I know it's in the
that
first
I don't know. I've only ever played the first one.
Is it in 3? Because I know the first game they introduced it, and just that's because it was 1-2 years after the Matrix, and obviously bullet time was just like the big thing.
I feel like Max Payne was the first time I heard people start calling it bullet time as a generic term, though. Until then, people called it like the Matrix effect.
Yeah, and then Wanted came out. But so that was games like my dad knew that they had curse words in them and stuff, but he knew that I knew that they were just video games. Like we had that discussion at an early age. Because funny story, but I'll get to that in a minute. My dad was one of the first reasons I ever got scared shitless. But again, we'll touch on that in a second. But as far as cursing and not being allowed, so my parents bought me edited Eminem CDs for Christmas one year, right? Because it was Eminem. They knew that it was foul. They bought me a Godsmack CD that has a song on it called I Fucking Hate You, and did not get the censored version of that album. But they knew Eminem was bad. So it was just, that always cracked me up. I'm like, I got these the same year.
Is Godsmack slightly underrated?
Godsmack is, I like Godsmack a lot. I do.
I feel like Godsmack is the best of the ilk that they came out of, you know? Like, when you compare them to their contemporaries, they were ahead of the pack.
Yeah. And I just want to point out that same year, I got Korn's album, Take a Look in the Mirror, which is the album that has Y'all Want a Single on it.
Yay!
Which, if you remember, just says the F word a lot.
No. On the radio, it was suck that, which absolutely means nothing, and everyone knew what they were saying.
Y'all want a single, say suck that, suck that, suck that, suck that, suck that.
I remember successfully sneaking in an unedited version of Kid Rock's Devil Without a Cause.
Oh, shit.
And I was good until I broke the fucking seal, and it's like my mom's radar went off. She walked in. Hey, what you got? Oh, it's just those CDs. And I'm like trying to hold up because is one of those get 12 CDs for $1 and now we own you for
Columbia
life
House.
That Columbia House bullshit. And I had a bunch of, red herrings to try and hide this under. Like
the mamas and the papas and shit.
I had like Smash Mouth, Astro Lounge. Look, Mom. She's like, yeah. What else you got?
Great CD.
Oh shit. Hanson, these are good Christian boys. Yeah. We both know you're not listening to that shit. What have you got? Britney Spears. Okay, yeah. You know what?
This is starting to sound like someone who's just caught their dog with something in its mouth. What is it? What do you got there?
My mom's like, "What's at the bottom of the stack, Dane?" And I hand it to her, and she's like,
"What's in the box?
What's this shit?" And she points at the explicit lyrics thing. I'm like, "I don't know. All my friends at school are just talking about it. I'm going to take it in here." She walks into the living room where we had the computer at the time, pops it in the disk drive, puts her headphones on, and the most uncomfortable 90 minutes of my life was sitting there. She listened to Kid Rock before me.
Bruh.
Just staring at me.
3'9" with a 10-foot dick is on that album.
I
found that out.
You know, the best thing would have been if she handed it back to you and said, "I was wrong, son. This is fire."
Good shit.
She finishes the album. She's like, "So, if you'd asked me, I'd have let you buy this."
Oh, brutal.
If he just sang like that, the way he does on Only God Knows Why on every track, I'd like this stuff. Here, don't pull that shit again. I will bust your ass every time.
Bro, so again, my parents were pretty lenient once I got into my early teens when it came to parental advisory stickers and stuff, because my parents were hippies. They were they knew what's up. So I am not thinking about it. I have a bunch of new CDs that I got, and my grandma, not my mom's mom, but my dad's mom, may she rest in peace, was here, Graham. And I had a 6 CD changer, so I put in some new CDs I had gotten for Christmas, one of them being Offspring's album Smash. Now, the first song on that album is Bad Habit, and there is a moment in that song where the music stops and it's just Dexter. And he goes, drivers are rude, such attitudes. When I show my peace, complains they something's odd. Feel like I'm God, you stupid, dumb shit, goddamn motherfucker. And the song kicks back in, and the look my dad gave me with my grandma also staring at him like, what are you letting him listen to? And I'm like, oh.
You just got you both in trouble.
Yeah. And you know, it's funny in retrospect, my dad loves Offspring. He was just like, dude, did you have to? I was like, I didn't know. If I'd have put in Splinter or Americana, I knew the songs to skip. I had just gotten Smash and Ixnay on the Hombre. Like, so they were new to the album. So I was like, oh, I'm so sorry.
See, when I think of Smash, I always think immediately of Dahui, which I think is near the end of the album.
Is
Don't fuck with Dahui, because
I thought Dahui was on.
Pretty sure that's
I thought that was on
Smash.
Splinter. I thought that was on Splinter.
Have I got that backwards? Son of a bitch.
I won't fuck with Dahui because Dahui will fuck with me.
This week on Ha Dalton found an error.
You see, this is why I picked music to play that I know my dad appreciates. So, like, oh, I got some Led Zeppelin, I got some Prince, I've got some. He likes the Doors. There's some of that's. But if I popped in like Eminem or something like that, he'd just be like, "What the fuck is this shit?" I'm like, "Sorry, Dad."
I have a playlist on Spotify that is called Dad's okay with it. Basically, it's like when I'm in the car with him, I can put it on, and it's just like Rammstein, Offspring, things that I know that he can tolerate. Right? That album, Splinter. Me and my dad used to listen to it from beginning to end, and the final song on Splinter sounds like you put on an old, like, timey record player, and it's really crackly, and it comes on, he's like, when you're in prison, be sure to stay awake. Always lie upon your back. It's just the most ridiculous song about when you're in prison. Don't do things that might get you butt fucked. Yeah. Pick up the soap, it's bad for you. It is the most ridiculous ending to an album, and Offspring always does weird shit like that, and I love them for it. Like, their last song on all their albums is always so bizarre compared to the rest of the album. It's so good. I love Offspring, man. Shout out to Offspring. Not that they need our shout out, but
I think they're doing pretty well without us. I doubt they even know who we are.
I think one of them has a doctorate.
To this day, one of the hardest bands that I try to sing along with, even when I'm playing guitar and stuff, like trying to sing the way that Dexter sings hurts.
You don't realize how high the vocals on even like The Kids Aren't All Right are until you actually get to the chorus and try to do it without falsetto. It's insane.
Yeah.
The notes are just way higher than they sound.
You're talking about who has a doctorate?
One of the members.
Isn't it the one they call Noodles?
It would feel like it would be Noodles. That just kind of feels right.
I have to remind myself that Dolph Lundgren is a certified genius. He has
it's always wild.
He has like what, 2 PhDs in chemical engineering.
Does he really?
It's dead serious. The guy who played Ivan Drago, the Russian in Rocky, is a certified genius. It's just like, okay.
So you know how there's Bizarro and there's Superman and then you have Bizarro?
Yes.
I feel like that's Dolph Lundgren, Gary Busey. Duh, I'm good actor too.
Gary Busey is Oscar nominated. We have to remind ourselves of that.
Yeah, I mean, he was a good actor at one point. I feel bad for Gary Busey because he's become the butt of a joke and he kind of knows it, but like also whatever a motorcycle accident he got into or whatever absolutely fried him, dude. Well, but like I'm glad people still give him acting roles and stuff because he is a legitimately funny guy.
Hey, we just celebrated a month for a man who also is. Did he win an Oscar? And yet now he is embraced who he is. Nicolas Cage. We salute you.
I think you guys should do February. Just straight up all Gary Busey all month, baby.
Just remember the show I'm with Busey.
Hey guys, I haven't got around to the episodes yet, I haven't got around the episodes yet, but please tell me you made a Gary Busey joke at one point.
Well, we haven't covered Gary Busey yet. Well, we did Nick Cage.
That's a theoretical month in February.
That's
right.
Yeah. You guys just gave us an idea.
I just lost the
December's
plot,
Cage Fest.
They did cover Nick Cage.
Next year, we're not going to do Spooktober. We're going to move it back a month so that we don't step on y'all's toes. We're going to have Spooktember.
September. But also, speaking of like musicians that are like surprisingly or not musicians, but like superstars that are like surprisingly geniuses, like Brian May, the guitarist from Queen, I think is also like a legit astrophysicist, and fucking Bruce Dickinson, the singer of Iron Maiden, is a fully certified pilot who's flown rescue missions during disasters.
For some reason, it doesn't surprise me with him.
Well, Steve Buscemi, right? He's a volunteer fighter, and he helped rescue people during 9/11.
That's awesome.
Now,
the weirdest thing about Steve Buscemi too is I always feel like he looks super old. Then I watch like The Big Lebowski, and I'm like, he's like a child. What happened here?
He got in a fight down on, I think it was the Outer Banks in North Carolina, and got fucked up.
Oh,
and since that, he has looked way older than he actually is.
Oh, man, I don't want to make fun of him for that. That sucks, but it was just kind of jarring because
they weren't using props when he did the crazy eyes thing on Deeds.
Wow.
They just hadn't finished the eye surgery.
Jeez.
I think we need to dedicate a month to Steve Buscemi. The man's a treasure.
Did I just successfully sell that bullshit?
Oh, did you just make that up entirely? I should have known it was fake when you said it was in North Carolina.
Oh, no, the fight was real, but the Deeds thing was bullshit.
Oh, okay.
We're opening up.
I should have realized the timeline didn't make sense because that would have been way later. He was already kind of
Deeds?
weird by Mr. Deeds. Also, I saw Mr. Deeds in a drive-thru and thought it was a little bit funnier than I expected, but mainly because I expected it to like blow 20 hogs.
Do you know that's a remake?
Yes, a remake of an old film called Mr. Deeds Goes to Washington or something like that.
Yeah,
I think so.
Isn't it Jimmy Stewart? I believe
that sounds right.
You're correct.
What's everyone's opinion on Happy Gilmore 2?
MJF is in it.
I'm withholding my opinion until I get to see it.
MJF is naturally very funny and can be a real scumbag, so if they got him in a villainous role, that should work out really well.
God, I want him to be Shooter's son.
That's what I'm saying, right?
But Shooter is coming back. They got Christopher McDonald.
Right, so have him be his kid.
That's fine. I want MJF to be his kid. So I know, Jeff, you wouldn't know who he is, but go ahead, continue.
But my point is, why make it? Did that movie warrant a sequel?
No,
I think it's arguably the best. Debate. I think it's arguably the best Adam Sandler comedy.
I put it up there with Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore are kind of the
1 and 2. Yeah. I agree. That's what he named his studio after.
It's really hard to place them because they're just, to me, they're the classic Sandler films.
Because there's also ones like Waterboy where it's like, it's a stupid movie, but it is genuinely really fun.
My favorite Adam Sandler comedy is Big Daddy.
Okay.
My favorite movie is Spanglish.
Okay. I think those are very defensible choices.
Air 5. Finally, somebody else who gives Spanglish some fucking credit. That is a great fucking movie, dude.
I'll give Spanglish all the credit.
I need to give it another shot now that I'm older. I did not care for it when it came.
I will say there is a brief moment you see Sandler making some sort of club sandwich with a fried egg on it, and I'm just like, dude, that sandwich looks amazing.
I do remember when we rented that movie, one of the DVD extras was the step-by-step how to recreate that sandwich in real life.
Dude.
I bet it's on YouTube.
That's the best DVD extra I've ever heard of.
You know what's funny? So, just this DVD extras. So, back in the day of searching things on the internet, there was a video of how Wayne Static from Static X would do his hair, because he always spiked his hair straight up. He had long hair, but it was crazy high, right?
Yeah.
And people said, oh, it's on the Saw DVD and the extras. So I was like, oh, so I rented Saw, and I'm looking, and there's a music video from Fear Factory for the song Bite the Hand That Bleeds, but there's no... So then my dumb ass realizes, oh, the album I have by Static X is fucking called Start a War. So it was the special version of Start a War. This was my introduction to people abbreviating shit on the internet. I was like, motherfucker. So I eventually found the video and I was able to watch it. But yeah, I rented Saw for no reason. I had already seen that movie. But, yeah.
I love stupid abbreviations. Remember last time we did the Spooktober and we literally had 3 different games called ISTW?
Did we?
Shadow, something in the well, Or Something in the Woods, Shadow in the Well, something else too.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they were all like a weird coincidence. Wow, me and Jeff did that at the same time. I have a question about Adam Sandler. The real question, there's a ton of Adam Sandler movies that people love and adore. There's the ones that people hate. Mm-hmm. I have on VHS somewhere Adam Sandler in Going Overboard.
Oh, I remember that movie.
Has anybody else seen? Okay, so one person has seen it. Willie, you've never seen it. Jeff, have you ever seen it?
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I've never even heard of it.
So, in the beginning of it, it is worth a watch. I will say it's worth a watch. It's not a great movie, but in the beginning of the movie, Adam Sandler comes on camera and he literally explains, hey, so we made this movie because we had access to a cruise ship and a camera. He goes, when I say that, there's low budget movies, this is a no budget movie. So if there's an earthquake, it's going to look like this. And the camera just shakes and he kind of goes, whoa. They literally made a movie on a cruise ship just because they had the means to do it. And it is the most funny, but stupid fucking movie you will ever watch. But it is worth the time to watch it at least once because it is early, like still on Saturday Night Live, Adam Sandler, like before all of his I want him to re-release Going Overboard like on DVD or something. I would buy it.
I'm trying to think because you just gave me, I don't know if this is one of your questions, Dane, but I'm just thinking, what is the worst movie you've ever watched?
Ever?
Now, but Dane, is this one of your questions or is this okay? I can ask.
All right. Worst movie ever is different from what I put down. I did have
2024, I think. Worst movie or show 2024?
Just the most disappointing thing that you watched for the year. But
that's different than worst ever.
Yeah, worst ever, man.
I have an immediate major for... Oh, you go first then. You want to introduce the category?
Yeah, because my brothers and I, we saw Grown Ups 2 in theaters.
Ooh, what a good pick.
So sorry.
And
I've tried to make it through that movie like 10 times and never could.
I like the first one.
The first one is good. And it's just like, oh, I remember the first one. Okay, let's watch the second one. I have never watched a movie. Here's the thing. The reason it's so terrible is because it's so nothing.
Yeah, everything is so phoned in. The jokes are not jokes. They're the placeholders you would put in a scene where a joke would go later.
There's no plot. Even at one point, it's like, oh, okay, we might be getting some semblance of plot. And that's the one where his kid is like attempting to be a field goal kicker. And then he gets injured. And then it's just like, well, okay, that's the end of that. It's just like, and the next thing you know, the credits play. And I'm like, what the fuck did I just watch? This movie did nothing. Damn you, Happy Madison. You took an hour and a half away of my life.
I've always heard the Grown Ups movies described as a bunch of friends that got together to make a movie so they could all hang out with one another for a while.
Yeah, and for a lot of the ones that they took like Netflix money and they did that on site, so they basically just got to make a vacation and shoot it like it was a movie. Sure, they had fun with that, but man, I accidentally tried to watch Grown Ups, or not accidentally, intentionally, and that one is. It's not that it's bad. I've seen bad movies. I like bad movies. Yes. That was not a movie.
It's nothing. Yeah. I watched The Toxic Avenger. That is a terrible movie, but it's fantastic. Grown Ups 2 is just nothing. It leaves zero average impact.
I am strongly campaigning for this next year for a guest spot on Dane and Jeff's Media Dump to cover the movie Cube 2, Hypercube.
Okay, that's a psycho-ass movie.
Not a good movie, but also one of the best movies ever at the same time.
It's a fucking insane movie.
I heard this phrase. It's subjectively bad, or objectively bad, but subjectively great.
Yes, exactly. And so is Troll Hunter, and that's the other one that I'm lobbying for y'all to watch at some point next year. That's a great movie. It's in Norwegian. You got to do subtitles. But it's well worth the watch.
I'm fine with reading I watch things with subtitles, and people will probably be like, you monster.
I bet you've been watching Lithuanian shit with subtitles lately.
He courted his wife with subtitles, all right?
Just putting a Google Translate right up through her mouth.
I've always made the joke that Google was always the third wheel of our dates.
That's sweet, though.
That is cute, though. Yeah.
No, it's true. Just when we first met, she knew zero English.
I'm going to guess you do zero Lithuanian. Just a wild spitballing guess.
Zero Lithuanian. So it's just like when I finally discovered that she knew zero English, I downloaded Google Translate and we this is all over Facebook, obviously, and I started translating. It's just like, do you understand now? That's how it began. And now we're married. So
I can't imagine spitting my best game at someone who doesn't speak the language.
I feel like that might be my best shot.
When you meet that special sub one, Dane, it's worth all the effort.
Is she a 10, but she only speaks Lithuanian?
I don't know. I mean,
okay, so not to bring it back, but I'm still thinking about the worst movie I've ever seen, and there might be a recency bias to this. The most recent movie I've seen that was dog shit was Diana was visiting, and we watched the newest Jeepers Creepers movie, and it was kind of just a whole lot of nothing. Like, there was a couple parts that were kind of gruesome and stuff, but the ending didn't really stick. It was kind of like by the end of it, we were just like, well, that wasn't very good, was it? But man, worst movie ever, man. That's
the thing. People are going to be like, even a terrible movie is like, oh, The Room is the worst movie ever. But it's,
The Room is fun.
But it's funny and horrible.
Yes.
But it leaves an impact. Watching a movie that leaves zero impact and you feel like you have wasted your time is, I think, what defines as the worst movie ever. And that's why I think Grown Ups 2 is the worst movie ever, in my opinion, of course, because I left that theater just like, did my brain shut off and now I am what the hell happened with my life? Where
I think I can do you one better than leaving no impact, though. And that is having a movie actually drain your energy as you watch it, to where you feel like you don't have anything left. I was at a friend's house and we decided to watch the Riff Tracks version, so it was like a Mystery Science Theater episode. We had jokes and stuff to keep us going. We were just there to make fun of the movie. We had no expectation of the movie itself being good. But Michael Bay's Transformers 2 drained so much of our souls that about 45 minutes in, I'm like, dude, I'm actually sleepy. I need to go home. We went onto the porch, had like a cigarette and stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, I feel my life returning to me. Like, I can go on now. I just needed a break. That thing was sucking my soul out.
But is corn grass?
Corn is grass. Thank you, Riff Tracks.
All right. So
God damn it, it's corn.
I don't want to step on y'all's show too much, but I have a wiki article that may be interesting if you're as supposed. It is By the Decades, a list of films considered the worst of the decades.
It's a classic. It's got shit like Geely on there.
So 1930s, right? And we don't have to, unless you guys know what the movie it is, we don't have to go into super detail or anything. So the 30s was a movie called Maniac, also known as Sex Maniac, is a pre-code exploitation horror film.
That sounds dope.
Loosely based on the Edgar Allan.
Isn't was it a Reefer Madness on that list too?
Reefer Madness is also on the list.
That movie is a delight.
Yeah, I love Reefer Madness. It's so dumb. It's wonderful.
I will say that Maniac is based on the Edgar Allan Poe story, The Black Cat. Up next on the list is Reefer Madness, 1936. So Maniac came out in 1934. Reefer Madness, 1936. Everybody knows about Reefer Madness.
Yeah.
Propaganda film that's accidentally awesome.
Accidentally hilarious. Especially if you smoke some weed and watch it.
Anything about weed, you're going to be like, what were these guys smoking?
Yeah, exactly. Did they get a hold of some meth and think that they were smoking marijuana? Like, what the fuck? So 1938, The Terror of Tiny Town. The film was pulled from obscurity as a camp classic after appearing in college and midnight screenings in the early 70s.
That's awesome. Love that story. What's it about?
It is, let's see. So far, it's just telling me why it sucks. It's since been listed as one of the worst films ever made by Flavor Wire, Rotten Tomatoes, and the Golden Turkey Awards.
Okay. Here's the thing. With older movies from that decade, and even a few decades after that, film was relatively sort of a new thing, so everyone was trying to experiment. I say you have until about maybe the 70s or 80s when things be like, okay, you should know better what you're doing.
Still, there's something delightful about a bad horror film from the first half of the 20th
I don't remember
century.
what episode,
they rule.
but I watched a 50s movie called The Wasp Woman. it's those.
Was it on Svengoolie?
That sounds like some Svengoolie bait for sure.
It does.
It actually may have been. I just know it was directed by, I don't know if you, I believe it's Harvey Korman.
Oh, it's a Harvey Korman joint. Okay,
yes.
that answers everything.
So if you're familiar with that director, you just realize, okay, I'm into some crap. And guess what? It was crap, but I found it entertaining.
So
any
Willie,
Mystery Science Theater fan out there knows the name Harvey Korman. He was up there with Bird Eye Gordon as just a constant contributor of crap to the game.
To answer you, Willie, I clicked on the actual movie's wiki page and the plot. The film begins with a man on stage who is the film's only member of average height.
Okay, I kind of thought that might be where we were going with Tiny Town. Gotcha.
Yeah. He announces that the film is the first of its kind. He is interrupted by the hero, Buck Larson, who walks on stage to tell him that the story is serious, and he is the hero and will become the biggest star in Hollywood. The film's villain, Bat Haynes, walks on stage and says he will become the biggest star in Hollywood. So it's just a movie with a bunch of little people.
That genuinely sounds like Minnie's wrestling.
It does sound like Minnie's wrestling. So, 1940s. The Babe Ruth story, 1948.
Oh, I know this one. This is the one where Babe Ruth, when he hits the home run, ends up curing the kid's cancer.
Yeah, the child is subsequently cured of his ailments after Ruth delivers on the promise.
Hell yeah.
So, the same year, 1948, No Orchids for Miss Blandish. I've never
I'm sorry,
heard of
that
this.
just sounds like British gibberish.
So, fun fact. It is a British gangster film adapted from the 1939 novel by James Hadley Chase. Received a very hostile reception from press. This was mainly due to the film's, for the time, high level of sexual and violent content, but also because its attempt to portray Americans using a largely British cast was seen as unconvincing.
Right, governor, we're going up to New York City, innit?
Now, the weird thing is British people can do a really good Southern accent. Standard
I've heard
American, the generic one, no, but like Southern accent, so many people on The Walking Dead were doing Southern accents and they were British actors. And I never knew.
But when they try to go for the generic one, if you're lucky, you get Hugh Laurie as House, who you have to kind of pay attention to get the bad mannerisms. But if you're unlucky, you get Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange, who sounds like he's pretending to be human.
But he got better.
So, the 50s. 1953. Glenn or Glinda?
Okay, this is a, what's his name? Edward. This is Edward, yeah.
Yeah, a transvestite who cross-dresses as Glinda. So that's basically what the movie is about. And he's trying to go through psychotherapy to help cure him of transvestitism. So that's a sign of the time.
Yeah, it's very 1953.
1953, Robot Monster. Immediately, don't care what it is, I'm going to love that movie. Because this whole Robot Monster, it was made in the 50s, it's going to suck dick. And it's going to be awesome.
As long as it has a robot monster in it, I'm down.
The title character, which is a man in a gorilla suit wearing what looks like a diving helmet sprouting TV antennas. Yes.
This has been on Mystery Science Theater, I guarantee it.
Robot Monster was featured in an episode of the movie mocking TV show Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Okay, I was going to say that was starting to ring some bells there.
And the film is also remembered fondly by horror novelist Stephen King.
Nice!
Who quotes and agrees with a review in Castle of Frankenstein magazine, certainly among the finest terrible movies ever made. One of the most laughable Poverty Row quickies.
One of the most fantastic terrible movies ever made is exactly the shit I'm looking for.
Yeah. 1956, The Conqueror.
Wait, what you got, Jeff?
No, I was just going to say, I don't know if we want to go through this entire list just because this would take up the entire episode. Because no. Dane, you haven't named what you think might be the worst movie ever yet, have you?
No, I haven't. Oh.
So that's why I'm just like, if you want to read this list, just go to Wikipedia, worst movies of all time. I've seen this list. It breaks it down by decades, so... I mean, I know we're having fun with this, but, I'm still sober enough. It's like, let's kind of keep things on track.
I will give you one more.
Okay, one more.
1973.
It's better
Bat Pussy.
Do what?
Go on.
It's called Bat Pussy.
Tell me more.
It's a loose spoof of the 1966 Batman television series, cited as one of the earliest examples of a pornographic parody film.
Oh, nice. I didn't really think about the origins of that genre.
Bat Pussy.
Tell me more.
I wonder what quadrant of the utility belt that would be located on.
I will finish with the description that it says, Bat Pussy has been described as the worst pornographic film ever made due to, quote, some incredibly unarousing sex and a general attitude of awfulness, unquote.
So it's not the bat suit, it's the bat Speedo.
I guess. Also, a fun fact, possessing no credits or copyright information, there is no known record of Bat Pussy's existence prior to the mid-90s when it was discovered in the storeroom of an adult movie theater in Memphis, Tennessee.
That thing's haunted. That shit's haunted. Get out of there.
That's an SCP if I've ever heard it. SCP-8275 Bat Pussy DVD.
SCP-6969. Come on, man.
There you go.
Actually, I think they have a 6969. I just don't remember what it was. They are up that high in numbers.
69420. There it is.
Yeah.
You just timed that, Jeff.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
Speaking of, I need to reload this here in a second.
So we're going back to our personal worst of all time?
Yes.
What's the face you're making telling me you're courting controversy on this one?
Because it was a movie that I wanted to like.
The live
always hard for you.
The live action one. No. All right. Disney live action remakes, that's too low hanging fruit. I'm going
Disney.
with one. It's one of those that if you know it, you know all about it. If you've never heard of it, you're going to be like, what the fuck? Have you boys heard of Mad God?
No.
Oh, is that like an animated thing? Like a stop motion, I think?
It was like a 2-decade-long project.
Right.
The man who they hired to do the stop motion animation for Jurassic Park. He's a legend in the industry. I know what you're probably thinking. But Dane, there was no stop motion animation in Jurassic Park. You're right.
There was. I do have a quick fun fact about Jurassic Park, just because we're talking about the animation in it. The guitar player from Tool designed the Tyrannosaurus Rex head.
I never knew that.
Adam Jones. Interesting, just random fact for you.
But I could look it up. I'm not that dedicated, so I don't remember the dude's name. But he was a legend in the industry for stop motion animation.
No, stop motion. Stan Winston is huge for makeup, not stop motion. Go ahead and keep talking. I'll see if I can
Bill
find it.
Tippett.
Bill Tippett.
That's who credited on the screenplay. I think that might be him. But this dude, king of stop motion, they hired him to do stop motion for Jurassic Park, and then that's when they discovered, oh wait, we can do the stop motion shit with CG. And he was the one who trained the CG animators how to actually do keyframing and all that shit. So he, it didn't instantly put him out of a job. He was training all these people on how to do the shit.
Yeah, that was Phil Tippett. I remember that because there's a meme. In the credits, he's credited as dinosaur supervisor, and there's a meme that's just like, where were you this whole film, Phil?
I have to share this. I'm sorry, Dane. Because during our 1987 episode, I made you have a complete revelation that RoboCop was made in 1987 or released in 1987.
He did the effects on a bunch of RoboCop shit.
Phil Tippett did the stop motion for the Ed 209.
He actually used the brain from the RoboCop 2 thing in Mad God somewhere.
I will say before you continue, one final thing. I just went to Google. I typed in Phil Tippett, and right on the top thing for his Wikipedia, one of three things is Mad God. All right, continue. I'm sorry.
So this movie took him the better part of 2 decades to make. I think he launched a crowdfunding campaign at one point. The stop motion work is fucking amazing. The film is super surreal. Everything about it is just masterfully done. It is so hard to watch. And not even in a fun way.
Very, very, it makes you want to barf, basically.
Yeah, it's like he spent...
a lot of body horror type shit in it.
Yeah, and it's, like I said, it's amazingly done. But he admits himself, there was no screenplay, there was no plan. It was just him stringing shit together, piece at a piece, and he, I'm channeling the Church of the Mad God as he was making this movie. And I went in with such high expectations of, I know that there's not a firm narrative, but this is going to be good. And I watched the whole fucking movie and I'm like, it's technically impressive, but what was the fucking point?
Yeah, apparently there's something wrong with you because this got a 92 on Rotten Tomatoes.
I am currently looking at a Rotten Tomatoes list of the worst movies ever, so I can like remind myself of something that I've seen that sucked, because my brain is blanking on it at the moment. And there's a couple of movies on here I don't agree with, like Mortal Kombat Annihilation. I know everybody hates that movie, but I don't think it's that bad.
Mortal Kombat Annihilation's trash.
I think it's better than the first.
Wow,
for the sole
that's super
reason,
wrong.
But for the sole reason that it's so terrible, it's more memorable.
It does have a really hilarious attempt to get everyone from the cast of the games involved too. Like even if it's just for like 3 seconds.
Were so cheap looking though.
Also, everyone front flips everywhere like it's a Power Rangers episode.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's more memorable. Therefore, I think it's better than the first movie.
I thought that the first movie was kind of like one of the first video game movies that managed to make it all the way up to mid. Like, at least it was an okay, cheesy kung fu film. It wasn't as good as anything coming out of Hong Kong, but it was still an okay, cheesy kung fu movie.
I mean, sure. But then at the same time,
unironically enjoy the original.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's enjoyable on its own level.
I mean, I enjoy it
cheesy kung fu
too.
movies.
But then again, you're also talking to someone that thinks Ed really likes the original Super Mario Brothers movie with Bob Hoskins, even though that is also, I think, one of the worst movies ever made.
I think there's a strong defense that can be made for the Super Mario Brothers movie. Because that movie, it is a terrible adaptation of Super Mario Brothers. It's a wonderful, surreal universe, like crazy cyberpunk film that makes only a little bit of sense, but has a lot of crazy ideas.
Before I continue, what did you just add to your drink there, Dane?
Oh, I just turned my beer into a Boilermaker.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Spicy boy. But you're not doing the drop shot chug, though. You're just kind of enjoying it as a sipper. That's classy.
Sippy.
The 2 movies on this list that I've seen that I know suck. Rollerball and where was the other one? Whoa, where'd it go?
Rollerball was one of those damn future sport movies, right?
Yeah, and like Paul Heyman was in it, and it was like a real weird...
Oh, was it like a remake of like an 80s movie?
It might have been.
I remember, like, in the original, at least, everything's rigged against the main hero team or whatever, and it's stupid.
So the other one is Bucky Larson, Born to be a Star. Has anybody else seen this movie, Bucky Larson, Born to be a Star?
Never even heard of it.
All right, so it's Nick Swartzen, and he plays this dude who's, like, from Montana, and everybody keeps asking him about his accent, and he's like, I don't know why everybody keeps talking about my accent. I'm from America. Like, it's that kind of movie. He's got big old buck teeth, and his name's Bucky. Well... he ends up becoming a porn star.
Like you do.
And everyone loves this dude because he's got a small dick. And anytime a girl touches him, he fires his load off before anything ever happens. And all the guys love him because they put on that porn and their girlfriends are suddenly super thankful for the dicking that they're getting from their man. And that's why Bucky becomes a huge star. Dude, it's a fucking terrible movie.
This sounds like if you genetically combined only the worst parts of Orgasmo, Napoleon Dynamite, and the 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Yeah. I mean, even the cover gives you that vibe. And it was directed by Tom Brady, but not that Tom Brady.
Would it have been better if it had been directed by a football player?
Man, Tom Brady just can't get a win.
Yeah, Jack and Jill is also on this list. Talking about bad movie. Adam Sandler movies.
I was actually thinking Jack and Jill would come up either during Adam Sandler chat or during this, but it just sucks. It sucks in a way that's not fun to talk about. At least Grown Ups 2 sucks so bad that you can like basically delete it from existence without losing anything. Jack and Jill at least gave us the chocolate parrot scene.
I want to give you guys the top 3 on this list on Rotten Tomatoes of the worst movies of all time, because number 3, I only say top 3 instead of just 1 because the third one fits into y'all's recent thing. Number 3, starring Nicolas Cage, is the movie Left Behind from 2014, based on the book series.
The Left Behind series,
Stone Cold forgot.
Which is The Rapture. I've read those books.
It says critics' consensus.
I've read those books.
Ye verily, like unto a plague of locusts, Left Behind hath begot a further scourge of devastation upon Nicolas Cage's once proud filmography.
They were fine. The books were fine.
Oh, I'm sure the books were fine.
Well,
there's a lot of times that the books were all right.
I was younger. I was more of a church goer. But
I mean, they were probably fine for thriller, church porn / what's the word I'm looking for? Propaganda. But I can't imagine that they would hold up to any average thriller. Like, you'd probably be better off reading Dan Brown.
Not anymore.
I never gave them a shot. I was aware of them because when I was in college, I dated a girl who worked at our local Bible bookstore. And she was just all about them. And I said, you know what? I think I would rather read Twilight because this just sounds so stupid.
Don't read Twilight, watch the movies. And I'm only saying that not because the movies are especially good, not because the prose is especially good or bad, but because the baseball scene from the first Twilight movie is the funniest scene in film history.
All right, so I can honestly say I've seen all the movies and I've read all the books with Twilight.
Okay, fair enough.
The ending,
yeah,
as done in the movies, is infinitely better executed than in the books. Because, spoilers for Twilight, there's a girl who can, one of the vampires can see the future, and the big bad, if he touches you, he can read your mind and see your thoughts. So the big ending sequence with the big battle where everybody's killing each other and everything's going down, and you think, oh wow, we finally have some consequences for all the shit that's going down in this franchise. Turns out that the girl who can see the future is showing the big bad, who can read her mind, what will happen if he doesn't change his course of action. So she's showing him, this is your future, you need to change your mind.
So it's a wonderful life with vampires.
Pretty much. So he goes...
That's an insult to It's a Wonderful Life.
I don't like It's a Wonderful Life, so I don't give a shit if I insult it.
I love that movie. That's a movie we watched it every Christmas Eve. And I've continued that tradition to this day.
It was on TV at our house at Christmas Eve, and after about 10 minutes, Dad's like, please turn that to any other channel. And God bless you for that, Dad.
Christmas Story. You'll shoot your eye out. That's what we need to watch.
I mean, all dads love Christmas Story. I'm not going to argue with that one. It has its moments. I feel like it does a great job of childhood anxiety. Maybe it's just because I was an anxious child, but I thought that movie portrayed it really well.
Sure.
I still want that lamp.
My dad prefers.
Lamp is good. I've known
I
people
had
with
a
lamp.
neighbor that lived across the street that had that lamp. It's just like...
Did they put it in the window?
Absolutely.
Fuck yeah, that's
all year long, that lamp was in the window. It's just like, you're awesome.
My dad is very much more so into the claymation Christmas stuff. So
good shit.
Island of Misfit Toys, all that kind of stuff.
I never saw Santa Claus is Coming to Town until around 5 years ago when one of my friends showed it to me. And I gotta say, man, I was missing out on a lot because that is a damn charming movie.
Have you ever seen A Year Without Santa Claus?
Yes, that's like the number 2 claymation.
The one with the
Heat Miser and Snow Miser songs.
Snow Miser, yeah. Dun, 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 dun,
literally, that big trombone slide right there is the whole purpose of that movie.
I'm Mr. Snow.
Just so I can close this tab, the number 2 doesn't matter. Number 1, worst movie according to Rotten Tomatoes of all time is a movie called Ballistic, X vs. Sever.
X vs. Sever, based on a Game Boy Advance game.
2002, starring Antonio Banderas and Lucy Liu.
At the peak of their fame.
What?
It was about a husband and wife team who were both assassins and were sent to hunt each other.
That's Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Oh, except I don't think they were actually married. I think they just had sexual tension.
Hold on, I'll read you the synopsis real quick. Haunted by the mysterious death of his wife, Jeremy X, Antonio Banderas, has become a recluse. But the former FBI manhunter is blackmailed back into service to track down an unstoppable ex-DIA operative, codenamed Sever, Lucy Liu, who has kidnapped the young son of the head of the secret committee of the International Security Agencies.
And so, yeah, then they play basically spy game, hunt each other, blah, 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 blah. It is... There's no reason to watch it instead of play the Game Boy Advance game, and there's no reason to play the Game Boy Advance game. Also, it's a movie based on a Game Boy Advance game. I don't know what else to say.
Advance Wars, the film.
Honest to God, I would kind of give that a shot. Maybe it's an anime, not as a live-action movie.
I have not moved for like a minute, just because I'm like, what the fuck? The only reason people probably thought, oh, his camera's not frozen is because the lights behind me are still moving. But yeah, I have not moved. I was just like...
I've never seen it. I've never even heard of it, but wow.
And the entire... I'm just like,
need to.
that's Mr. and Mrs. Smith. 2 assassins trying to kill each other.
Yeah, I fucked up when I said it was a husband and wife. I actually got that from Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which is definitely a better movie.
Yes.
Because literally, apparently, all of them are.
My brother and I saw that in theaters. We're just like, shit, Angelina Jolie, she is fucking hot in that movie.
No arguments.
I will say, a little bit further down the list, but still with 0 on Rotten Tomatoes, was one of Jim Carrey's Serious Ventures. I don't even remember the name of what it was. It wasn't the number 23, but it was another like serious movie he did, and it apparently has a 0 on Rotten Tomatoes. It's not very good.
Yeah, I don't feel
Jim
like
Carrey serious shit. I know he did the Mystique.
It wasn't movie. I've always wanted to see that movie.
It's not terrible.
Why is it that Jim Carrey couldn't pull off serious movies, but Robin Williams kicked ass in them?
Jim Carrey 2016 Dark Crimes is what it's called.
Yeah.
I think Jim Carrey was a little bit more of a human cartoon than Robin Williams.
I guess so, but have you seen Robin Williams stand up? Because he gets pretty cartoony in that.
But that's
cocaine's a hell of a drug.
That's valid.
That bit where I don't remember what the bit was, but he just starts grabbing his, because he had like 30 water bottles up there because he was coked out of his fucking mind. He just starts opening water bottles and slinging them into the crowd, going, "I'm coming, I'm coming, oh, I'm coming!" And he's just throwing water over me. I was like, "What the fuck, Robin? What are you doing?"
And as someone who
was that
knew
the one where he
Robin
tied
Williams,
the balloons to his ankles and pretended to be a dick?
It might have been.
I remember he had a huge stand-up special, and I'd mostly known him for like Mrs. Doubtfire and other PG-13 family films, and so I saw that special. I'm like, whoa, Robin, you got some filth in you. I remember him just grabbing his hairy arm, going in the crook of it like he's
Live on Broadway. I know that one.
Yeah.
I
was live on Broadway.
I maintain his best stand-up was when he's talking about golf, because I'm a golfer, and everything he says is 100% accurate.
Oh, fuck off, fool! You put shit in the way.
And you only do this one time. Fuck no! 18 fucking times.
Willie, I also equate that to the first time I saw Bob Saget do stand-up.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
It was like, oh my God, that's Danny Tanner.
No joke. My introduction to his stand-up was The Aristocrats.
Oh, what a way to get jumped in! The ultimate filthy joke from a pleasant TV dad? Well, uncle, but he was in a dad role in that show, you know.
And my daughter loves fucking Full House. That she calls it our family show, and we have to watch it on a regular basis. And she just has figured out that, the little girl is Mary-Kate and Ashley, and that they're twins, and they got 2 different actresses. She just has figured that shit out. And I'm like, I can never let her watch one of Saget's stand-ups. So I'm going to break her in on what I got broken in on. George Carlin.
Tell her, if you ever see her loading up some Bob Saget stand-up, you say, "Hey, cut it out."
And she's going to look me dead in the eyes and go, "How rude."
Oh, that was really good, guys. That
one Bob Saget bit where he just looks at the dude and he's like, "You know what you shouldn't do? You shouldn't fuck goats." And he looks at this guy in the front row and he goes, You look like you would fuck goats. Listen, man, don't fuck goats. They eat tin cans and shit. They will bite your dick and balls right the fuck off. Do not fuck a goat." And you're like, oh, that's how he opened. Like,
I hate that just reminds me of the Whitest Kids You Know vacuum cleaner shop sketch. You're gonna rip your dick off. So just comes up to him, "You're gonna rip your dick off."
Anyone who can tell a joke about fucking the Olsen twins before they were famous and keep a straight face.
The only thing I know about Bob Saget is he raped and killed a girl in 1985.
Bob Saget raped and killed a girl.
If anyone tells you that he did not. Just keeps repeating it the same tone every time. More and more.
Sorry, I went to go get a drink. It's just like Bob Saget. He is what on TV. He's America's funniest home videos. He's Danny Tanner. On TV,
this is the topic you missed.
He is the most wholesome person on TV. Stand up. Oh my God, you're horribly raunchy.
The roast, when not only Gilbert Gottfried did that, but when John Lovitz goes up there and he goes, "Fuck me in the ass until it bleeds. Spill the drippings into a cup. Pour them back into me intravenously through verses 100. I don't remember what he's talking about. That line is stuck in my head. "Fuck me in the ass until it bleeds." What the fuck, John? What?
Man, which roast was it that Busey showed up at to bring that one full circle?
Oh.
What?
Was that Flavor Flav, or was it...
The Flavor Flav was
Gary Busey?
nuts.
Who the hell was it? Because all I remember is Busey roasting Busey.
Roast of Larry the Cable Guy.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Larry the Cable Guy.
I just Googled it. So yeah,
I Googled it too.
Man, you don't hear anything about Larry the Cable Guy anymore.
I hope that motherfucker made his money with that character and is now like able to be himself again and is just at home laughing while wiping away tears with $100 bills.
I put him in the same mental category with Guy Fieri.
They're super popular with redneck people, but like in all reality, they're really not that redneck at all.
You know,
Guy Fieri was just living his fucking dream, and people fucking hated him for it.
He's a fucking Cali boy. Like that's what Guy Fieri is. He's like, hey man, I'm gonna go hang out at the beach. We're gonna cook some fucking barbecue tonight. We're gonna drink some brews and hang with the bros.
Guy Fieri seems like he would be the chillest dude in the world to hang out with because he has like he's less of a gourmet and more of a gourmand. You can just kick back a pack of beverages with him, and he's not gonna go, oh, this isn't right on my palate. He's going to be right on, man. This is kicking donkey sauce. And you'll be like, I don't know what that means, but I'm glad you're having a good time, Mr. Fieri.
Do you know how many restaurants I've gone to because they were on diners, drive-ins, and dives?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he made a lot of people famous.
Like, one of them was closed down in Charlotte that I wanted to go to, but like right after they were on the show, the owner got too big for his britches and was just, walking around like he was, king shit of Dick Mountain.
He went from being a diners, drive-ins, and dives guy to being a case for bar rescue or kitchen nightmares.
Basically.
I feel like on those shows, it's always the egos that kill people.
Pissed off all of the kitchen staff, so they said, you know what, fuck you. They picked up his kitchen staff, moved to the other corner of the same fucking block, and opened up another restaurant with the same fucking recipes and put them out of business. I went to that one. That is the best fucking burger I've had in my life. The full Hemi. It is a 1 pound 3 patty.
You have my
with
attention.
pimento cheese. House made. They put a fucking, and it's not a skewer, it's a sharpened wooden dowel they crammed down through the middle of this fucking thing because it's like 8 inches tall to hold it together. I ate the whole goddamn thing and knocked my wife up on the same fucking weekend.
Attaboy. Attaboy. The beef provides.
Well, two things but before we continue. So proud of you. It always threw me off to learn that Larry the Cable Guy's real name is Dan Whitney.
And he talks normally.
Yes.
It's
like, oh. And second thing, have you guys ever watched Guy's Grocery Games?
I've seen bits and pieces of it, yeah.
I don't think I really watched that one.
For a time during dinner, my wife and I would watch it, and it's just for bragging rights, but we would make a bet because it's, a normal cooking competition. It's like, okay, I need you to make me a 4-course meal, but then they start throwing in the catches. You can't use fresh produce. You have to use canned food, all this stuff.
So to set the premise, they're in a grocery store,
yes,
and they have to do all this inside of a grocery store. So that's like, all right, you have 5 minutes to go get your ingredients. Go! And you have to run around the grocery store and get what you need and everything. It's a cool premise. It's one of the cooler cooking show premises.
Yes. And it's just... Go ahead.
No, because I'm changing the subject to a different show, so please continue.
No, I basically finished. It's just like my wife and I, we will watch it. We would just have bragging rights of like, we would bet and like, I like this cook. I like this cook. And it's just like, okay, so-and-so won. It's just like, you bitch.
So Jeff, we have not had an opportunity on a mic to talk about kitchen nightmares. Now, I went on a kitchen nightmares kick there for a little bit, and I can't remember the woman's name. Bro, help me out with it. It's the episode of
Amy's
Kitchen Nightmares.
Baking Company.
Yes, Amy.
That bitch.
Amy.
Yes, her. I ended up having to show I showed it to my parents. I said, y'all have to watch this. And halfway through it, my dad looked me dead in the eyes, and with the most sincere he's ever said to me, he goes, dude, this is hard to watch. And I'm like, I don't disagree. That lady is so fucking nuts that it's like that show it's hard to watch. And you were like, it's the only time I've ever seen Gordon give up.
And that is a 3-part episode. You got the 2 parts for the restaurant, and then you have the aftermath. And that's when you learn that the Amy is, she's just like, oh, I've gotten such negative press. They've taken everything out of context. It's like, oh no.
Bitch, okay, you provided the context.
You provided okay, they may have done some little tweaks with the editing, but it doesn't take away from the fact that you're a horrible person.
So what started my whole fall down Kitchen Nightmares rabbit hole was on Facebook. Somebody shared a status from Amy's Baking Company that said something along the lines of, "It's been 10 years. You people need to leave us alone," or something like that. Apparently, people still go and comment on their page, which is like, I don't think they're an actual business anymore.
No, they're not. I think they moved to Israel, which is where the husband lives or came from.
And I looked into this whole, I went down a rabbit hole, bro. So she has since left him, but refuses to divorce him.
Is he still pumping money into the restaurant?
Huh?
Is he still pumping money into a restaurant of hers?
That I don't know. I don't know if they opened up a restaurant in Israel or what. But yeah, they did move. She left him. She's with some other dude now. She refuses to divorce him because it goes against their religion or whatever it was. And they're still dealing with quote unquote haters to this day. And wow,
it's not even haters at this point. It's just trolls.
Yeah, trolls and haters. But like, that was what she was like on the episode. Like, my dad goes, "Is she gonna breathe and let Gordon talk?" It's like, because she was just going on about how we get all the hate and our food's really good and everybody tells us it's good. And I was like, oh my God, lady, you are the most high-strung person I've ever seen. And I have met some fucking high-strung people. My friend Kelsey's mom is one of the most high-strung women I've ever met, where like she talks and then goes, because she talks so fucking much and so fast that she's got to like take deep breaths afterwards or else she's going to pass the fuck out. Like, but that lady, whoo boy.
Yeah, she.
But yeah, I for like a good solid month, I watched nothing but Kitchen Nightmares on YouTube. I found that they just had old episodes up on there, so it was like, hell yeah, and they're ad free.
It is a good show. You just learn. It's just like, whether Ramsey is a good person or not, you can see he's trying to help. And it's just amazing how maybe 75% of the people are just like, yeah, I asked for your help. I'm not going to take it because I know what I'm doing. It's like, bitch, you're in this. Why the fuck? Why did you ask for him if you know what you're doing and your business is on the verge of bankruptcy?
So many instances of that, and it was baffling. I'm sure they were playing it up a little for the drama, but at the same time, like, holy shit. Like the one where it was like the dude was like a wise guy, like a legit, like now he's in jail for like wise guy shit. Mm-hmm. And he's like, the dude shows up to collect money while Gordon's there. Like this other guy's like, hey, I need to talk to, I'll say Tony or whatever his name. I need to talk to Tony real quick. And the guy's like, hey, fuck you. Well, you see we're fucking busy here. What the fuck you doing? You knocked over. And then his dad falls over. You knocked over my fucking father. You're not fucking killing you, son of a bitch. I'm like, bro, this is like some Sopranos shit happening on Kitchen Nightmares. What the fuck is going on here?
I just think it's so amazing. I still
need to finish Sopranos.
I've actually never even watched it before. I mean, I basically know a lot of the plot beats from cultural osmosis, but I've never actually sat down and watched it.
It's a good show. It's a long watch because it's a few seasons, but it's a good show.
Yeah, I've told you it's really great. It has a lot of interesting character writing. But the thing that kills me about Kitchen Nightmares, too, is like, almost all of it is just one egotistical dweeb that runs the place. And then, like, all of the waitstaff and all that, like, Gordon is, like, really kind to and trying to help them. And it ends up kind of being, like, him kind of turning them on the owner a little bit. And I always found that, like, kind of nice. Like, even though he is, like, an expert, he ends up kind of speaking for the common man compared to these weird tin pot dictators that run all these places.
I will say, there was one episode, it was this guy who owned a restaurant that was attached to a pizzeria. And his mom and dad had owned them. Mm-hmm. And the shit hadn't changed, like the special board. He hadn't changed the special board since the day his parents died. So, like, he was stuck in the past because he didn't want to let go of that, because once he did, it was like he was letting go of his parents. That was an emotional episode where it ended up coming around. They turned things around. And I always would go to Reddit after the episodes and like, how did this go afterwards? A lot of them still shut down. That place stayed open until he decided to retire. It had a good ending, and I was so glad because that guy seemed genuinely like a good person. He made good food. He had just said, fuck it, because he couldn't let
move
go.
On. Yeah,
he didn't want to move on, and it was...
I watched that episode. I think it did help that Ramsey tried to change the decor where, yes, it's modern, but it's still showing off how his parents were like, icons of the city. So there was like the tables, they were nice tables, but it had like newspaper articles for like his parents did this and all. So it's just like Yeah, it's okay. That's very nice. You could definitely tell he wanted to help this guy move on, but also sort of, kind of just like, you're not saying goodbye to your parents. We're just trying to get you out of their shadow to be your own person.
And dude, Jeff, I did finally get to the episode where you were like, you'll know what episode I'm talking about. It's a concept. And then I got to the episode where the dude's like, yeah, our menu, it's a concept. It's a concept menu. There are like 117 different things that you can order, but it's a concept. I was like,
okay.
What the fuck is this guy talking about? And he's like telling Ramsey, well, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because I know what I'm doing and it's a fucking concept.
Is that the guy that made the elk quesadillas? Because I've actually read a description of that episode.
So.
I've never actually watched the episode, but oh my god, there's a great write-up by John Boyce, who's usually a sports writer, but he mostly just writes like silly shit that has nothing to do with sports. And he did this write-up on that episode that's like, oh, I actually kind of want to start watching Kitchen Nightmares now. Like, that's what got me into it.
Bro. Willie, if I can find it again on YouTube, I'll send it to you just so you can just, for the 30 minutes, just see. This guy is like, he's got ideas. I'll give him that. He's got ideas.
But they're all bad ideas.
There's nothing past that they're ideas, and none of it really works. Yeah, he's got like elk quesadillas. He's got like some other like dumpling thing that just doesn't work. Yeah, it was very odd.
Well,
and Gordon's like, elk is not a good meat for quesadillas. It's too tough and blah, blah, blah. These guys like, it's good. It's delicious. People order it.
Well... I think the problem, the guy was just like, I am a elk chef god. Everyone compliments. It's just like, and Ramsey showed him like, this is the proper way to cook elk. But it's just funny. Like, immediately after the episode ended, the guy went back to his old ways, and the restaurant closed immediately, like almost immediately afterwards.
That's how the John Boyce article ended. So I'm thinking we are talking about the same dude.
Yeah. Just a menu as a concept. I mean, a menu that you had to like, it was like a small book.
Yeah, I've always been surprised by how many of those shows, not just Kitchen Nightmares, but also like Bar Rescue and stuff. Like, the first thing you do is take their 90-page menu and just like trim it down to 2 pages and highlight the shit that you actually think is the best shit you make.
That's what I always told my dad. I'm like, dude, because my dad was like there for a little bit, was like, I would really like to do like a food truck or something like that. I said, if you do a food truck, you keep that menu to like 5 things.
Yeah, you make it a banh mi truck. You don't start selling fried shrimp too.
Yeah, it's like you do burgers, then you do burgers and dogs and fries. That's your fucking menu.
If you want to get fancy, sweet potato fries.
I've worked in nice restaurants. The places that have the huge fucking menus, it's a train wreck from start to finish.
Yeah.
We had a place that's closed now that I worked at whenever I was doing the college. Key City Cafe Bar and Grill. The best night we had, we did a special night where there was this local kind of wine festival that we do in town, and we scrapped the regular menu. Well, we scrapped the regular menu and we did all seafood. So it was like shrimp po' boys, oyster po' boys, a couple other things, but it was all seafood things, and we only had like 6 or 7 different items. The only night that I worked there that I had fun. And it was where we took that bloated-ass menu, threw it the fuck out, and did something different for a change. People loved it. That night when we was cleaning up, the chef come through. The dude's name was Dan. Coolest motherfucker he ever met.
And a cardigan
Never the
sweater.
chef.
Come downstairs to me and Wade, the dishwasher. Hands us both a beer and said, we kicked ass tonight. You boys deserve it. And all I was a fucking line cook.
Yeah, and you cooked your ass off that day, because... who wants 120 things that you kind of do okay when you could have 15 things you whip ass at?
Yeah, exactly. That's like, so if I were to open a barbecue place around here, I probably wouldn't offer brisket at the moment.
Put turkey ribs on that menu, man.
I've made brisket a few times and it's been okay at best. But if I were to do chicken, turkey, or ribs or pulled pork, those I can do. Those I know I can do. So it's like I would include those. I'm not going to put brisket on there and be like, well, hopefully no one orders it. It's just like, I want to get better at that first, But man, yeah, there's some places when I walk into a restaurant, especially, so I was a massive fan of Bourdain. Anthony Bourdain was my shit, dude. And when he died, I shed a tear, literally. And Willie, we were talking about this recently too, on Pluto TV. Whenever Bourdain died, they just did an Anthony Bourdain channel that played No Reservations, A Cook's Tour, and his other show that he did for CNN. Parts
60
Unknown.
Minutes. Sorry.
No, it was Parts Unknown.
2020.
So they just did like episodes of that. And
I think it was called Total Request Live.
oh, damn it. Now I done lost what I was talking about.
You were talking about Pluto TV Bourdain. Get it together.
Yeah, but before that, why was I bringing up Bourdain?
Because you were crying because he died.
So he was another one that was always like, when you go into a restaurant, if their menu is huge, first red flag. If you go into a restaurant and it's a relatively small, tight menu, that menu is probably going to be really good. He goes, and if you go into a place where you don't get to order, he goes, that food's probably going to be even better because that chef's not going to serve you anything that he's not good at because you don't have a choice.
I mean, I guess I get the concept. It's like, we're giving you options, but unfortunately, as we've seen in Kitchen Nightmare, too many options causes way too many problems for the chefs. So there's a episode where he goes to an Indian curry restaurant. It's like, okay, you can have this this curry, but there's 20 different options for this one curry. So it's like you're just causing way too many issues for the chefs.
Yeah, just have a curry dish.
Yeah.
Well, if it's an Indian restaurant, you can change it up a little bit, but you can't be like, you can order every single one of these curries with lamb or chicken or paneer or, yeah.
That's one of those cases where to have that kind of variety on the menu, you're going to have like X many sauces, X many proteins, and X many vegetable variants.
Mm.
And all the cooks are doing is combining those, the three that you've picked to make your dish.
So ultimately, it's a fancy version of Subway.
Yeah. If you want to have real variety, have real variety. Have things that are, this one thing is really good on its own and it's totally different from this thing, but you gotta keep that shit tight. Because the moment that you let that menu explode, chaos in the fucking kitchen, food's not coming out.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I've lived that shit.
My two favorite Bourdain moments. One, the happiest I ever saw that man on any one of his shows, and he went to all places all over the world, was him and a friend of his drunkenly went in to Waffle House. And he had never had Waffle House before. And he was like, this is the best fucking thing I've ever had in America. What the fuck? Why has no one told me that Waffle House is so good?
You know what?
Waffle
I'm like, dude,
House
there's something special.
Waffle House is the most honest chain dining restaurant. It's not necessarily the best per se, but you get exactly what's on the tin. Like, there's no pretense.
Yeah, and there's something special about going in there slightly buzzed or really buzzed at 2-3 in the morning, and there's just a fry cook with a cigarette behind his ear waiting for break time. Just, what you want, man? Like, dude, so good. Around here we have Waffle House and Huddle House. They're basically the same thing. But I have seen people get arrested in the parking lot while I'm eating my breakfast at 3 in the morning at Huddle House. It's fantastic.
And Illinois has nothing. If I want to get something like that, I have to go to Denny's or IHOP.
Which, I mean, it's a similar concept, but it's cleaner
Denny's
and more
is good.
corporate.
I like Denny's. IHOP, I think, is very meh.
It's got to be store by store, because most of the
IHOP,
Denny's have been to our ass.
A good IHOP is amazing, but most of them are not.
Yeah, our IHOP in Stark is actually pretty good. I would say that Waffle House and Huddle House are like IHOP's cousin that picked up a drug habit and just chain smokes cigarettes, but will fucking fix your car like no one else. You know what I mean? It's like that style. So the other... Oh, go ahead, Dane. You looked like you had something to say.
I was just going to say, I have never been to a Waffle House that fucked up my eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've never fucked up my order once at a Waffle House, ever.
And that just in and of itself is like the fucking world, because you go anywhere else, you order your eggs, like you have something, if you want anything other than scrambled, flip a fucking coin. I've never been to a Waffle House that fucked up the eggs.
And the portion...
I implicitly trust Waffle House to get that whole scramble, cramble, gamble, gramble card with scapey and dipsy and bicey on the line. And you'll say that shit like, I just made shit up, and they'll come back and give you the plate of exactly the right eggs. You're like, shit, I did want cubed ham. I didn't know that.
And the portions
Speaking
are always...
party makes more sense than the way they fucking call out their orders. But god damn it works.
And the portions are always so large. It's like the last time I went there, it has been like 20 years, because there's none in Illinois. It's like, I want your blueberry waffles. Okay, it says nothing on there, the size of the waffles. Okay, sir, here are your waffles. You get 2, and they're both like an inch long in diameter. It's just like, marry me.
Yeah, dude. I love the fact too that you can go into a Waffle House and you can be like, can I get 2 eggs, a pancake, a plate of sausage biscuits, and a double cheeseburger? And they'll be like, hell yeah. Like, there's no question. You can just order whatever at any time of day. You're like, can I get a patty melt and a pancake? You absolutely can.
What kind of
seasoning? It's just. Oh, go ahead, please.
No, I was just gonna say, it's like, what kind of seasoning on this? Cockroach. It's delicious.
It's like the most unpretentious restaurant to me because it's like they know that they're drunk food, hungover food, and truck stop food, and they do not give a fuck. They love the fact that they don't have like fancy coffee; they have a cup of mud for you.
My buddy Nick worked at a place that was like a mom and pop type place, but it was a Waffle House style restaurant, diner, and he said that the main fry cook. He said he was one of his favorite people he ever met. He said that man existed on 2 things: nicotine and hatred. It's like, that's what that man's went into that man's veins. There was no blood. It was nicotine and hate. And I was like, bro, I would want to meet that man just to see what that is even like, because I can kind of picture it in my head. Like, cigarette hanging out his mouth, bitching about his ex-wife and the alimony payments, but he's sitting there cooking some badass fucking food.
The ashes are going into the food, but you're just like, nah, I don't care. This is delicious.
Hey man, that's just like some minerals.
Yep.
It's a new black pepper.
Oh man, dude. God, I love diner food so much. That's like, I also like tavern food. Like, typically when you go into a good, like a tavern, like so for my birthday, Diana was telling me today that she's got like a couple different things that she had ideas for. And one of them was this place in Jacksonville that I've never heard of. That was like, I think Moss Oak Tavern or Moss something Tavern. And I was like, yeah, that sounds dope. I was like, I've never been there, but it has a name like it's gonna have a really good burger. So like, I'm cool with that. She was like, you have your choice. She's like, we can go to St. Augustine, see the Night of Lights, and there's a couple different restaurants there that we could check out, or we, you know, we have our choice. She's like, or we can go to Jacksonville and we can go to the Colors of the Wild, which is the nighttime thing to do at the zoo where they have all the paper. Like when I posted the pictures of all the paper mache animals, those are all lights that they light up at night, and you can go walk through the zoo at night and look at. And she's like, or we can go to the Cummer Museum. And I said, well, how about this? I said, how about I pay for the Cummer Museum, because that's something we can do earlier in the day. We can go walk around the art museum for a while. Then we can go eat at wherever you're talking about, and then we can go hit the zoo and do the Colors of the Wild, and then maybe grab some ice cream or something afterwards. She was like, whatever you want, it's your birthday. And I'm like, why don't we just discuss this? Like, does that sound good? It's like, God damn it, give me an answer. But you know how girls are.
I maintain the best burger I've ever had is from a diner that's only 5 minutes from my house. It's called a Euro double cheeseburger, and I know I've posted it in the food channel on Discord in the past. It is 2 beef patties, and I think there are maybe quarter pounder, maybe even the third pounder patties, and you get maybe a 2-inch layer of Euro meat. And then you throw all the fixings on top. So of it, you get the burger. It's like maybe this tall.
Does it have tzatziki sauce on it?
You can order it if you wish.
Oh, mother of sweet mercy, brother! That sounds so fucking good.
Come to Chicago, buddy, and I will order it for you. And also, if you want a small fry, it's just a paper bag. You know, like the paper bag you used to take your lunch to school. That's a small fry.
Hell and yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
It is translucent because it is just dripping oil and grease.
Oh, yes, baby.
Jeff, my penis can only get so hard.
For real.
This isn't 5 guys. You've made up like 19 guys.
Well, the place is called Doggy Diner. They've been in business my entire life. So at this point, it's been 37 years. Probably even longer than that. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and talk. I'm going to do some research. But all I can tell you that it is chef's kiss times 2.
The only thing I can compare it to is that every now and then Hardee's does a burger that is the Philly cheesesteak burger, and they put like everything you would get on a Philly cheesesteak on top of the burger. And it's Hardee's and it's fast food, so it's not going to compare to what you're talking about, but it's the point of reference that I have. And just taking other meat and sticking it on top of a burger is usually a win. The only one that I've seen that like made me question it was I saw some place around here did a burger and I might have even ordered it where it was like a triple burger, but the buns were 2 fried chicken breasts, and it was just too much.
Sounds kind of like an overdose version of like the Double Down from KFC.
Yeah, it's exactly what it was. It was just that, but just more, and it was overwhelmingly just like, man, this is a lot of meat.
Dane, you look like you're in your thoughts right now. Have we taken this episode too far off the rails?
Are you talking to me?
I don't even know how far off the rails you went. I had to go and attend to my daughter. She woke up in the middle of the night, and she's like, "Daddy, I'm thirsty. You smell like grown-up drinks."
True. All of that's true.
I'm like, "Yeah, here, have some water." And ate a handful of stale popcorn and came back.
Yeah.
You love me some popcorn.
Like you do when you're a little drunk.
The last time I got one of them holiday trays, it's like the 3 sections of popcorn. You know the rules of the 3 section of popcorn, right? It's fucking buttered, cheddar, and caramel, right?
Yeah.
No, this one was fucking buttered, plain, and caramel.
That's odd.
Just a salted one instead of... Yeah, just
not even
salted instead of cheddar.
Not even my favorite kind of popcorn. I get kettle corn. Not even kettle corn.
I don't like kettle corn, but I understand the reasoning behind kettle corn. But
so I don't particularly like normal kettle corn. There is a place. So my mom knows these people. They set up at a farmer's market around here, like a flea market, excuse me, and they sell homemade kettle corn. But the kettle, like the popcorn, will have like some pieces that are just half hard because they're coated in the sugar stuff that they mix into it.
They kind of caramelized?
Yes. It's like caramelized sugar on them. So it's a whole different experience than buying just some regular ass kettle corn. And I am spoiled. Now when I eat some regular kettle corn, I'm like, this is so bland. I want my flea market kettle corn. Damn it, man.
Jeff, how'd your research turn out? Did you find out how old the doggy cafe is?
38 years. It opened in 86.
Wow.
So it got you beat by 1 year.
Yep.
Hey, man, that's still impressive for a restaurant to be open that long.
Yes.
It's very impressive. It's when I went to Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, everything is reasonably priced. Like the meal I was telling you about, and you throw in a large Green River, which is a Chicago-based soda, which it tastes like lime jello. It's delicious.
Ooh.
Now, the price may have gone up a little bit since then, but at the time, it was a little over about $11.
Oh, wow. That is way better than I thought.
For all that food for about $11.
I was actually going to be pretty impressed if you said $15.
Yeah, I pay about $11 here for a double quarter pounder meal at McDonald's. So, like, I would gladly take a double burger, even if it was $15 to $20. You give me a double burger with some Euro shit on top. I can get some tzatziki sauce with a specialty soda and some fries. That's a whole bag full for $20. Bruh, the meal that I had tonight for dinner from the local... Okay, so it's this local place called Brooklyn Boys. They call themselves The Pig, the politically incorrect gastropub. I have a couple problems with that. One, they don't do gastronomy there. They're a fucking pizza joint. So I don't know why they call themselves a gastropub. There's no gastronomy going on there. It's just...
They should change it to stand for Pizzeria in Florida.
Florida, goddamn right, yeah. Ryan, everyone knows Ryan, the guy that I started the Steam Machine podcast with. He referred
fantastic
to Keystone,
referee.
Fantastic. One of my favorite referee.
Oh yeah.
He the other day referred to Keystone as Howdy Arabia. And goddamn if that wasn't one of the funniest things I had ever goddamn heard in my life. I was like, Howdy Arabia. That is tremendous. But Brooklyn Boys is just this local place. They do pizza, and their pizza is decent. You have to get used to their sauce. Their sauce is a little weird. But I ordered a Philly cheesesteak from there tonight. Normally, like a year or two ago, their Phillies were fire. They were so good. Tonight, it comes in a foot long. I got through half of my 6-inch and decided not to eat the rest of it because I had gotten 5 pieces of, like, you know when you're chewing and you get some springiness? It's not necessarily gristle, but it's like just some weirdness in beef. It's really tough and springy. I got 5 pieces of that in 5 bites in a row, and I was just like, I'm done with this sandwich. So I just ate their fries in there. And their mozzarella sticks were but you bite into them and the cheese was not melted at all. So I'm like, I don't understand how that happened. I don't understand if their oil was too hot and it fried it but didn't quite melt the cheese inside. It wasn't frozen cheese, but the cheese just was like the whole mozzarella. There was no pull to it.
It's like a string cheese and a lukewarm string cheese inside of a fried shell.
Yes. Yeah, it was very disappointing. Dinner tonight was not very good. I'm going to eat some ribs when this is over to make up for it.
I love this food talk we're having.
Yo, speaking of mozzarella nightmares, I had that mozz sticks from KFC recently. They got mozzarella fries, or not KFC, Burger King. They got mozzarella fries. The damn marinara dip tasted like sugary ketchup almost. The mozzarella sticks themselves were fine, but then it was such a sweet dip that it ruined everything.
There is a fine line between sweetness and marinara because it needs some sweetness.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like it is very easy to make it too sweet, and then it's like this tastes like ketchup.
It should taste as sweet as stewed tomatoes, roughly.
Yeah.
So I have an idea.
Yep.
We're about 2 hours and 30 minutes into this drunken review,
and we haven't reviewed shit.
Hey, we've reviewed food
and movies.
And movies.
Fuck movies. This is a food podcast. It just took us to 10 episodes for everyone to realize that.
Surprise! We're transitioning. All food. We'll finally get to the meaty dumps, Jeff.
Hell yeah!
Yes. I am not in vain.
I had an idea for this drunken review that we should hand up some sort of really random ass awards, and the title I've decided without consulting Jeff properly because he fucking hates it. We're going to award things what I refer to as the Golden Dick Turtle. I will eventually have a trophy made up. And you might be thinking, Dane, what the fuck is a dick turtle? Why were the other hosts snickering?
It's the dick turtle from where I think it's from.
Yeah.
I hate that gif so much.
Oh, it's wonderful, bro. You outdid yourself.
I actually was talking to Jeff earlier today. I'm like, you realize I drew that gif by hand, don't you? He's like, yes, lovingly. And I hated you for it.
I've hated him for it ever since. That gif was just, every time I see it, I'm just like, you son of a bitch. I hate it so much.
And I made it explicitly. I'm going to explain myself. So the gif in question, when you look at it, it's this crudely drawn, like MS Paint style turtle shell. And instead of a turtle head poking out, it's a dick. And then it unloads onto the screen. And when we would do Game Buds, at the end of every night, Jeff would post this very sweet photo of Mr. Feeney from the finale of Boy Meets World. I love you all, buds. Dismissed. And right on the heels of him posting that to take the piss out of his just heartfelt I love you all, I would post the dick turtle splooging onto the screen, GG. And it was just this running gag that I had going from when we were playing, I think it was a Gartic phone. Was the first time I drew the dick turtle.
Definitely Gartic phone.
But I found a dude on eBay who sells 3D printed dick turtles because I'm not the only person who has come up with this. And I'm going to get one. I'm going to make an actual trophy. So eventually there will be a picture posted on Discord. So let's actually do a little bit of less tangent and do some awarding of the dick turtles. And we all get to individually award our own dick turtle to whatever we want to.
Less tangent, more mangents.
And since food is the subject du jour, let's go ahead and start it off with a food one. So, what is the Golden Dick Turtle that you all want to award to the best meal you ate in 2024?
Oh, man.
I do have one up for bat, so if nobody has anything, I can go ahead and start it. So, mine is actually very recent. My parents, to make sure that my father did not forget when his anniversary is, they got married on December 23rd. So the proximity to Christmas made sure, hopefully, that my father never forgot their anniversary. I think it's mostly worked for him. But for their anniversary, my wife said, you know what, we're doing pretty good right now, all things considered. We need to do a really good dinner for your family. So we went all out. We went and we bought some grass-fed filet mignon. We did twice baked potatoes. We went all out on the salad, all the fixins. I made a portobello red wine mushroom sauce for this shit.
Ooh, baby.
I dipped into the freezer. I pulled out a pack of beef bacon. I bacon wrapped these fillets.
Ooh, baby times 2.
In my life, I've never had a bacon wrapped filet. So I bacon wrapped them. I tied it off. I reverse seared them. If you never reverse seared, what you do is you let the steak come up to room temperature. You pop it in the oven and bring it up to 10 degrees below your target doneness. So I brought them up to 125. Yo.
I just quickly, I also do that when I do it on my smoker or my grill, but you keep them off heat until they get that color that you want, and then you throw them over the broiler section, or if you're cooking over charcoal, you just throw them over the charcoal, then you just sear them. Boom. To me, that is the superior way to cook a steak.
Well, I did all this shit in the oven.
I mean, either way, like reverse sear is the way to go.
So, did them in the oven, brought them up to 125, had a cast iron skillet ripping fucking hot, dropped them in there, got it seared on both sides, beautiful, brought it to a perfect medium rare. My daughter is really picky. She doesn't like thick steak, so I had some sirloin for her because that's her preferred one, not just cheaping out. That's what she actually enjoys. Did the same thing with hers. We sat down. My dad, who has like some throat issues, he's getting up in age, melted in his fucking mouth. He's like, this is the best steak I've ever had. My daughter was sitting over there like a fucking savage, eating this with her bare hands like a fucking Wolverine or some shit.
Atta girl.
Blood splattering all over the fucking plate, eating a medium rare steak like a grown-ass man, just tearing into it. And my wife looked at me like, what have you done to this girl?
You introduced her to wrestling, and now she's eating meat with her hands. Pretty soon she's going to be hitting stunners on people.
It's only a matter of time, man.
Hey,
I'm here for it. She's going to AA you.
But he introduced her to Speed Racer. This girl has learned that, oh wow, 2024 is the best year ever.
Oh yeah.
Right?
But not
I've never heard of that reverse sear technique, but man, like that sounds incredible.
Oh,
like
bro.
In retrospect, that sounds really obvious, but it's like the exact opposite of like the Pittsburgh Blue style where you sear the shit out of the edges but try to keep the middle rare.
Well, the upside of it when you do it that way, because the way I cooked it, it took about 30 minutes at 220 or 250. So you're bringing the whole steak, like in uniform, up to the temperature you're aiming for. So when
you still get that nice sear.
When you grill it and then finish it in the oven, which is the typical technique, you're going to have that gradient. So you've got the sear, and then it's like kind of medium well on the outside and slowly fades to pink in the middle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But when you do the reverse sear, you bring the whole thing in unison up to the temperature you want. So when you sear it, you just have a thin strip that's really, really dark, and then the whole fucking steak is perfect.
Sounds amazing.
Is the primo way to do it.
Like, let alone the bacon-wrapped fillets and all that. Just the cooking technique alone sounds incredible. Especially for those stick boys.
I do my burgers that way on my smoker. I smoke them for a while until they start getting to where the color that I want them to be. And then I open up that middle broiler slat, crank the heat up, and throw them on there and sear them. And then bring them off, and they're medium rare, juicy as fuck, but perfect. Perfect. Every time.
Y'all are getting me meat horny.
Well, this is meaty dumps.
Carnivorny.
Or meaty humps.
Oh, there were some meat logs that night. That was a fucking
How about meaty humps?
There you go. For the people who like to fuck their brisket before they cook it.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's the only way to get the proper seasoning inside the meat.
You got to probe it, yeah.
A tisket, a tasket, a brisket. I'd tap that.
Well,
so that's my best meal. The golden dick turtle to those fucking bacon wrapped fillets that I'm masterfully cooked.
Well,
I'll go ahead.
I was going to say, I'll go next. Where the best meal that I've had all year, my wife makes it once every few months. It is her marinated chicken legs. And she usually throws in some diced potatoes in there and has it all like baked in the oven. But what the marinade is, it's mayonnaise. But
interesting. What?
It's mayonnaise. I'm sure there's more to this. I'm just going to tell you what I know. But it's mayonnaise, garlic, salt, and pepper. And she throws the legs in the marinade, really make sure they're coated. And she has them sit in the fridge in this marinade for a day. So you have to make sure you're cooking the next day. And when go ahead.
I just quickly want to say that's not completely crazy to me because mayonnaise is literally just eggs and oil whipped together. So that makes sense as a base for it. I use mayonnaise as a binder on my chicken and my turkey when I'm smoking. So it totally makes sense to me. Continue.
But she throws them in the oven for about 350. It may take an hour and a half to 2 hours. Obviously the next day after they've marinated in this mayonnaise overnight. And so not only is all the marinade, the fat, the oil is now dripping from the chicken, it's now getting collected into the diced potatoes.
Fuck.
Oh, dude, yeah.
When you cook like potatoes and carrots with some meat, those potatoes and carrots afterwards are always just the fucking best, bro. Hell yeah.
That's what the mirepoix and pot roast is for, man. It just always makes it, god damn.
But yeah, so the potatoes are always perfect. The outside I have just the right amount of crunch where it's soft on the inside. The chicken, it damn near falls off the bone. That's how tender and moist they are. Like I said, she makes it once every few months, and every time I have it, it's just like, this is the best thing you'll cook. It makes me so happy when I learn that's what she's cooking.
I love chicken, dude. And that sounds fucking delicious.
There's truly something loving about putting a day's worth of preparation into a food, too.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, she loves cooking. When she lived in Spain for 5 years, she actually worked in a restaurant / bar. She hated, and she was a chef, and she hated it because she doesn't like working under pressure. It's just always like, you got, come on, pick up the pace. Let's go. It's just, she hates it. But just the act of cooking itself, she absolutely loves.
So that is the exact reason why I've always said, because people always tell me, your food's so good, why don't you cook? Why don't you work in a restaurant? Yada, yada, yada. It's like, dude, that is a lot. That's a lot. I would love to be a personal chef for somebody. Like, let me just come in, some rich fucker, and I will cook your family dinner every night, and I will make sure y'all eat really good. But that is a lot less stress because I'm cooking for one family. You know what I mean? Or one of those places where there's like 10 tables. Yeah. And you take reservations and people come in and eat your food. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I don't want to try to serve 500 people a night. Like, I don't have that energy in me anymore. Not anymore. Maybe in my 20s.
That's the reason I got out of the restaurant business. It's nice to know that you can do it when it's called of you, but doing it every fucking night is just exhausting. Mm-hmm. I don't know how Fan keeps the shit up.
Yeah, but yeah,
I don't know how Fanny does
That's my golden dick turtle. My wife's baked chicken legs.
So my golden dick turtle, I'm gonna give. I have two choices. One's that I cooked, and one is one that I ate. I'll probably give it to the one I cooked because it was more personal, but I'm still gonna give the shout out to the one I ate. So both times were with Diana. So Diana, one of the times that she was down, I made a slab of ribs. Now I got a slab of not spare ribs, just so spare ribs. So they had the part on there that's the extra bone that I had to cut off. So you cut that off, you shave it down, you get them a nice even looking and everything. Throw a little mustard on there, rub it for a binder, hit it with my seasoning. Now my seasoning, I'll reveal to you guys. I normally keep this hush hush. It's nothing super special or anything, and I don't measure. I am so bad. I was just telling my dad the other night that I need to actually measure out when I'm doing this by like maybe weight or something so I can know, but I always eyeball it. So it's salt, pepper. You start with salt and black pepper, a good amount. Then you do garlic powder and onion powder, a decent amount. Ground mustard, not a ton, but a good bit of ground mustard in there. Then I recently have been hitting it with, I have powdered honey. So I do a couple of tablespoons of powdered honey, and I'll explain why in a second. And then I do paprika, a lot of paprika, because it's barbecue. That's where you get that nice red color from. So you mix a bunch of paprika in there. So that is basically the base of it. And what I used to tell people when I'm on a grill, not smoking, when I'm on a grill, you take that seasoning, and however much seasoning you have, you take that much brown sugar and mix it in with it. So it's going to double whatever you have sitting there. But you take that, slap it on your ribs, throw them on the grill with the high heat. It's going to caramelize all that sugar. And those are the ribs that you guys used to see when I was doing on the grills, right? To the point that my grandpa one time was like, how do you keep these moist? And I know now it's that fucking barrier of brown sugar that I had on there. So in the smoker, that doesn't work out quite as well because it hinders bark from going on in the smoker. So in the smoker now I do the powdered honey, but I don't do as much. And that gives it a little sweetness in the rub. Put that on there. I smoke them for 2 hours. I pull them off and I throw them in tin foil. I put down a couple little pads of butter. Then I put the brown sugar down there and a little sauce if I want to. Lay the meat down on that. Wrap them. Throw them back on for 45 minutes to an hour. Take them off. Unwrap them. Sauce them if you want. If not, you don't have to. But you unwrap them and they've lost their bark because they're moist from the butter and stuff now. So you put them back on the smoker for 10 minutes. Let them tack up. That's usually when I hit them with a little bit of sauce and then just let that sauce adhere. And then you pull them off. And that's where, when I'm taking pictures of these red, beautiful ribs, that's what it is. So I made a rack when Diana was here. 9 times out of 10 when I make ribs, when I go to cut them, I go to cut it and just pushes and the bone just pulls out. That's great. But in competition, they don't like that for some reason. Like at home, everybody wants to fall off the bone rib. It's just tender and juicy and delicious. But in competitions, they want it to where you can bite it and leave a bite mark. These ribs that I made by Diana were tender, juicy, but they didn't fall off the bone. And they had that bite. And I was like, this is the best rack of ribs I've ever made. Ever. And they were absolutely delicious. But my other one that I got to give to.
Honorable mention.
Thank you. I couldn't think of it because I'm drunk. Yeah, honorable mention.
We're all drunk, dude.
This is how we podcast.
We had went to Outback Steakhouse. I almost said Australia Steakhouse. I'm like, that's not right. We went to Outback Steakhouse, and because I wanted a bloomin' onion. That is the main reason I went. And I ordered the bloomin' onion, and it was delicious. But we got burgers, me and Diana. My burger was just okay. Her burger was so bad that she didn't eat it, and the waitress came over and asked about it. I've talked about this on another episode.
I remember this.
So 2 days later, we went back to Gainesville because she wanted to do some last-minute Christmas shopping for stocking stuffers, things like that. And we went to Chili's. And oh my fuck, Jeff, I know you're making that face, but this Chili's in Gainesville, this burger that I ordered from there, I don't know if it's just because the Australia burger sucked so fucking bad at Outback Steakhouse, but this Chili's burger was one of the best burgers I've had in the last 5 years. It was grilled to perfection.
I just can't believe that because it's like saying, like, you know, you've not really eaten real food till you've been to the Applebee's in Indianapolis.
Hey, there's some things at Applebee's I like to, but I was seriously impressed with this cheeseburger. I was like, what the fuck? That's like recently me and Diana went to Dunkin' Donuts here in town, and I was hungry. So I was like, nah, you know, I'll order a sandwich. I've never eaten a sandwich from here. So I got a sausage, egg, and cheese croissant. And goddamn if it wasn't better than McDonald's or Hardee's or any of the other breakfast shit I can get around here. I'm like, why am I not going and spending $5 like I would anywhere else to get this croissant that's this big around with a nice piece of sausage and egg on it? Like, I'm learning things. But yeah, Chili's just... You wouldn't expect to go to a Chili's and eat one of the best burgers you've had in forever, but it was delicious.
The only reason I gave that face was because the last time I went to Chili's, it was probably like 5 years ago, it was in the middle of the day, like around this time, it's like December, January. So we went inside. It was not busy. It was us and two older, a husband and wife. We asked, it's like, we want a couple lemonades. 15-20 minutes later, here are your drinks. Ooh. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing back there? There's no business. There's no one here. Why the fuck are you playing with your dicks? And then ordering the food. Well, I understand why you're playing with your dicks, but that's an entirely different subject. But
playing with your Chili's.
But they came back with their drinks. Did you order? Did you figure it out? Well, yes, you gave us plenty of time, so we ordered our food. That was like another 20-30 minutes. It's like, you guys are getting 0 tip from me, and we haven't gone back to Chili's since. We've gone back to Fridays, but we're never going back to Chili's.
The last time I was at a Chili's, I said to my wife, you know what? the name of the fucking restaurant's Chili's. I'm going to try the chili burger. And if you could assign a flavor to disappointment, it was the goddamn chili from fucking Chili's. Like, anytime I go to a restaurant, I order a burger as a, like, proof of concept. How decent is this kitchen? If they can make a good burger, then there's some hope for you.
Thank you. I say the same thing about pizza places. I say I'm going to order a slice of cheese pizza because I want to see what they can do with just cheese and sauce.
Yeah.
They don't fuck it up with all the other shit. I'm right there with you.
Like, back when I ate pork, it would be like, you know, a cheese pizza or a pepperoni pizza. But, you know, go to a fucking bar and grill, what can they do with a burger? This is the first time I'd ordered a burger at Chili's. I ordered the chili burger because it's fucking Chili's.
It's Chili's, of course.
And it was shit. The chili is better at Wendy's.
Yo, people talk shit about Wendy's chili. That shit's pretty good, though.
It's not bad.
It's not like the best chili ever, but like when you're just craving some chili, it'll fill the hole.
Sure.
But like, if I want good chili, I'd rather go to fucking Sonic than Chili's again. I'll say it. Like, the chili cheese tots at fucking Sonic has better flavor than the damn chili on the burger at goddamn Chili's, and that just, it's been 4 years and it's still under my skin. I have not gone back since. That was such bullshit.
First of the time I went to Applebee's and ordered 1 apple and 1 bee.
The last time I went to Applebee's, I ate my entire burger before they finally realized, oh, we never brought him his fries.
Bruh. Man, you know how many fucking times I've been to a restaurant and ordered like a burger and fries and a side salad with ranch, and I just never see that salad.
Never see you pay for it though, don't you?
Well, I'm sorry, but salad is not food. That is a promissory note that food is on the way.
Yeah, I do like the salad to come out first, yeah.
And I always appreciate the waitresses that ask me, would you like your salad first? They get like at least an extra $1.
If I order salad or a bowl of soup or chili, I want that to come out first. Absolutely. It's an aperitif.
100%.
Or not an aperitif, but an appetizer.
And then the waitresses that you can tell at least half give a shit when they're like, when they're the ones that are like, oh my God, you never got your salad. It's like, no, I didn't. I'll take it off your order. Well, you just earned another $2 in your tip. Congratulations.
You just got that salad. You just got paid that salad directly.
Yeah, exactly.
You earn the difference.
I'm gonna hook you up.
See all that green leaf on that lettuce? That's your green leafy dollar bills I'm giving you. I'm a big high roller. Here's $3 more.
That's like that Outback Steakhouse experience we had. The waitress was super like, oh my goodness, you didn't like your. I'll see if I can get it taken off, and the manager wouldn't let her take the burger off, so she comped us the bloomin' onion.
I feel like
I gave her extra for tip because it's like, you're at least trying to make up for the kitchen sucking dick.
I feel like at that point you should really reach out to store management because the manager's the one that let him down, not the fucking wait staff, you know? Be like, hey, dude, your floor manager sucks ass.
Yeah. And
I don't know if it's easy to get in touch with ownership, and it's not like you're going to care once you leave anyway, but I'm just saying. Like, I feel like middle managers get to skate on being shitty really easily.
Yeah, and... go ahead, Dane. I have nothing appropriate to say.
Oh, you're good. So, what about you, Willie? Golden Dick Curl, best meal of 2024.
Mine's a bit of a basic bitch answer because it's not like it's the fanciest thing in the world. I haven't really eaten a lot of fancy food this year. But family's Thanksgiving dinner, we had the choice between a smoker turkey and a deep fried turkey. And my God, that's what's up.
Dude. I have never had deep fried turkey, and I want to try it so bad.
It's delicious.
Dude, oven baking a turkey just dries it out so freaking much. Like, if you get smoker or deep fried turkey, the white meat in that is juicier than the dark meat turkey you're used to.
Here's how you
we
keep
smoked
from
ours
drying
this
it out.
year.
I've heard tips. I've heard people say all this shit about basting, and I've never had an oven turkey that wasn't dried out, dude.
It's not basting. You get compound butter. And the easy way to do that at home, I do butter, shallots, garlic, pick your herb blend,
That sounds
a little
nice.
bit of lemon juice, salt and pepper. Pack that shit up underneath the skin on top of the breast.
Oh, and that kind of crinkles in?
When you first pop it in, 500 for 15 minutes, that gives you a nice crispy skin that melts the butter. It soaks into the breast. And that extra moisture will keep that shit from drying out because the breast is done long before the dark meat.
Right.
Because the breast is done at like 165, and to get the dark meat good, you're looking at like 180 to be all the way done, everything good. So your options are either separate the white meat from the dark meat and cook them separate, or if you want that centerpiece, you got to cook them all together and do something to mitigate that breast. Compound butter under the skin on the breast is where it's at.
My dad used to brine his turkey in a brine that I don't know if it was Alton Brown's brine or, because my dad loves Alton Brown, so it was one of those things. But we had an entire fucking bucket that he would fill with the stuff, and then he would dip the turkey in there, put ice in it, and shut the bucket, and it would be in there for like a day or two. And then he would make the compound butter and rub that under the skin, and it was always super delicious, and it wasn't dry coming out of the oven. But my dad, the first time I fucking smoked the turkey, when we got the smoker and he tasted it, he goes, "I'm never oven doing turkey again. Turkey is now your responsibility. Congratulations, Dalton. I'm passing the torch to you." Because he's like, "This is fucking delicious."
Brining is a hell of a solution. It does help a lot, I feel like, in terms of just the meat.
Yeah.
But the butter under the skin,
I gotta try that sometime.
Tap to make gravy from scratch, all that flavor is going to seep down into the drippings. So you've got extra shit to work with whenever you take all that out, put it in a pot, and thicken it up for gravy.
And for instance, when I do full bone-on chicken, like if I do a full chicken, I pull the skin back off. Like I get my fingers and I work them up under the skin and everything, and then I pull it back.
That chicken?
I basically do, and I expose the meat, and I season the meat, and then I'll season the skin too, because not everybody's going to eat the skin, right? But you want the meat to be seasoned if they don't eat the skin. So that's a thing I do as well, is you pull the skin back, hit it with a little oil. And if you're doing a big piece of meat, like he's talking about, like turkey, that compound butter, that's a lifesaver.
Now, if you want really good skin flavor on a chicken, like take however much salt you think it needs and triple it. That's going to draw that extra moisture out when you put it in the oven. It's going to give you really crisp skin. If you're frying it, do it in duck fat.
I've heard duck fat is really, that's not like easily accessible in my neck of the woods, but I've heard that duck fat's really good for doing that.
I've heard duck fat bacon is insane.
I have not tried duck fat and bacon.
That sounds wonderful.
It sounds very fatty, but it sounds awesome.
I'm not sure I've ever had duck. I've always heard it's really greasy.
Oh,
it is.
It's wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
It's very greasy, but I think it's the best bird.
If you imagine the most medium turkey you've had compared to like fried chicken, and then you go exactly that same size of step in that direction, that's what duck is like.
My daughter is bougie as hell. Her favorite thing in the world is roast duck.
I thought you were going to say, like, my daughter loves foie gras.
She only eats quail.
Dude, let me tell you, my ethics class in college was taught by a vegan.
I'm so
and
sorry.
one of the things that he made us sit through was watching how different meats and things were made. And I didn't realize how they make foie gras.
Oh, yeah, that's
like
that one is kind of an ethics question.
And that one, like, veal, it's a baby cow. It's delicious. It is what it is. I do not know if I will ever be able to make myself pay for foie gras. If somebody offered it to me and was like, "You want to try this?" I would still be apprehensive. Like, because they were taking these geese. I think it was geese. Yeah. And they were shoving these giant metal tubes all the way down their throat and force feeding them until they get this disease that causes their liver to expand to a size that could kill them. Then they kill them, and they turn that liver into foie gras. And I'm like, oh my God.
Here's the hilarious thing to me about it. Some dude found a way to make humane foie gras.
Really?
A manner of making the geese so happy that they eat on their own to excess to get the same effect that you get from force feeding them. And the French government said, no, you can't call that foie gras. You have to torture the geese. Without the torture, you do not get to be called foie gras. So they canonized. They canonized the act of torturing the geese. But
that's fucked up.
In defense of the French government, if you're going to torture an animal,
might as well be a goose.
Geese are fucking monsters.
That is a mitigating factor.
Oh man, but yeah, it's just seeing video of the act of how that is done. It was just, let me tell you, there were some girls in that class that could not handle some of the shit we had to watch, and it was kind of funny seeing their reactions to things. But just randomly, I'll never forget, there was an argument between two people in that class over an ethics question, of course, because people are going to have different opinions on ethics. And there was this kid who sat 2 tables up from me, And he just all of a sudden went, man, we all shut the fuck up and stop arguing. Here's what needs to happen. We all just need to sit around, smoke a couple fucking joints, and talk about this, because once everybody's relaxed and we're all high, then everybody's just going to be like, you know what? It's whatever makes everybody happy, man. And I got up and high-fived that kid. I was like, fuck yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, that's what we need in this classroom. More weed smoke. That's what I'm saying. People need to chill out.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm kind of down with the idea of a universal powwow. It's just, man, it's hard to have people find common ground in the first place. So maybe doing that would help us. But, you know,
right.
I'm not fucking Jamie Q politics, the guy that invented politics, so...
Well, speaking of politics.
Yeah, I was about to suggest
hell yes, sir. Because I immediately came up with one. Immediately.
For our next Golden Dick Turtle, who should have won the 2024 election?
Gonna be honest, man, I voted for him in 2020. Didn't see him on the ballot this year. He's gone downhill a lot in terms of both music and not being an insane psychopath. But still, Kanye, man, that's my president right there.
I was worried you were going to steal mine for a minute. I'm not going to lie.
Gentlemen,
I'm worried about yours now.
I have only one answer for this question. Everyone is always talking about how the government is too much. It needs to back off a little. The president has too much power. So why don't we have a president that we can't see? John Cena for president, ladies and gentlemen. Vice President Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Let's make America whip ass again.
Fix the economy. Thugonomics.
Thugonomics.
Goddamn right. They're like, and it's like Putin shows up and he's like, hey, I want to talk to you. And The Rock's like, who are you again? My name is Vladimir. It doesn't matter who you are, bitch. Get the fuck out of our country. Deported.
It is weird, but I actually do think that Rock the Dwayne Johnson could become president if he just like found a party that would let him run. Just let him run for the primary.
I really am waiting for the day.
I mean, because he's got the personality, and like, I mean, I'm not going to get serious about politics for a second, but the reason Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential nomination for the Republicans is because he was the only one with a fucking personality in that whole crop.
Yeah, and a lot of what if it happened.
Well, I mean, think about how much fucking pro wrestling is already seeped into modern politics.
Sure, like it's showmanship.
But, you know, not a political podcast.
No.
What about you, Jeff?
Well, so I'm only basing my answer based on... So I started listening to Rob Lowe's podcast, which is literally called Literally. And he did an interview with the man, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And he was talking about, like, all the stuff he did while he was governor of California. It's just like, man, he would be a pretty good president.
He's not partisan. He makes kind of common sense based populist decisions without them being like fascist type populism. He was able to run as a Republican adjacent candidate in a very liberal state and make everyone pretty much happy with what he was doing. Like, yes. I feel like he could be the guy that unites people. There is the pesky there is the pesky constitutional issue of him not being born here. Yes. But amendments can happen.
Not to mention, how cool would it be to be like, the president's the Terminator?
Yeah. Who's your president? Not the fucking Terminator. He never killed the Predator. Get the fuck out of here.
And then,
well, I mean, the governor had some ring to it.
And then this would just be one more thing that people will say. You see, The Simpsons predicted this. Because in The Simpsons movie, President Schwarzenegger.
Dane, the Presidentator sounds like a fucking dildo that you could get that would have like a Donald Trump hairpiece on it.
How about the Commandinator-in-Chief?
There you go, the Commandinator-in-Chief.
I was literally holding my hand out like this, like the "I just did it, didn't I? Give me $5" pose, but it was off my camera.
I think Arnie would be a cool choice, but again, unfortunately, he's not. Okay, so here's
the Constitution can be amended.
Yeah, not to get too serious, but like that would open the door for, say, some rich foreign guys who are kind of assholes to get their way to the door, and I would really not really
see where you're going with this. Yes, okay.
Well, look, as far as natural born goes, I mean, we did elect Barack Obama, and a bunch of people are very insistent he was born in Kenya.
We're not a politics podcast, but
you'll be faster than Kenyans who race faster in Kenya.
Power thirst. My God, I haven't thought about power thirst in a minute.
And then there was the do you ever wanted to be so gay? And it was Power Thirst, but it was for gay people, and it was ridiculous. Back when the internet was like mostly, I'll call it quote unquote innocent compared to what it is now. People were just making jokes like that. Power Thirst, you want to run super fast? Here's an energy drink that's better than cocaine.
It's like crystal meth in a can. It's crystal meth in a can. It's crystal meth.
It's crystal meth in a can.
10,000 babies.
10,000 babies, yes.
It's like the other day, this girl I know just posted a picture of the Earth, and the way the Earth was animated, I knew immediately. I commented on it and I said, "But I am tired."
I am tired.
Because I'm like, I knew, I was like, okay, so this is how the world is going to end. Fires the missiles, but I'm tired. Okay, well then take a nap and then fires the missiles. Oh, the golden age of the internet there, sir.
I do miss that albino black sheep
so wrong and so
new
right.
ground zero.
So Dane, who would be your presidential candidate?
So, I'm on the road a lot dashing, and before the election, I saw a whole bunch of signs, and I didn't even know the motherfucker was running. I saw signs, hillbilly felon for 2024. So I did a write-in, same as I did in the 2020 election. I voted for Joe Exotic.
Nice. Keep that campaign alive.
Oh, Jeremy would approve. That
like,
motherfucker, dude.
I found out about Joe Exotic through last week tonight, and I'm like, this dude is fucking insane. I'm voting for him. I don't care if he's on the ballot or not.
So, go ahead.
Sorry,
I didn't mean to interrupt.
When I went to work, and for 3 weeks straight, my buddy Patrick did nothing but talk about Tiger King. It's like, you gotta watch this shit. It's absolutely insane. I'm like, fine, shut the fuck up. I'll watch Tiger King. And I turn on Tiger King, and there's Joe Exotic. I had no idea going in. I'm like, oh, it's the guy. And my wife's like, what guy? I'm like, the dude I voted for.
That's my president.
You son of a bitch. Are you serious? You really did a write-in and put him down? I'm like, yes, I really did.
That is fantastic.
Oh.
Fun fact. YabsPod has caused a piece of lost media.
What?
In a way. Or I guess maybe a teased outcome that never came to be. On the very first fucking episode of YabsPod, Jeremy mentioned that he had written Joe Exotic a letter in prison, and he had gotten a letter back, and that he was going to read it on air. And for 69 episodes, he never fucking read that letter.
All right. So I'm going to call it right now. Jeremy, if you're listening to this, I'm calling you out. Your Joe Exotic letter is just like the fucking Lincoln letter from the Hateful Eight. It's bullshit and it's a fake. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, there you go. Come on, DJ MD, and read the letter, you son of a bitch. Yeah, like to the point that like I would mention it to him from time to time. Like, did you ever read that? We never read that letter. He's like, oh yeah, man, I need to find it. And then it never came to be, which makes me question if it actually exists. So, I'm with you, Dane. I'm with you.
I bought Joe Exotic's book a week ago.
Tell-all memoir. Official.
Amazing.
I haven't read it yet. They had.
It looks like you got it at a used bookstore.
Oh no, Ollie's. So it was
Ollie's.
A closeout.
Even better.
I paid $5 for it.
I've never stepped foot in Ollie's before, but their advertising makes me love them, which is really weird considering how I usually feel about advertising. But they're just like, here's a cute cartoon, man. We got shit for cheap. And I'm like, hell yeah.
I love Aldi's.
Jeff, you would appreciate Aldi's like I do, I worked in a grocery store for so long that if you work at Aldi's, you get to take a case to the shelf, cut half of it open, and then just walk away.
You guys are saying Aldi's. I thought we were saying Ollie's.
No, Dalton's drunk.
No, Aldi's.
Ollie's.
Yeah, that's okay.
Like that's the skateboard jump.
Oh, okay. Aldi's bargain shop. Gotcha.
Yes.
Gotcha. I thought you were Aldi's. I'm like, oh, you got it from a little grocery store? That's cool. Okay. Aldi's. Okay. Yes. Yeah. I'm with you now.
Not Aldi's nuts. Aldi's bargains.
I like Aldi's. That's a cool store, dude. They got all kinds of like random little shit in there. I always like their book section.
I have been to Aldi's though, and it is a really good discount grocery. So, if your name sounds like an Aldi's nuts joke, I support you. So when someone finally opens up Bofadi's Greek restaurant, I'm coming.
Quickly, Dane, I want to say the other day I went to Dollar General, my local Dollar General, they had a plethora of Xbox One copies of Geometry Wars 3 Evolution, which is like one of my favorite games. And I'm like, I literally was like, if I had money right now, I would buy all of these and send you all a copy, even if you don't have an Xbox, because it's such a good game. I have it on Steam. It's such a fun game.
Flip the Table did that with the American Idol board game. They went to a local, like, fucking Dollar General or some shit, bought like 30 copies of it, and they gave it away like on a monthly basis for 3 years.
Yes. That's amazing.
But the thing I was going to say, because we all did it, referencing the very first episode of Tadbog I ever listened to, the name of the store is actually Aldi. There is no S.
Yeah, Aldi. I call it Aldi's all the time.
I also say Kroger's, so I know. I just don't get Kroger's and Myers.
All right, Walmart's.
The store I work at is called Jewel Osco. People call it Jules.
Jules. Dude, I was literally earlier on the toilet scrolling through Facebook, and it stopped on this comedian. I can't remember his name. It's like Ali Sadiq or something like that. He's a black dude. Really funny. I've been following him for years. He was telling a story about working at Kroger. And he was like, at the time, I worked at a place called K. Rogers. And he goes, and that's what the hood people call Kroger. And I fucking about died, bro. It's like K. Rogers. Because I thought Kenny Rogers, I think he was talking about the chicken place or something.
The chicken place?
No, that's what. Yeah, Kenny Rogers Chicken.
Oh, wow. I thought Kenny Rogers was like the guy that's saying, gotta know when to hold it.
Or that's something Seinfeld just made up?
No, it was from Seinfeld. Yeah, it was from Seinfeld. Okay. So I thought he was just making a joke. And then he's like, that's what people in the hood call Kroger.
Here's how I know I'm drunk. When you said Kenny Rogers, I was like, Danger Zone?
Kenny Loggins.
No, Kenny Rogers, he did that song from The Big Lebowski. I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in, which is a trippy song.
Very cute.
Weird that he did like acid 60s rock and then turned into know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em.
I think that
he had an eclectic career.
That guy killed the guy on the train.
Kitty. And the night was sultry.
Yep, I had to show everyone the kitty.
I can literally hear your cat purring into the microphone.
She's right next to the microphone. She absolutely loves me. So I'm petting her right now. So yes, all you're going to be hearing right now is her just.
That is. All my cats right now are herded right outside the office door, just waiting for me to fuck up and open it up. So next up on the Golden Dick Turtle list.
Okay, come on.
And then we will sidetrack to a beautiful tangent. Most disappointing movie or show you watched in 2024. So what disappointed y'all the most?
Hold on. I have to do some research.
I hate to jump back to the one that we kind of touched on earlier, but I really think it was that Jeepers Creepers sequel, because the original Jeepers Creepers freaked me out so fucking bad. I had never seen 2 or 3, so I didn't know if it had fallen or if it had continued to be good or whatever. And when we watched whatever the recent one was, it just didn't, like, nothing seemed like it resolved, and then all of a sudden it was over. And it was just very much like almost like a cock block of a movie sort, in a way, where it was like, oh man, well, I just edged for nothing. So, and
did you watch it this year for the first time?
Yes.
For the first time. Okay.
For the first time, because it came out this year, if I remember right, or it came out last year, one of the two. But no, I watched it this year, and like the ending, like the monster gets killed, and the girl does somewhere like the camera cuts to her, and she's like, "Game over, bitch," or something, like one of those cheesy where they try to be hard ass, but it just doesn't fit. So it's just really weird, and there's weird CG going on around her and stuff. It just wasn't very good. So that gets my dick turtle.
So the worst TV show I watched this year. Even though you guys know I'm a huge Star Trek fan, I think Star Trek Discovery is hot garbage. And this year, the last season before it was canceled was released, and the entire time I'm just laughing at the writing, because the writing is awful. The story plot of the season made almost 0 sense. I'm like, go ahead, Dalton.
Just a quick clarification. This is separate from Picard,
this
right?
This is different. Separate from Picard. This is supposed to take place. Okay. Well, originally it was supposed to take place before Kirk.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was maybe a spin-off of a spin-off. You know how Picard was.
This originally took place before Kirk taken over the Enterprise, and then due to some time fuckery, it ended up in the 32nd century.
32nd? That's way ahead of the rest of the show.
Wow, way ahead. But it's just like, so to give you the general gist of it is the two antagonists of the season are like, we want to buy our freedom from this alien race, and the way we're going to do that is buy and sell this galaxy destroying device, but we'll be free and in love. It's just like, writers, are you listening to yourselves right now?
It's like, okay, you're going to be free and in love, but you're going to possibly doom the universe.
Yes.
Seems a little selfish if you ask
But they'll
me.
be happy.
Oh, yeah. Hey, sunshine, eternal sunshine of the spotless mind. You'll be happy as long as whatever else is going on. Yeah. I see where you're... I'm drunk and I can't formulate my thoughts, but I see where you're coming from.
But yeah, the entire season, it revolved around this plot. The writing was terrible. I could not care less about the characters. And then at the very last episode, they show the Discovery do the ship feature that they have never done in the past. It's like, so you have this plot-ending device that can correct everything in a second, and you're now just introducing it in the last 10 minutes of the show. Writers, are you listening to yourselves? So yeah.
Sounds like someone watched Galaxy Quest and wanted to bring the Omega-13 back into Star Trek.
This is actually dumber than the Omega-13 device.
And Galaxy Quest owns.
And I just watched Galaxy Quest. I still love that movie. It's fantastic.
Why would there be so many of these crushers here?
So Dane's heard me talk about this show, and I think Willie has too. Red Shirt Cinema Club. Right around the time that we decided to do Alien Isolation, that crossover, they were covering the entire Alien series. They did. So the premise of the show was that Rob from PlayStation Access had never seen Star Trek, and Nath and Dave from PlayStation Access wanted to make Rob a fan of Star Trek. Well, they watched all of the Star Trek movies, and then like they did Patreon episodes where they would watch certain episodes of the show. But the last Patreon episode that they did was Galaxy Quest. And to hear those three guys who were Rob, now a Star Trek fan, and the other two who were lifelong Star Trek fans, just rave about how much Galaxy Quest got right with what they were trying to do, just made my heart warm, because I haven't seen Galaxy Quest in at least a decade, but when I saw it when I was younger, that movie cracked me the fuck up. It was right there with that movie Evolution.
Yes.
Just that era, those movies were great, man. It was just funny, but still had some action, but wasn't super cheesy, unless it was trying to be cheesy.
It was making fun of Star Trek, while at the same time, it was a
really good Star Trek movie.
It was tributing everything that Star Trek got right, including the fans.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, how does Tim Allen and Sigourney Weaver save the day? The fans.
Yep. Yeah. It was a great movie. For sure.
And if the cast of Star Trek love it, they did something right.
I was about to say, I've never seen an actor deliver one line with so much indignity as when Alan Rickman's character is advertising a car ad, which is like, "Buy Grabthar's hammer. What a savings."
He was a treasure.
Like, he looks like he's at the end of the end of the end of his rope, and it's amazing.
Well, it's funny because he's just like, I am a Shakespearean actor, and and he is forced to do advertisements for the show and everything. Come on, baby, go.
Okay, bye.
What about you, Willie?
I actually didn't watch anything I didn't like this year.
Well,
it's a little weird,
that
but
way. You got lucky.
I genuinely don't have anything that was like, man, that really sucked.
Even something that's just like, well, that could have been better. I mean, it was fine, but could have been better.
The thing is, I didn't really watch a lot of TV and movies this year either, so like most of what I saw was sent to me by people who were very much curating it for me, and I just really loved it. I got lucky. I dodged some bullets.
Well,
because trust me, if you give me the opportunity to be a hater, I love being a hater. I just don't have anything that jumps out to me this year.
He does. He does love being a hater.
So I hated Raising Arizona. No.
You're a fucking liar. Well, I would say
Willie,
anyone listening to the show probably expects me to be like, fuck Speed Racer, as in the show. But
don't you dare.
I was not disappointed by Speed Racer. I got exactly what I expected, and I fucking hated it. Again, the show. So I'm going to do a hot take for mine. Most disappointing movie of the year, Wicked.
Oh.
Wow. That is a hot take.
Because I've heard so much shit hyping up, it was on fucking Broadway.
Oh, the theater kids, bro.
Everyone made such a big goddamn deal out of Wicked. I even remember Jacob of Wolffighting fame hyping it back in the day on Tadpog. So I went in with high expectations, and they lost me whenever the credits rolled and it said part 1. I'm like, motherfuckers. And then the first, hour and a half of the movie, I kept looking at Galinda and fucking the Wicked Witch going, oh, just fuck already.
So part 1, that doesn't make sense to me because that's like a 2-hour play with an intermission.
Oh no, it is like a 2.5 hour movie, and it's just the first half of the story.
It's the same reason why I hate the Hobbit movies, and I've never seen
I was just about to say, it's like The Hobbit. The Hobbit could have easily been one movie.
Yes.
One long, badass 2.5 hour movie.
When they shot The Hobbit, the plan was 2 movies.
Damn, they killed him?
I don't know who smoked what, but somewhere along the line they said, no, you're doing 3 movies.
I guarantee it was the studio.
And Peter Jackson's like, what? It's like, also, you're going to put Orlando Bloom in it. Legolas wasn't in The Hobbit. He is now. Fuck. Shit. Cunt. What am I going to do?
So, the thing with Wicked that rubbed me the wrong way was that, how do I say this without sounding like a dick?
We're all dicks. Just say it.
Just say it. It's media dump.
The actress that played the waitress. Oh my god,
the waitress. Tell us more.
The actress that played the witch. People were upset when the movie poster came out. Weird fans of the play, because the poster of the play, the witch's eyes are obscured. I think her lips are a little redder, and the girl's hand is covering her whole mouth like this. In the movie poster, the girl, was that Ariana Grande? Yeah. Her hand was like here at her chin instead of covering her mouth. This is not a visual podcast. I should describe what I'm doing. So instead of covering the side of her mouth, she's covering like her chin, and the entire witch's face was visible, eyes and all.
Oh, so you mean we can see the star of the movie? Huh, weird.
Exactly. So people took it and edited it to look like the original poster.
Yeah.
And just posted it online. What rubbed me the wrong way was that actress retweeted one of them and said that it was like the most disgusting, offensive thing she had ever seen in her entire life, and that it was a disrespect to anyone who was in the movie because they had redone this, and that it was offensive to her and all this stuff. And I'm like, how fucking full of yourself are you to be upset by something that was just an edit by somebody on the internet that didn't even like make you look bad in any way? It literally just took your eyes away.
So
afterwards,
Cynthia Erivo.
Is that her name?
Yeah, that.
Okay, so she did in retrospect has again come out and said that maybe she overreacted, and that should have been something she said to her friends instead of out on the internet for everyone to see. And all I could think was, you think you overreacted just a little bit? That's like, okay.
Social media is bad for all of us, dude. It is the worst.
It really is, especially Twitter.
Yeah, especially Twitter. Honestly, I wasn't going to say it, but especially Twitter.
Like, say the cover of Steam Machine Podcast was my face, Willie's face, and Mikolov's face. And someone edited it where you couldn't see our eyes anymore. I'm not going to think that that's the most offensive thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm going to be like, I guess I look better from the nose down. Like, that's all I'm going to think. But I don't know. I don't think like an actress or an actor. I'm not in that. I don't have that ego, I guess. I jerk my dick like everybody else. So
like everyone else jerks
your dick.
See
that before I went and watched the movie. I'm like, you need to rein it the fuck in because you're kind of getting a little too wrapped up in yourself. But for the record, even though I'm calling it the most disappointing film, I did enjoy the movie, but it in no way lived up to the hype.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying
that's
is...
the problem with hype.
Yeah, like...
So
what was it that they used to say about pro wrestler Triple H? He's an 8 out of 10 wrestler that everyone calls a 10 out of 10, so when you watch him, you think he's a 7 out of 10?
I love Triple H, but I know exactly what you're talking about, though.
As someone who watched their first Triple H match just a couple of weeks ago, he is a big motherfucker. I didn't realize how big this bitch is.
Dude, all the DX guys are way bigger than you think they are. Like, fucking, you see Billy Gunn next to a normal-sized man, and it's like, what the fuck? Billy Gunn's huge.
Even X-Pac.
Yeah.
X-Pac was small back in the day, and he's like 6'1". Like
Jeff is so fucking checked out. Look at him right now.
Jeff's just enjoying the buzz.
Jeff needs to
the heroin kicked in.
Jeff needed to do like fucking Captain Jack and just paint, or Jeff Hardy, and paint the little eyeballs on his eyelids.
Hey, I'm grumpy Jeff for a reason, but go ahead, continue talking about your wrestling kickboxing nonsense.
All right,
we haven't talked about boxing any. Hey, who wants to talk about the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson card some more?
Oh yeah, talking about most disappointing.
Actually, that is my actual pick for most disappointing TV show because I did watch that live. The undercard matches were wicked, by the way, especially the women's match, the second to main. That fight ruled.
Those two girls beat the shit out of each other.
It was a bloody slaughter. They were both just pounding the shit out of each other. One of them was gashed open like 2 rounds in and just barely holding it together. Like the medical team just keeping her from being disqualified after every round. And they just kept on rocking. And man, I came out of it with wild respect for those fighters. But then, yeah, the main event was like even sadder than you would expect a young man beating up a 65-year-old to be. Because you still got the impression, too, that the old man could have kicked his ass if he wanted to and was being paid not to.
Exactly. Apparently, that's what I heard from a morning radio show where in the contract, it's like you'll get paid maximum amount if you go all 8 rounds, and also you can't do any of your signature moves. So
literally, I think that, the rumored contract is he gets paid the full amount if he goes the distance and he doesn't uppercut ever. Have you played Mike Tyson's Punch-Out before? Do you remember what Mike Tyson does for the first half of the first round? Literally only uppercuts.
But yeah, so immediately before the match was started, Tyson was nerfed.
Yeah.
Well, the man's old as hell. And
but he was also fighting on bad legs. He was fighting on bad legs, too. Why did they fucking sanction it as a professional fight? It should have been sanctioned as an exhibition fight. I don't mind it as an exhibition fight. I hate it as a legal professional boxing match.
Wasn't that Roy Jones Jr. On commentary who just kept being like, I don't like Mike's legs. Look at his legs. Yep. I don't like his legs. Yep. Look at his legs. Look at Mike's legs. I don't like his legs.
Yeah,
I don't like his legs.
He was doing that, and then Mauro Rodallo was just trying to make jokes the whole time.
Yeah. If you want to know my full opinion on the fucking Tyson fight, Super Eye Patch Wolf did a video just about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks, where everything he says I've been just like fucking yes, this the entire time. He breaks down all the bullshit. Is it Jake Paul that did the fight, or is it Logan Paul? I can always get them.
Jake Paul.
Jake's the boxer, Logan's the wrestler.
I always get those two jackasses mixed up. But everything he has done has been just shady bullshit to try and make himself look decent. The only legitimate boxing match he had with an unranked boxer, he got his ass whooped for like 8 rounds. And then when the dude did get ranked, he was like ranked 38th. Every other fight he has had has been some kind of stunt where they're manipulating numbers so it looks like he's fighting somebody and it's legit. And everyone who's a hater is like, oh no, they paid the dude off. No, he's actually winning the fights.
Sure, but they're still freak show fights. He has no legitimate
fucking deck.
Yeah.
Like this guy's like 10-0. Yeah, but his 10 wins was against people who were like 0-3.
Yeah, it's all tomato cans. It's like, does anyone think that Jake Paul could fight Tyson Fury right now? Really?
No. Tyson Fury would beat the brakes off that motherfucker.
Yeah, he wouldn't have a tooth left after 1 minute into the fight.
It's like WWF back in the day did Brawl for All. And Bart Gunn, who they didn't think, and Dane will end up talking about this eventually. We'll touch more on that later. But like the Bart Gunn went through and was knocking motherfuckers out. And people were like, this is crazy. Then they brought in Butterbean to box Bart Gunn.
And it turns out
Butterbean offered to work the fight.
Like work
he's
is
like,
do it.
Yeah, he's like, you don't understand. I'm a professional. I am on a different level. But if you want me to work this and be it entertaining, we can do that. And they were like, no, it's a shoot. Go out there and fight for real. And Bart Gunn was it one round? He didn't even make it out of the first round. Butterbean beat the fucking brakes off of Bart Gunn, knocked his ass the fuck out in no time.
I want to say it was sub 1 minute.
The difference in somebody who can throw some haymakers and a professional fighter was astounding.
Well, the thing is, Butterbean, as she started off as a guy that he was a big dude that could throw haymakers. He refined his technique over hundreds of amateur fights, and when he became a professional fighter, he still had that size advantage, but now he had technique too, even though he came up as like a street fighter, brawler, tough man guy.
I was introduced to Butterbean.
You're going to say Jackass?
Jackass movies.
Yup.
Yeah.
And it's like pop, pop, bam. And Johnny Knoxville drops like a sack of potatoes.
Yeah.
And they cut to him, and he's just all fucked up. This is the dude who gets shot out of a cannon, hits something wrong, laughs it off, gets the fuck up, and climbs back into the goddamn cannon. And Butterbean knocked his ass the fuck out.
Yeah. Like, no joke. That was where they were boxing in just a store, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think they set it up in like a fucking store, and then
like a department store.
And Butterbean just walks in and just knocks him the fuck out.
And it's over immediately. Yeah.
Yep.
Fucking nuts, dude. Like, goddamn. Like, why would you do that? Why?
So
I'm not trying to push us back on the trailer too much, but time and all that, we should probably get to the next awards. We're coming up on 4 hours of the show already.
Well, we were shooting for Yabspod's record.
What is the record?
True. What was the record, Jeff? I
think it was like 4 hours and 29 minutes, I believe it was.
Oh, that'll be easily beat.
Yeah, we're already ahead. If we do all the questions, we're already way ahead of that. I mean, I'm a little worried that we won't get finished by 2. I would like to. Don't worry about it too much. It doesn't fucking matter.
Well, we can always do the quiz and then come back to the awards. But sure. As a quick sidetrack, since we are talking about wrestling, Dalton, we had a little announcement.
Yeah, I was wondering if this would be a good time to do that. So, when me and Jeremy used to talk about wrestling on Yabspod, we would call the little sections Grumpy Jeff's Pro Wrestling Power Hour, because we knew Jeff absolutely hated it and would have to sit there and just frown until we were done talking about it. And Dane and I have decided in 2025, to start the year off, we are going to start up a new little show where I, the old wrestling head, am going to be talking about wrestling and showing different memorable moments in wrestling to a new wrestling head in Dane, who has recently gotten into it. Thanks in part, I think, to Super Eye Patch Wolf, and then the subject of our first episode, or the main event of our first episode, which is going to be the Undertaker Mankind Hell in a Cell match.
Absolutely must see. If you haven't seen it,
the moment that convinced me. Okay, I get wrestling now.
Yeah, I can't wait, dude. There's literally so much. And I told you, like, there could be episodes where we can bring Willie in. There's episodes where we could bring Nate in if we're talking about WCW and stuff. Like, there are just so many iconic moments that we have so much nostalgia for that will be new for you, that is just going to be such a fun time.
Oh, I can't wait to show you Glacier, the WCW wrestler who was actually just a gym coach, but he dressed up as Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, and you mentioned Jeff Hardy earlier, and I was going to be like, dude, I can't wait to show him the TLC matches.
Hell yeah. Oh, absolute.
And just some of the shit that the Hardys, Edge Christian, and the Dudleys put their bodies through back in the day that literally stole the show at WrestleMania when the main event was like Rock Austin and shit. Like, wild stuff that's so good that Jeff couldn't give a fuck about, and that is why it is Grumpy Jeff's Pro Wrestling Power Hour. And why is it called Power Hour? Because that's probably going to be longer than an hour.
It's going to be an hour of content packed into about 3.5 hours
of us talking about wrestling. Yes, I can't wait, dude. It's going to be fun as fuck.
But I think what we're looking at, that me and Dalton have talked about, we're probably going to do a monthly episode. And first episode is going to launch on Dalton's birthday. Was it January 21st?
January 21st. Yes, sir.
So the thing that we've talked about, we'll iron out the details. I think we're going to launch on the 21st every month.
It works for me.
That'll put you on some solstices stuff. That's neat.
Another part of me thought it would be cool to do Saturdays at 6:05 because that's when old TBS wrestling used to come on. But since we're probably not going to cover a ton of like old shit, I was like, it wouldn't fit too much. So yeah, I think 21st every month is totally fine. And since it's once a month, that means that if they're long as fuck, who gives a shit? Because it only comes out once a month. You got a whole month to listen to it before the next one comes out. I can talk about some wrestling. I don't know if you know quite what you've signed up for, sir.
Well, look, I'm just now getting into it. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing so far. I'm trying to get caught up on at least the last year of shit before we actually start. But
and I know I also sent you the same zip file that I sent Willie. So you now have all 4 seasons of Lucha Underground.
Cheers.
Which I can't wait to dive into.
Let me know if you get at least up to episode 9, because my God.
It is a whole... It is wrestling that I honestly think that even Jeff would like, because it is just so ridiculous. So well, Jeff, to tell you, Lucha Underground is like, there's wrestling matches, but everything else that happens in the backstage and everything is filmed like a movie / Spanish telenovela. So like there's a character named Drago, and there's a backstage thing where he literally turns into a dragon and flies away. It's super badass.
Jeff looks like he's in physical pain right now, like he's passing a kidney stone.
No, it's nothing that bad.
But there was a stint where I was really into Chikara Pro.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I was so heartbroken when I found out that, I was like, I got to go and see what Chikara's doing. And Willie burst my fucking bubble in the middle of Game Buds one night. It's like, yeah, bro, like, they broke up like 2 years ago. I'm like, son of a bitch.
So, weird random fact, I have a game in my Steam library called Action Arcade Wrestling. And if you look at early promo shots for that game, it was Chikara Pro Wrestling.
That makes a ton of sense, and that wouldn't have been that good. I'm glad they went with unlicensed, actually. But also,
yeah, and now you can just...
A lot of the best guys in Chikara ended up in either AEW or WWE by now. Like,
yeah.
Fucking, like, if you liked watching Brody Lee kick people's face off, he's no longer with us, but he was awesome for quite a while.
Him, Orange Cassidy, I think, played somebody. I think he was Fire Ant or something like that.
He was one of the ants.
Now, a fun fact for you. A bunch of the games that I've run, both on Steam Machine and on Media Dump, I have very, openly stolen from a old podcast called Flip the Table, which was like the MST3K of shitty board games. During their run, they had at least one episode where Ophidian from Chikara was on the episode.
That's cool.
In character. For the entire fucking episode.
From the Osirian Temple, right? Man, that was such a crazy team.
So, I love how it all comes full circle with us.
Man, so look forward to that in 2025. A new wrestling show once a month. Grumpy Jeff's Pro Wrestling Power Hour.
Jeff, how does it make you feel to know that there is a legitimate podcast now bearing your name that you despise the content of?
It's not that I despise wrestling. I just have zero interest in it. It just never caught my attention.
Even the bra and panties matches back in the day, none of that did anything for you?
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Oh, do I have some YouTube videos for you? You might actually enjoy those, even though they're not a thing anymore. But
the Kiss My Ass Club. Oh. So, I do have a few fun stats to share before we move on. So, I went on and let's see, all right, what was the best performing episodes of Media Dump that we've had this year? So, I broke this into 3 categories.
I hope Alien did good.
So, we have the Spotify stats, which covers pretty much all the podcast apps that I can access stats for. YouTube, which is in a league of its fucking own. It is often left field. And then our altogether top 3. So, on the apps, our top 4 episodes. Number 4 was Shaun of the Dead.
Good show.
Number 3, Jeff, this is going to make you thrilled. Tremors.
Yeah. Great movie. Great episode, too.
Number 2, by one view, was Alien.
Yay, it's me!
Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take number 2.
We're number 2.
Nice to meet you, number 2.
And our number 1 episode by number of views, our debut episode was fucking Fallout.
Wow. people listened to us and realized, wow, they're crap, and stopped listening.
I prefer to think that people are discovering us and going back to the very beginning of our run, like, hey, this podcast is still in its infancy. Let's catch up on the whole thing. That's what I want in my heart to believe.
Let's travel back in time and smother it in its crib.
But YouTube is a totally different beast. So our top 4 episodes on YouTube. Number 4 was Alien.
Okay.
All right.
Still top 4, baby.
Top 5, I'll take it.
And we have more views on the YouTube version than we did on the Spotify version.
Strange.
Because when I share it, I always share the YouTube file. Because YouTube is just so much more accessible.
So, number 3 on YouTube was Tremors.
Top 3.
And you're going to start to see a pattern. Number 2, doubling Alien's numbers, was Shaun of the Dead.
All right.
Okay.
And this one blew me away. Our number 1 episode on YouTube for the year. The top search term that brought people to this episode was movie sex.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Lord of War.
Yes! Yes!
Wow, and that was recent.
Yeah, our most recent episode is the one that has the most hits, and the top search term is movie sex.
Yes!
Which means Media Dump is being served to lazy preteens who don't know how to search for porn on the internet yet.
We are providing a valuable service to all you disturbing preteens.
Right. Hello there, preteens.
So,
life's going to suck in a few years. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Boobs!
You will reach a day when the way you know that it's time to stop wiping when you poop is when you see blood on the toilet paper.
And
you will reach that day one
first time.
And even then, there's no guarantee.
That's when you've decided, all right, I'm doing more damage than good. So I combined the numbers to get our top 3 of the year. So this is kind of the voter-picked episode Dick Turtle. So we had a 2-way tie for 3rd place when combining all of the, by view numbers. Alien and Tremors tied for 3rd place.
All right.
Take it. Top 3.
Number 2 was Shaun of the Dead. And far and away, our number 1 episode, when accounting for everything, was Lord of War.
I told you that it's a great movie.
Which, I'll be honest, I was actually worried that was going to be one of our weaker episodes where, we recorded a day late. The only episode that I skipped the quiz on. So, I guess the people have spoken. They don't want quizzes. So,
that's the
I'm
power
going to
of
just
Nick
double
Cage.
down and make them even more ridiculous going forward.
I like quizzes.
Yes,
Hell
bitch.
yes.
Quiz on my face, dude.
So I know we're getting late and we've got a few more Dick Turtles to hand out. So my question for you guys, do you want to go ahead and get the quiz out now and then come back? Because we also have some listener questions. Or do you want to finish out the Dick Turtles and then move on?
I say we either go lightning round of the quiz or Dick Turtles, or we go to the quiz. What do you guys think?
I say lightning round and then go to the quiz.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that works for me. And Dane,
Yo,
when you asked me if I had a D20, I had to source this one out.
I couldn't find mine, so I'm just going to run.
I almost bought on Steam. There's a program called like Jenny's Dice or something like that. That literally is just a dice rolling program that has like 20,000 different customizations that you can use for the dice, and you can make your own. I almost bought it because it's on sale right now for like $1.50.
Jenny.
well, I think on like Google, you can probably just have a random roll search.
That's what I was going to do.
Oh yeah, that
I'm
too.
using my
That's how I
official Cthulhu D20.
All
Attaboy.
right, so
You are
we
the
will.
Cthulhuist one.
Not
We will
anymore.
let them
Apparently
know the rest
now
of
I'm
the
a
Dick
burger
Turtles.
bottom.
Mr. Grumpy Syllables comes on his wife, Jeff.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You're also a duck.
Quack.
A duck who comes on his wife.
Did you know that ducks have corkscrew dicks?
Yes.
And they're barbed.
That's
And
unfortunate.
apparently the females
Talking
have
about
the
a double whammy.
corkscrew cloaca, but it's threaded the opposite direction.
Ugh. Nature's weird, man. That's like cat's tongues. Cat's tongues. Google a cat's tongue up close.
I have felt a cat's tongue. They are fucking
Shit's weird.
terrible.
It's weird. It's weird. It's sandpaper.
Oh.
It's little spikes. It's so strange.
All right. So, lightning round. Most fun podcast you've recorded in 2024. Dalton,
Ooh, probably the Game Awards 2024 for the Steam Machine. I had a good time doing that, though this is a close runner-up because I'm having a blast, even though I'm fucked up.
Yeah, present bullshit notwithstanding. Willie.
Yeah, then...
He named the number one I was going to go with, so I'm going to go with, I really enjoyed doing the... what was the episode we just had Dave on for? It was like a total clusterfuck. Diablo. That was such a clusterfuck, and it was so fun.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
That was actually going to be mine, so I gotta scramble.
Oh yeah,
Jeff.
we can do a double turtle, Dick.
Dane, I love you, but I had a lot of fun recording with Adam about Mass Effect.
That was also a great episode.
Oh, so my pick would have been Diablo on TSMP because that was just
blast,
so fun.
Bro.
Actually, getting to hang out with Dave.
Yeah.
As many years as I did Tadpog, it was the first time I actually got to talk to the dude in person.
Aww.
So, as a quick scramble, oddly enough, I had a blast doing the Alien episode on Media Dump.
Hell yeah,
Yes.
that one was super fun too.
That was
a great time.
I love the movie and everything.
I got to learn the movie for the first time. Like
The game, not so
good.
much.
Also, I love that Dane. It had been for like you had never talked to Dave before. You had been a fan of Tadpog forever, and you were so level-headed about it. Mikolov, on the other hand, who recently started listening to Tadpog, was like, "I get to talk to Dave. I get to talk to that Dave. Hi, Dave."
Oh my god!
Well, it was the first time
It
I
was
talked
so
to
cute.
him in person, but I've been chatting back and forth with Dave, working on the show behind the scenes for years. So,
Oh yeah, what cracked me up was I think Dane to you and Willie to you in private, I had been like, Mikolov is going to fanboy the fuck out. That's why I kept Dave a secret until I announced it on episode, and Mikolov had the exact reaction I was expecting.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I was so happy when Dave got the burn on him about pulling weeds and watching porn. Just the long pregnant pause of never meet your heroes.
Yeah.
Because Dave made the joke like a split second before I made it myself. My hands were like calloused and blistered, not from the weeds. Oh, I love that moment. Back to the rapid fire. Worst gaming experience of 2024. I'll start this one off. That bullshit dying in the fucking room of Goatmen on Diablo. Fuck that game. That pissed me off so much.
Okay. Close second for me is that too, because me and you had the exact same issue. We're getting surrounded by the Goatmen, and you couldn't do anything. Since I'm not editing this episode, I won't make myself sound like a demon. I think that I just literally just did not have any fun with Supernova's Arc 3D. There was nothing redeemable about that game to me. I would have much rather played any other first-person shooter.
The idea of me campaigning for it and making everybody vote for it was way funnier than the reality of the episode, and I'm sorry for that.
Thought you would have learned that shit when you did Duke Nukem Forever the last year. You dumb
I had
bastard.
fun with Duke Nukem Forever, though.
But we admitted that there was at least some fun in Duke Nukem, whereas I think all of us during the, I almost said Super Meat Boy, during the Supernova's Arc 3D episode was just like, who is this game for? Who is this for?
Yeah, I'm going to have to throw out one from our podcast too, because, dude, I just kept pushing myself further and further into Tomb Raider 2, hoping eventually it would turn the corner for me, right? And the remaster just really just chews up all that you want to love about Lara Croft and her adventure.
Yeah, there was something missing from that.
Yeah,
that remaster.
It just truly felt like it was missing the spark you would feel playing that on a PlayStation or a CRT TV. And I don't know what, because they tried to modernize it, and every attempt to modernize it made it worse.
And I'm an idiot because I still want to get the remaster of the next 3 games to see if they did any better, but I know that it probably won't be. My thing was like I enjoyed that far more when I was using original controls, so just tank controls.
Yeah, that probably.
But not everybody's going to be a fan of tank controls. Like they're hard to go back to if you didn't grow up with using them. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
So what about you, Jeff? Worst game?
My pick was Alien Isolation.
That is very valid.
Yeah.
Like,
frustrating.
I want to like that game. I think there's something to like in it, but I sure just fucking didn't.
They added way too much.
They really did have a moment of everything that you would want in an Alien game. They gave it to you, and thanks. I hate
it. It was way too excessive. It's like, okay, you're in a station fighting an alien. By the way, you're gonna have to deal like 3 hours with what was it, the Robot Joes or whatever the hell the androids are called.
Dude,
yeah.
the fucking fact that they were even in the game bothers me. Like, that's not canon. Who the fuck are these dudes? Why do they take 20 bullets to die? Fuck them. I only want to be worrying about running from the alien.
It turns out being hunted by an alien isn't fun. Who would have known?
So, flip side, best gaming experience of 2012.
Oh, easy for me. I knew the game was good, and this won Game of the Year for me, so this is no surprise to anybody who's listened to it. But the personal satisfaction of introducing Mikolov, Nate, and Willie to Ys 8, and them all having the exact experience I wanted them to have, where Sunshine Coastline kicks in, and that song just takes you to like, oh, this is going to be a great adventure. And that never really relents, and that game just continues to be fucking fantastic. To the point that before we went live, I was getting Snapchats from a friend of mine named Morgan. I don't know if she listens to Dane and Jeff's Media Dump, but I have told her about it. But shout out to her because she picked up Ys 8 today, and after her, she said she took a bubble bath, and now she was locked in and ready for some cozy gaming, and she was going to play Ys 8, and I was like, that's because of our show. And that also warms my heart because, like, not only that people I know listen to the show, but it's like you see the numbers and they just exist as numbers. But when you talk to people who actually listen to the show and you get to hear feedback like that, like, oh, y'all really interested me in this game, I'm going to check it out. It's a nice feeling. You know what I mean? It's going to be the same when you guys talk about a movie that, say, like one of us has never seen, and then we go and watch it and we're like, oh, this fucking movie is great. It feels good. And it's going to be Ys 8 for me. Just by far.
Yeah, mine's similar. I'm also going to just go straight with my pick for the Game of the Year from the Steamy Awards. I really wanted to introduce my brother to the Soulsborne type of games, and the fact that I got to see him enjoy and beat the shit out of Elden Ring really made me happy. I just delighted in playing that game too, even though I wasn't as good as everyone else, but I had such a good time that I didn't care. It was a fun world to explore, a fun world to share with my friends, and a fun world to talk about.
So what you said, Dalton, about people listening to the show and getting your feedback. My pick, I have the three of you guys to credit for this because all of you played a role in my best gaming experience. Red Dead Redemption.
Hell yeah.
You did Red Dead 2 on TSMP, and talking to Jeff, he talked me into it. He's like, no, you really need to get Red Dead 1 a chance. So Elden Ring might have been where I sunk the most hours, but the biggest and just the biggest surprise and enjoyment that I got was Red Dead Redemption 1. I fucking loved that game, and next year we are covering Red Dead 2 on Media Dump.
I'm in the final chapter. I am trying. There's so many little side missions that I have to keep doing, but like I am in the final chapter. I'm trying to beat it so I can join you boys on that one.
Well, we want it to be the first episode of the season, but we are pushing it back so that I have time to play the entirety of it because just scheduling hasn't worked out. I haven't been able to get through it.
There's too much.
There's so much in that game.
You need to experience everything.
If you're anything like me, you're going to get to a certain point in the story and you're going to be like, oh man, I'm going to fish for 10 hours.
So what about you, Jeff?
It should come no surprise. I played the trilogy in 1 month. I loved it so much, I replayed the trilogy again a couple months later. It's Mass Effect, the Legendary Edition.
Jeff, I thought about you the entire time we were doing the Game Awards because there were like 3 or 4 different, like, I think soundtrack was one of them where like Mass Effect was like my number 2. And it was, Mass Effect was always right outside of my list for the Game Awards, but I felt like that shouldn't take away from that game because Mass Effect as a whole is a great story, and that first game really sets the table for 2, which I know 2 is the one for that everybody loves the most. And even though like I'm like we'll get to it when we get to it, like I still really look forward to covering Mass Effect 2 and 3 because I know the importance that they have in gaming history, and I'm all about that. I'm all about playing the games that were important. It's like this next year for Steam Machine, I want to pick more games that are more classic, important, not necessarily grabbing like, oh, the new fad to try to grab some listeners. Whereas like I might throw out, and this is just an example, not this is going to be, but like say like Ultima 4 or like Ultima 7, like these games that were really important for a certain time for PC gaming. That's what intrigues me more so these days, and Mass Effect is one of those that came out, and BioWare was like, oh, we can do what we do with Dragon Age, but in space, and make it just as fucking good. And that was peak BioWare, was Mass Effect and the early Dragon Age games, in my opinion. People shit on Dragon Age 2, they can suck my fucking balls. Dragon Age 2 is great. Just because it takes place in one big city doesn't make it a bad game.
Yeah.
You know? And the fact that Mass Effect 1 didn't really have a ton going on with it, it didn't matter. It was the story was tremendous.
Everything about it.
Everything
rambling about it. You could definitely tell this is the start. Everything is a bit. Everyone's a bit emotionless. You know, it's just like I'm reading the script. I might throw a little bit extra into it, but otherwise, it's just like this is the start of a game. You could definitely tell in Mass Effect 2 there is a huge improvement, and that includes everything. So, if you do Mass Effect 2 this coming season of Steam Machine, you got me, and probably you might get Adam back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it would be cool to finish out the trilogy with the same people we started, with, so that would be fun.
I will say close second was Pacific Drive.
That seemed really cool, yeah.
That game looks really interesting.
It was really interesting. Everyone's just like, it's just, I think it only got like 70% or something on Metacritic. It's just like, what? I had a lot of fun because this game was built for me.
Yeah, I mean, go look at critic reception of like the Neptunia games, and I love those. So like, I take even Steam reviews I take with a grain of salt, because there's some games that I really, really enjoy that are mixed reviewed on Steam. So
we're ready for the finale?
Do it.
Yay.
The final Golden Dick Turtle Award. It's Potpourri 2024. So whatever random ass thing from this year you personally want to acknowledge. Nothing's off the table. Whatever the fuck you want to shout out. Last round.
Man, I'm just gonna I'm gonna go wacky and pick something that's so far off the table for this usual podcast that it's gonna sound stupid and it's gonna sound like I'm just taking the piss. I would like to congratulate Gukesh Damaraju for being the youngest world chess champion of all time, winning the championship last month in a 14-game against champion Ding Loren. It went down to the very last game of Classical. It didn't go into tiebreakers because he won the final game of Classical chess. So it wasn't just a bunch of draws going back and forth, but rather he beat him in the real game. And I think it's going to do great for the growth.
That's impressive.
I think it's going to do great for the growth of sport in India. And I think he's a young man who's already the world champion. He's only got up to go, and maybe one day he'll be considered one of the greats of all time, like Fischer, Kasparov, and Carlsen.
So for my answer, Dan, I know you had asked me for a couple of different categories, but I know we're running long, so none of them made the cut. I understand.
Oh, that's cool.
I understand. But I am going to give a shout out to one that I was going to mention for best band that you found this year, or best music or whatever. So I discovered a band recently called Love Bites, and they are an all-female Japanese speed metal, thrash metal band. They are so fucking good. It is mind-boggling how I'd never heard of them before. Like their two guitar players are both piano players from birth, basically, but one of them is a virtuoso, has been playing piano since she was 3, and just is insanely good. The singer was an R&B and pop singer who was inspired by Hailstorm, the American band where the chick, I'll call her Miss Hailstorm. I don't remember her name. But she was inspired by her, and they started this band, and dude, even down to the drummer, they are all so good, and they write some good-ass music, dude. I was sending it to Nate and Willie, just you guys have to listen to this. What the fuck? Why have we never heard of them before? What? And that led me to find a band called Bandmade, which is another rock band that's mostly female. I think all female Japanese band and stuff. And I'm just man. So my award my Golden Dick Turtle goes to Love Bites. They are tremendous.
What about you, Jeff? What's your final call out?
Well, I guess it's the obvious answer. I have to give the Dick Award to the woman that managed to put up with me for the past 7 years. And she's willing to marry me for the rest of her and be with me for the rest of her life. So I have to give it to my wife.
Hey, man. That is
giving
probably
the dick turtle to his
best.
wife.
Hell yeah.
That's a classic
Sometimes
move.
you just got to give your wife a dick turtle.
So whenever I actually get the real trophies made up, I'm going to send one to you, Jeff, so that you can present it to your wife.
Dude, get the name engraved for his wife. Put his wife's name engraved on it. Send it and just be like, yeah, bitch. Here you go.
All out on this thing.
Best thing 2021. Hit you. Wait, 2024 is the year it is. What did I just
I was going to say 2021. Willie.
Stop living in the past.
We went back into the future.
It's already COVID time. Let's go.
That's why we're recording remotely.
Yeah.
Dane, how about you?
So, my potpourri 2024. Go ahead and check out, Jeff. WrestleMania 40.
Yes, bitch. Let's go.
So,
Jeff is making his
you would
wrestling face.
expect it to be the main event where Roman Reigns is defending against Cody Rhodes. I finally got Cody Rhodes' butt rock theme song out of my head.
There's melanin in his song.
Oh, no.
No,
It's
I
a
won't finish the
great
rest of that.
match. And then, surprise, the Usos show up. Surprise, more bloodline. Surprise, John Cena. Surprise, the fucking Rock. Surprise, they hit the gongs. The fucking Undertaker shows up. And I finally hit my point of, God damn, this is fucking awesome. I'm texting Dalton while I'm watching it. And it suddenly dawns on me, what the fuck happened to Cody and Roman? But as great as the main event match was, my golden dick turtle specifically goes to Snoop Dogg on commentary.
Hey!
Because why the fuck do they not have him there every fucking Monday night? Because they pull out the kendo stick, and I will never forget Snoop Dogg going, oh shit, he's whooping him! He's whooping him! Get him! Get him!
Dude, so to quickly intervene, a few years ago, there was a WrestleMania moment where Snoop was in the ring, and Shane McMahon comes out and does something. I don't remember what he did, but he ends up like blowing both his quads, right? And he just falls down and hits the ground and can't do what he's supposed to do against The Miz. And people were just like, oh, Snoop did so good. He did that people's elbow out of nowhere. And he really just played on the fly really well. And in my jaded wrestling fan brain, I'm like, was no one listening to the audio feed? Because the entire time the female ref was going, Snoop, people's elbow, Snoop, people's elbow, Snoop, people's elbow, Snoop, people's elbow, Snoop, hey Snoop, people's elbow, Snoop. And then he finally like hit the people's elbow. And people were like, oh, I can't believe Snoop just decided to do that off the fly. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Give the ref her fucking due. That bitch called that shit. Come on now.
Little too much of an audible.
Yeah.
They used to have a segment on Botchamania called John Cena Talks Too Much, basically.
And now it's just called You Talk Too Much. And they plays that song, You Talk Too Much. You never shut up. I said you talk too much. Homeboy, you never shut up. And yeah, it is a whole segment that started because John Cena used to call spots really loud in the ring. But now it's like clips from AEW and all kinds of things where they're like, Hurricane Rana. And you can hear them. They mic the rings way too well these days. Let's put it that way.
So, gentlemen, this is Dane and Jeff's Media Dump, and I am Mr. Puzzles.
Oh, let me take a sip.
So I have prepared a very, very special game for you. I have liberally stolen the rules for this, as usual, from Flip the Table. This is a game they call Justins and Beavers. We will be calling it Grumpies and Puzzles.
I like it.
And it is a D&D adjacent game where your entire goal is to reach the final boss and successfully roll a 20 on a D20. That's all you have to worry about. Super simple, right?
Of course. I'm sure there's nothing going to...
But to better your chances, you're going to adventure through a series of 5 scenarios in order to level up your characters and gain some gear. So in each scenario, you will be presented with 3 choices with these 3 potential outcomes. You will get an item, which gives you a +2 to your final roll. You can level up, which will give you an extra roll, or you will lose 1 HP. And it's important to note, all of your characters only have 3 HP. You lose all 3, you die.
Ooh, okay. So we roll. If we don't get a 20, we lose an HP?
No. Each scenario, you will be given 3 choices. Each choice has a predetermined result. So you're either going to gain an item, gain a level, or lose an HP.
Okay.
So every encounter has one and only one option which will deal damage. But some may have more than a single reward. So some of these scenarios might have better rewards, some of them might have normal rewards, but all of them have only one option which will cause damage. So you have a 1 in 3 chance of taking a hit.
Got it.
All right.
It is also important to note, you are not all required to select different options. You can select the same one if you're feeling good about a particular choice. So, do we all understand the rules?
Yes.
I understand enough, yes.
It's a multiple choice question. We get 5 of them, and at the end, the results will be used to give us one last D20 roll against the final boss.
Yep.
All right.
Let's begin.
Let's do it!
The party is approached by a very frantic and oddly sober Mr. Puzzles. He looks concerned and desperate. This amuses you until you hear his words. Guys, we're in deep shit. I accidentally created an evil doppelganger of myself who has broken the dimensional barrier between this world and the dating sim multiverse.
Oh, shit.
You need to venture through the portal, survive the odd romantic encounters, and defeat the eviler me to shut the gate, or the weebs everywhere might actually manage to breed. Please, we can't let this happen. So, with heavy hard-ons, you all follow him into a shady back alley. At this point, you are expecting to be shanked, but instead, find the ruse is actually the truth. And you walk through a rose-tinted digital portal into the dating sim zone. Scenario 1. While you're not sure exactly what you were expecting, you do know for sure this sure as shit wasn't on the list. You find yourself at a table in the finest of dining establishments. A quick count of the place setting shows 27 different types of knives, forks, spoons, and a mystery utensil which looks like it could really be good at getting that hard-to-reach earwax in the inside of your ear. But the 800-pound gorilla in this room is the 30 stories tall kaiju looking down upon you, longingly over his quiche. You have found yourself on a date with Godzilla.
Yeah!
The air is silent. Clearly, this is the moment. Goji roars, and a text box floating beneath his face translates. I love you. Username here, Chan. A menu pops up before you with 3 options. Option 1, I love you too, Goji senpai. Option 2, I'm sorry, I can't. Option 3, hit that cheating lizard with some silverware. Boys, what are your choices?
Can't risk my one chance at happiness. Going with Godzilla. I love you too, Goji.
All right, Willie goes, I love you too, Goji. Jeff, what are you going with?
Jeff, are you muted?
Yeah, we're not hearing you, man.
Oh shit, we lost Jeff!
Where did you go, George?
Well, Jeff figures this out. Dalton, what are you going with?
So, man, as cool as I think Godzilla is and as big as my dick is, it ain't that big. And there's something about scales that just, no offense to him, but it's just not my thing. So I'm gonna go with I'm so sorry, but I can't. I know you. Listen, it's not because of Mothra. Mothra doesn't matter. That's in the past. But I'm sorry, I can't.
All right, so
hey, welcome back.
There's Jeff.
We have Jeff back. So Willie has chosen I love you too, Goji senpai. Dalton has picked
all right.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Okay. All right.
Jeff.
Well, it was I love you, Goji senpai.
All right, Goji gang, let's go.
You're gonna have fun. You're gonna have fun with my file because my Audacity stopped working for a second.
Son of a bitch.
Yes.
So here's where we're at. Willie and Jeff have both decided I love you too, Goji senpai. And Dalton has decided I'm sorry, but I can't. Here's the results of your decisions. Willie and Jeff, you chose I love you too, Goji senpai. You make your decision. The restaurant fades to black. And a series of heavily pixelated kaiju bukkake scenes play out, starring you. And they play before the entire party.
Good end.
You both take 1 damage.
Damn it!
Oh.
Hell yeah.
I guess I didn't really consider the physical aspects of it. I felt romantic.
I was ready for the damage.
I once fucked the girl and then came on her leg afterwards, and she said that it burned her because it was so warm.
I knew someone who was allergic to semen.
Wow. What a predicament. It's either a female and they can never get nut in ever, or it's a dude and it's like, oh man, I'm just going to have to deal with my hand being fucked up all the time.
And her boyfriend was allergic to latex.
Did you run into this shit from the Gift of the Magi?
Oh.
Did they just fuck in the bathroom so he could nut in the sink or the shower like every time?
I actually asked, I'm like, so how the fuck do you go about it? He's like, lambskin condoms. I didn't know that was a thing.
Bro, I had a girlfriend who thought she was allergic to latex, and when we looked at the price of latex condoms, we decided that pulling out was the better option. Like $36 for a box of like 4 or 5 condoms. Get the fuck out of here. I'll just fuck your butt at that point. God damn.
So Dalton, your results. I'm sorry, Goji. I can't. Godzilla becomes enraged. And suddenly, Ghidorah bursts through the window, and the two of you kick Godzilla's ass. Dalton gain a level.
Yes! That's what I'm talking about.
Damn. Didn't think your boyfriend would show up to kick Godzilla's ass. That's rude.
Level 2 dick!
And by the way, I'm expecting y'all to keep track of this shit, because I'm not going to be able to keep track of all 3 of you.
Alright, I'm at level 2.
I have 2 HP left.
Dose.
I have 2 health.
As things dry and dust settles, the 3 of you bolt through a digital love portal behind Godzilla and go through to the next stage. Scenario 2. Your eyes are overwhelmed by the sudden sun. You see a checkered picnic blanket beneath a picturesque tree on a hill, overlooking a small country farm.
Oh, how
The
rustic.
paper plates are empty. The Kool-Aid has been drank. And you sit cozy in the shade beside a llama. There's a fucking llama dating sim? What horrors are being unleashed on the people? The llama has the deepest of lust in her eyes.
Oh, no.
Clearly, we are much further along into this particular scene. There are no words spoken, only the menu of options. Option 1, top. Option 2, bottom. Option 3, spit on that thing.
Oh, can I go first?
By all means.
I'm going to hawk to a spit on that thing, because that's what llamas do. So if we're just sitting there spitting on each other's dicks, then that excludes any other thing that could happen. So I'm going to go with hawk to spit on that thing.
For the record, the llama is a girl.
Okay. Spit on that thing. I don't know why I made it gay, but spit on that thing.
Don't worry. That's later.
I'll just always has gay thoughts about llamas. It just happens.
It just happens, dude. It just happens. Llama ding dong is what I always heard, not llama coochie. So
if you're going to be gay for an animal, I've always, Daddy always said, be gay for a llama.
They got that throw game.
If I've learned anything from Jeff Minter's games at Llamasoft, you never really beat the llamas. You just kind of, survive as long as you can. So I think bottom and just brace yourself.
And Jeff,
I'll be the different. I'll pick top just to be different.
Fuck yeah, we all picked a different answer. Let's go.
All right. So we'll go in order as presented. Option 1 for Tomp. Jeff, you mount the llama bareback.
Uh-oh.
Like riding a horse, Herv. She kicks around like crazy, and you hold on for a grand total of 8.3 seconds before bailing. Yeah! Gain 1 level.
Yo, Gretz.
Oh, god damn it.
Willie, option 2, bottom. Sex is like doing fractions. It's improper for the larger one to be on top. This goes exactly how you fear. Take 1 damage.
All right, I'm already down to 1 health. Yeah, I should have thought about that.
And option 3, Dalton, spit on that thing. Hawk
Yeah.
Llama spit don't stop. You save some for later. Gain 2 items.
Oh shit. Okay. What items do I gain? Spit 1, spit 2.
Well, llama spit don't
roast and
stop.
spit
You got
shine?
plenty extra. So
I want to quickly interject
go for it.
that unless Truncate Silence does its thing, so far this is officially the longest episode under the Steam Machine podcast banner or
Yep.
Steam Machine Productions banner. So, Jeff, you have achieved your goal.
We usually lose about 30 to 45 minutes in silence.
Bro, it is amazing how much truncated silence can cut out. You're like, damn, it's a long episode. Oh, okay, never mind. It's normal.
Well, that was awkward. And you all agree to never speak of it again as you shamedly walk through the next portal while all rebuttoning your pants. Scenario 3. The scent of sweat fills your nostrils. Your muscles burn from a workout you don't remember. Your eyes finally register the room around you. Free weights, treadmills, a Bowflex with the logo blurred out for trademark reasons. You are in a gym. And towering before you, in all of her muscular glory, is what can only be described as the greatest weeb fan art rendition of Rhea Ripley.
Oh, dude, just let her pee in my mouth.
Which you...
just... Whatever she wants to do. If she wants to pee on me, if she wants to beat me up, if she just wants a straight brick on my chest, whatever she wants, she can have.
3 guesses who our Earth is for.
Dude, funny fact. Before I settled on this Roman Reigns shirt that I'm wearing, I desperately looked for my Rhea Ripley mommy shirt and couldn't find it. And I didn't know this was coming. So there you go. I love Rhea Ripley. I love her so much. I am Rhea Ripley stan.
Oh, the greatest weeb fan art rendition of Rhea Ripley you've ever laid your eyes on. Her skin-tight black t-shirt simply reads, Mommy. So, you gonna spot for me, or are we gonna discuss that banana in your pocket? She asks, as she slams another 50 pounds on the end of the bar.
Ooh.
She lays down to begin a bench press and looks at you expectantly. The menu pops up. Your options are:
vapors.
1. Spot for Mommy. 2. Confess you're not strong enough. Or 3. Risk it and make your move.
I'll confess I'm not strong enough.
Okay.
You know, I've been putting myself in the line of fire often enough that at this point, why not just go 3 for 3? I've spotted people for bench press before. I can handle this.
Okay. Dalton, I know you're itching.
Man, just to be the differentiator, because I was going to say that I would just spot her and be respectful, but if Willie's going that route, I'm going to drop to my knees and be like, listen, you're the most beautiful creature I've ever seen in my entire life. Will you please just expose your genitals to me? You can do whatever you would like to me. You can kick me in the dick. You can stomp on my balls. You can do whatever you would like, as long as I just get to lick your skin.
So Dalton's so romantic. And making his move.
I'm risking it all. Do whatever you want to me, my goddess. You are mommy. Mommy is always on top.
I'm not making it through 5 rounds, so I might as well go out with a extremely broken arm to bang.
All right, so Jeff, you said spot for Mommy, right?
No, I said spot.
No, I'm
Oh,
no, he's
Willie
too weak.
Spot for
Mommy.
I got you.
Confessed.
I got you now. All right, so Willie, spotting for Mommy. You assume the position. Resting your hands on the bar near hers in case the weight slips. Turns out you're completely unnecessary as she effortlessly pumps iron.
I believed in her. I always believed in her.
You quickly lose count of her reps, and when she's done, as a thank you, she gives you a chaste kiss on the cheek and slips a goth teddy bear keychain into your hand.
Yay!
Sploosh. Gain 1 item.
Oh, thank you, Rhea. Just come on back if you ever want to get spotted again. I done told you once, you beautiful women, you're the best there's ever been.
I feel like I'm about to die in the best way possible.
You're on 3 health.
Jeff.
You're cool.
You confess that you are not strong enough. With a smoldering glance, she effortlessly pushes you onto the bench. Guess that means you need a little workout of your own, huh? She breathes into your ear. You close your eyes in anticipation and are caught completely off guard as she drops the weight full-blown onto your chest. Guess you really meant a workout. Shit. Take 1 damage.
Yeah! I might get some cooter. Woo!
Which leaves Dalton. Risk it and make your move. You throw caution to the wind. No one else is in the gym. She's clearly into you. You make your move. Oh, this date just got interesting. With all the subtlety of Hulk Hogan reciting Shakespeare, Mommy gives you a pile driver, and you are now fighting for your life.
She gives me what? I'm sorry, I was laughing too hard at the Hulk Hogan show.
A pile driver, and you are now fighting for your life. Luckily for you, she is a professional, and you learn some new moves. Wrestling moves, that is. But you're pretty sure that the pile driver still counts for third base. Gain 2 levels.
Fuck yeah. So I've gained 3 levels and 2 items. Yeah!
I'm 1 health, level 2.
1 health, 1 item. I am so boned.
Let me tell you. See, here's the answer to you boys. Be a pervert.
Not in my nature in public.
Mine either, man, but I'm throwing caution to the wind because I'm fucking lit.
I mean, I'd spot it. I feel like that was a brave choice for me.
No, you did the good choice because, like, what if she was lifting more than you could help her with? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I got you.
Then I would try to help her. I would help her live. I would hang on as long as it could until she got out from underneath the bar.
Jeff, kudos to you to being like, can't do it. Sorry, can't help you. I just picture Jeff like with a curl. He's just curling, and she's like, "Will you spot me?" He's like, "Nope." She's like, "Why?" Because you look like you can lift more than I can. Just keep curling his little. Just keep curling.
My little arms. 5 pounds.
Yeah, just curling. Just like
got some Pilates weights.
God, we could write some skits, boys.
Oh,
it might be only funny to drunk me, but like at the same time, cool.
So, with a longing glance back, you all reluctantly enter the portal that opens up by the treadmills, because there's no way the next level won't be royally weird all over again. Scenario 4. You feel dwarfed beneath a jungle canopy. Ferns, vines, an inexplicable jungle beat looping in the background.
Oh, hell yes, it's time!
Oh God, you think. I'm gonna have to fuck a monkey wearing a red tie.
Yes!
Suddenly, emerging from a bush, an anthropomorphic fox with blue fur and a skimpy outfit addresses you.
Whoa.
Challenge round.
Okay.
Jeff is making faces of pure delight.
She blushes. You don't question how that's visible through the fur. Let's face it, this is probably the second most normal thing to happen today. So, guess you've made your decision? She asks. Oh shit. Where's the menu? She's just waiting for an actual answer? You are caught totally off guard. Slowly, she turns away. Oh, I guess it's that, then. She begins to leave and then freezes in place as your voice, unbidden, calls, "Wait!" Finally, the menu appears and you have some very unhelpful guidance for this scenario. Option 1, just 1. Option 2, only 2. Option 3, 5.
All right, so I do not even know what you're asking. But I'm a glutton.
I'm going all out. I'm going 5.
Just going 5. What are you thinking, Dalton? Just 1, only 2, or 5?
You can take 5 too. There's no reason we have to all go different directions.
I was going to say, I'm a glutton. So I don't know what you're talking about. I was taking the last sip of my drink. I'm about to make a 5th drink, by the way. I'm 4 in.
You got to make it number 5. Wait, this isn't 5.
I got to go 5. It's synchronicity, dude. Also, Dane, I am so sorry if some of my laughing spiked the shit out of my audio. We some funny motherfuckers sometimes. That's all. Okay, continue. 5. I'm going 5.
Look, I don't need that many. I think 2 will be enough for a lifetime.
Only 2? All right. So, for the purposes of reference for what this question means, I will be reading the unchosen option. So, turns out...
My guess is right.
It's just 1 drink.
Oh!
Oh, no. So, well, then, hey,
there could be a positive from this.
Then it could be health potions.
So option 2, only 2. Guess you shouldn't have led with the word only, because things are awkward from the get-go. Halfway through her second drink, she loosens up enough to tell you exactly what she thinks, and she gives you a piece of her mind, and throws what's left in your face and storms off. Ouch. Take 1 damage.
That dog died?
Crystal.
Oh.
We get butt stuff, Jeff. We get butt stuff.
So, unfortunately, Willie is out, but he can continue playing for posterity because, we're in a weird world. Which continues on to option 3, 5. Shots. You black out and awake alone in a hammock.
Everybody.
High up in a treehouse. The scratches on your back suggest you did something right, and you quickly pocket that thong and her magic-looking staff in the corner on your way out the door. Gain 2 items.
Oh my god. I got 3 items and 3 levels. I don't know what to do with myself. My balls are so big. I feel like Jeff.
As the portal to the next level opens, you decide this is your only chance. And you grab a vine and swing George of the Jungle style through to the next stage.
Just watch out for that tree.
Boom, 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 boom.
Iconic. George of the Jungle, George of the Jungle.
Which brings us to the final scenario. Scenario 5. I'm not going to sugarcoat this one. You find before you an eldritch abomination of grapes and tentacles.
Oh, no.
The human body is home to 60 different types of sphincters, numbering in the millions if one bothered to count them, and you just felt all of yours clench.
Matt, really quick, let me intervene. Playing Baldur's Gate 3 in the beginning when you're in the little ship or whatever, and all of the doors are called sphincters. And it's just so off-putting, but at the same time hilarious. It just cracks me up.
1,000 voices echo in a chorus through your brain. Seductive, demanding, joyous, pensive, all at once and all in one accord. Would you like to dance? From some secluded corner beyond the tentacular grapes, you hear an old-timey jukebox load a record onto the turntable, and Diana Ross and Lionel Richie begin singing Endless Love. The menu pops up. This doesn't look good. Your options are 1, yes, 2, yes, or 3, yes.
3, yes. I think this is Shub-Nigger off, the mother of 1,000 goats, and I'm about to make her the mother of 2,000 goats.
I'll go with yes. Option 2.
So I'm going option 3, baby. Yeah, let's make some wine out these grapes, bitch. I'm about to beat that shit up until it's fucking some menage a trois, whatever that fucking wine's called.
All right. So Dalton and Willie with the emphatic yes. Jeff with
some
the
19 crimes up in this bitch.
Unsure yes. So option 2, yes. What? The voices echo. Friends listen to Endless Love in the dark. You awkwardly shuffle in a circle middle school style. With the being leaving lots of room for Jesus between the two of you. But, with much fortitude, you never once squirm away. A tentacle slips a scroll into your pocket, which, when you unroll it later on, reads like the textual equivalent of horses screaming. You gain 1 level and 1 item.
Willie, I feel like this is not to bode well for me and you, bud.
I'm already dead. I'm just hanging in, dude.
I know. Why did I follow a dead man?
Ghost Willie has led you astray.
Oh, god damn it.
I literally claimed
Ghost
it was a
Willie, that
Lovecraftian
should have
horror.
been.
And this is how Dalton dies, with losing all 3 lives.
Ghost Willie could have been scenario 6. As in penis, not,
Hey. That's not dead.
So, option 3, the emphatic yes. Somewhere in the inky black vastness of space and time exists a book in which a long mad scribe has detailed the most intimate moments experienced by 2 or more beings while entwined with one another's corporeal forms. This slow dance will never be detailed within those covers. In your enthusiasm, you never once find the beat. You trip into the grapes. Somehow you sprout a tentacle of your own as you attempt to breakdance. The Eldritch Horror suffers sanity damage from you as you prove far more terrible an encounter than it could ever have possibly been for you. You gain 2 levels.
Fuck yeah, 5 levels and 3 items, baby. Rolling into this final round with a big old dick. Let's do it.
The tentacles writhe inward on themselves as the beast wriggles throughout a 5th dimensional rift.
I hate when my tentacle wriggles in its nuts.
Let
me try that again. I hate when my tentacle wriggles in on itself. There we go.
When I wrote all this shit, I wasn't taking into account my inebriation.
So then frickin' Cthulhu says to you, looking, I'm Santa Claus.
Octoon.
Let me just go ahead and say, I love you boys. I have not had 5 drinks because I'm on my 5th drink. I haven't had 5 drinks in maybe 10 years. So
happy Halloween.
To be that drunk guy, I love you boys.
Yeah, you too, homie. Tuck it in there real good.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
I've probably had 3 ounces of bourbon, a full beer, and 2 to 3 fingers of that fucking scotch. I don't know where I'm at right now.
I've almost killed this bottle of scotch. Like, we're doing good.
Oh, let's take it from the top. The tentacles writhe inward on themselves as the beast wriggles through the 5th dimensional rift, leaving the final portal in its wake. With it gone, You see you've been in a high school gymnasium this entire time. Before you can approach, Mr. Puzzles, shit-faced and manic with evil glee, steps through instead. Shit is about to go down. The final encounter.
This fucking guy.
Well, well, well. I see you've been enjoying the new world I've opened up. Soon, everyone on Earth will find themselves sucked into the depraved imaginations of the loneliest minds humanity has to offer. Why are you doing this? You demand, having entirely lost the plot after some time with the picnic and the llama. Fuck if I know, admits Puzzles. How does for poops and giggles grab ya? It's now time for you to attempt to defeat Mr. Puzzles.
After everything we've said, it's for poops and giggles.
I thought it was funnier that way.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Continue.
As I always do when I'm dead in Phasmophobia, I'm just throwing beer cans at you.
It's now time to attempt to defeat Mr. Puzzles. How this will close the gates and save the world from this unholy mess is far from certain, but it's going to take a 20. Remember, each level grants an extra roll, and each item a +2 to your result. And let's say more successes may grant a better ending. I'm kind of winging it at this point. So everyone, roll.
Aren't I dead?
So hold on. Let me...
You can roll anyway,
okay.
Ghost Willie.
Let me clarify this. So I get 5 rolls +2 per item I have?
Per item, yeah. So how many items did you wind up with?
I had 3 items and 5 levels.
You're not going to fucking
you get a
believe...
+6 to every roll.
You're not going to fucking believe this.
So...
Oh, aim it a little up, Willie.
Where's the... Yeah, hold on. I'll tabbed out of the wrong window.
Yes!
Dead Willie gets a nat 20.
Yes! Dead Willie got a fucking 20. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So I get 5 rolls +6. I got this.
So I have 3 items, so 3...
You get a +6.
+6.
So +2 per item. How many levels did you have, Jeff?
I'm 2 levels.
All right. So you get 2 extra levels or 2 levels total?
2 extra levels.
So you get 3 rolls.
Level 3 rolls.
All right. I've done my rolls and I have my highest score.
Out of curiosity, did you get more than 1 success, Dalton?
I had 2 successes.
All right. 2 successes, 1 ghost success.
So I'm sorry. So each roll I add 6, and I get 3 rolls.
Yep.
All right. So hold on. I'm gonna get.
So you basically need 14s or above.
So hold on. All right. Okay.
Do you want all 5 of my rolls? Oh, I guess we'll get to that.
You ready, Jeff?
Yeah.
So what were your results?
So my first roll was a 4 + 6, so that's a 10.
Wah, wah, wah.
My second throw was a 1
Wah,
plus
wah, wah.
+6, so that's 7. And then my third was 17 + 6, so 23.
I will say, now this is not taking away from what you rolled, but if you roll a 1 in D&D, it don't fucking matter what your it's like The Rock says, it doesn't matter what your modifier is.
Yeah, but it's like a roll with it's like a roll with advantage. You just throw away that roll, which is basically what we're doing here.
Yeah, but
that was exactly what I was about to bring up. Yeah, is that? But if you in this case, it would be like advantage where the 1 doesn't matter.
But if this is Call of Cthulhu, then that I basically just throw a nat 20.
Yeah, in Call of Cthulhu, I think 1 is like a crit success.
A critical.
Oh, that's weird to me. That would be so weird.
It's a Rolo system.
There's been a bunch of different. Weird. There was a D20 Call of Cthulhu for a while too. Like that's the one I actually played. So I don't fucking know.
But this is Grumpies and Puzzles. So.
Did I win? Did I eat the Cheerios?
So Jeff had 1 success. Dalton had 2. And Ghost Willie rolled a nat 20 on his first roll. So here's how this shit went down.
I died.
Through a sheer act of badassery and will, Willie wills himself back into existence.
Hey! And then immediately fucking dies.
As Dalton and Jeff beat the shit out of the drunken Mr. Puzzles. Puzzles gets a couple of licks in there, but he doesn't stand a chance. His ass is fully beat. And as you look expectantly waiting for the portal to close, you hear a little jingle.
Oh no, that's who I thought it would be. Son of a bitch. Oh god.
The ground rumbles, and from beyond the portal, their only option emerges. Who else could it be? It's just Monica. She comes out.
You bitch!
And Puzzle screams, "No! No! Anything but that!" as she grasps his ankle and drags him through and says, "Not who I was after, but I guess you will do." Kicking and screaming, he sucks through the portal and it slams shut. As the world slowly glitches in and out before you, you find yourselves back in the shady-ass dark alley with the oddly sober Mr. Puzzles. He looks to you all and asks, "Did you do it? Did you win?"
And at that moment, we see Kana come running up. "Monica, I'm here! Monica, I'm here!" But it's too late. And I look at Mr. Puzzles with the most serious look I've ever given anyone, and I say, "I think so."
And see.
I think I won, but I also got my entire spine snapped by a horny llama.
Willie, in this instance, you had the Jesus moment. You died, you came back to life, and you helped save the day.
You drowned in Kaiju Bukake. Your pelvis was humped into oblivion by a horny llama.
God, not even the first time that's happened on a Steam Machine podcast. I mean, okay, it was my rib cage and it was a werewolf, but still.
Only to die from emotional damage by a furry.
Emotional damage. I love it. I love it. I'm glad I broke out the big fat 20 for that. That was great.
But the dice
My
brought you
high
back.
roll was 24, by the way.
Jesus.
Oh,
24. I rolled an 18 plus 6. Man, I miss playing D&D. That was great. I need to fucking cook up something, whether either I'm a player or I'm a DM. Either way, I love making shit up on the fly. It's great.
Oh.
I once came up with a campaign that was like Mortal Kombat. You know, do you remember the video game Mortal Kombat DC versus DC Universe?
Yeah.
I basically took that concept and was like, what if this was interesting?
What if this didn't suck shit through an asshole with a silly straw?
Yeah, because that game was subpar because it was like you could hit X and it would do a 3-hit combo, and it was weird, right? So, but I cooked up a whole thing and then we never did anything with it. So I really need to cook up a D&D game of some sorts, whether it's D&D or something adjacent. I would like to do something that we could do.
You know I'm down.
Yeah, I know, and I feel like it would be a good like offshoot series, like if we were, you know, just doing something for Patreon or even just off weeks for the show. I think it would be fun. Boys, I'm not gonna lie to you, I haven't been this loaded in a long time. This is great.
Oddly
I
enough,
don't know how it's going to translate.
I've flipped around full circle, and I'm feeling surprisingly sober at this point.
I'm definitely sober.
Oh man, well, good for y'all, because I am like just steady sipping on these scotches, and I'm just like, woo, I feel great.
Steady sipping on the scotch, got my mania botch. Everybody look at my crotch.
I can't wait till Dane gets far enough along in his wrestling fandom that I can send him Botchamanias, and they'll make sense. Because there's about 500 of them for you to catch up on. Botchamania's been around a long time. Matthew's been doing that shit for a long time.
Oh, so yeah, I think that's all the shit I had prepared.
Well, before we get out of here, I have a question for you all.
Go for it.
Of the three that I pitched to Dane, I'm curious. You know I love music. Like my dad and me have played guitar my entire life. Like I grew up watching my dad and his friends have music sessions playing guitar. His buddy Kevin Fitz, who's really into shaking the egg. Like you wouldn't think that adds a lot, but the fact that he gets so into it and he shakes on the perfect beat, it really does add something to the percussion, right? What was like the catchiest song that you heard this year? Could be from a video game, could just be from the radio, could be just something you heard in an advertisement. It could be a fucking jingle. What's the catchiest thing you heard this year? I'm going to give you mine right off the bat. I pick on Mikolov a lot for this song.
Yeah, I think this is maybe mine as well.
But the song from My Dear Friend Nokotan, the anime, the fact that it was so catchy that I warned people it was catchy and Jeff refused to click on it because he didn't want to get it stuck on his head. That shika noko 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 koistan tan. Shika noko 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 koistan tan. that's the part that gets stuck in my head. That's just the intro. And then the actual song plays, and it's like a beautiful rendition of an anime intro theme, but just that little clip is a fucking earworm that I have to give the award to. The catchiest thing I've heard this year. It's wild how many times that I just sing that randomly.
The catchiest song I could think of for about the 20th year running is Poison by Belle Biv DeVoe. Never trust a big butt and a smile. That girl is poison.
I thought you saying Poison, I immediately thought you were going to say Alice Cooper. And I was like, oh, that's a great song. But that is also, cheers.
Schlunge.
I fucking love some Alice Cooper. I'm going to limit mine to just this year. So, song that I heard for the first time this year. My wife has been a massive fan of Jelly Roll ever since he first hit the scene. And first time she's like, you gotta check him out. And I was lukewarm at best. It just wasn't working for me. But the fact that whenever we're in the car, her favorite place to be is the passenger seat, and I'm always driving. And she's always in control of the radio, so just Stockholm set in, and slowly I got to where I was like, fuck it, you know what, I like Jelly Roll. And one day we were out driving, I hooked up my phone and I pulled up some Jelly Roll shit, and it starts auto playing, and it hits one neither one of us had heard before. A team up he did with Machine Gun Kelly, Lonely Road.
I haven't heard that.
It's their spin on Country Roads, and
okay,
that song became my jam for 2 months solid. Like, I listened to it so much the end of this year that it was in my top 5 most played songs for the full fucking year. And
that's when you know you really like something, when it climbs up your listing that far.
I listen to this song fucking constantly, and I'm pretty sure that if my wife ever got a free pass, it would probably be Jelly Roll, just because she loves his voice that much. And I'm not judging.
As a fat guy, I appreciate that.
But I can't sing like Jelly Roll, and I don't think I can smoke that much or drink that much liquor to get my voice to that wonderful rasp the man can do. But
you know what's funny to me is when I first heard Jelly Roll, like fucking 15 years ago, he was a rapper, and he had a song about his addiction, or his friend's addiction, to methadone, and how like what they went through getting off of that and all of that. And it's a really emotional rap song. And I related to that because in high school, I had a problem with painkillers, and methadone was one of them. And when I stopped doing all that kind of shit, that was one of the songs that kind of resonated with me. So I've been a fan of Jelly Roll forever. So now that he's getting his flowers for the more, country-esque stuff that he's doing, I'm all for it, dude, because like that guy's been doing it a long time. And I'm glad that he's finally getting the recognition that he deserves, because he's a good artist. He's got a good voice. He's got a good message behind his music. His shit's not all about, gang life and things like that. It's like he raps about some real shit. And now that he's singing country, even though some of it's tropey, like he still sings about some real shit. And I've always respected him for that. So like I can't fault you for doing Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll's the man.
And the real kicker is I don't like country music. And as a general rule, I'm not that big on rap. There's exceptions, but I'm not that big on it. And one of the cases, like, I got into this big phase of fucking Falling in Reverse. One of those screamo bands that made me feel like I was, reverting back to my teenage self. But
yeah, old Ronnie Radke.
He did a song with Jelly that was my jam before we stumbled into the fucking Lonely Roads one. And just the fact that there is a song that exists that is simultaneously country, heavy metal, and rap all in one, and it all blends together and works.
And it's not Limp Bizkit?
Yeah.
No, yeah, I agree, dude. When genres can meld and they meld well, it's really fucking good. So I can see it. And again, the fact that Jelly Roll's been around forever, and dude actually has a good singing voice, and now he's getting respect for it. So I'm happy with that. I am fucked up, boys. Jesus Christ. I don't mean to make that point, but like, yeah, I'm pretty fucked up. I'm sorry if I'm rambling.
What about you, Jeff? Catch you a song. Final dick turtle of the night.
Your biggest dick turtle.
It might not be the biggest one, but it's definitely the one that popped
all up
to
in
my
your
mind
face.
immediately in my face.
Baby,
I had never heard this song before, and just by listening to it, it's like, oh, that seems like an old song. No, apparently it came out relatively in the recent, like the last few years. It's called Save Us Sarah by Smokey Brights, and I heard this because it was one of the songs that play on the radio in Pacific Drive.
Oh, nice.
And every chance I got, I would rotate the radio just so that song could pop on. Just be like, oh, okay, that's a good song.
Isn't it lovely? Like when you're playing a game and they have a radio in it, and you find some shit that you've never heard before, and you're like,
sure,
I really like this. Like Grand Theft Auto 5, the Space 10 whatever it is, it's hosted by Bootsy Collins, baby, and it's all funk music and stuff like that. But that was the first time I ever heard I'm in Love by Evelyn Champagne. And what a good fucking song. I've been thinking about you. Oh, ain't no doubt about it. I'm in love. Drunkenly singing off key, but I mean, it's really a good song. And it's like, that's an actual song that's on an album that you can go buy. So I always appreciate that when games include things like that. So you learn things that you might not have known before. Like playing Pacific Drive, I'm sure there's a few songs on the soundtrack that you'd be like, oh, I've never heard this before. What is this? And the fact that one stuck with you, like as a musician, that means a lot to me, because it's like maybe one day I could write a song that would stick with somebody and stick in their head and they remember it for years and years to come. You know what I mean? That's the goal, is to live forever through your music. So it makes me happy to hear that. Again, I'm just rambling.
Hey, it's the Oops All Tangents episode. And we got 5.5 hours of them.
I love music, man. I do.
We will eventually have to do a music-themed episode of Media Dump just to drag you on.
Oh, yeah. I've told you guys before, we could do an entire episode where you just let me guys talk to you about the lore in Mechana's music, because it's all one long story. Space war and space genocide and titans and planets destroying. And dude, it is so wild. Like, and it's all told through music, and it's amazing. And then you have bands like, I'm not the biggest Coheed and Cambria fan, but Coheed and Cambria's music tells one long story. Like, that always intrigues me. Concept albums intrigue me more than just normal albums. You know what I mean? Devin Townsend doing Ziltoid the Omniscient about a fucking alien that comes to Earth looking for the perfect cup of coffee. And the humans serve him shit, and he gets pissed off and fucking attacks Earth. Like, it is so good. Like, just, I love storytelling. Yeah, exactly. Motherfucker landed in America, and he's like, oh, here's Starbucks. And he's like, fetid. War. Foul bean. Oh, dude, it's such a good album. And he did Ziltoidia 2, which has Chris Jericho on it. Like, there's just some random shit that he's done.
You just made the list.
You just made the list. Oh, God, yes. Oh, new wrestling fan. I'm so happy. Oh, that's going to be such a good show. You guys tune into Grumpy Jeff's Pro Wrestling Power Hour.
We'll kiss you.
I need to get Jeff to make the most just uninterested, disgusting face he can, and I need to get that in a picture so we can somehow make that into the thumbnail.
Well, we only got about 3 weeks to get it pulled off, so
we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out in post.
So I guess that brings us to the ending spiel. So, Jeff, will we decide on the next one's going to be a joint pick?
I think so. I mean, what were some of your ideas? Because I threw you some of mine.
Well, I think I actually pretty much was with you on that last one, so
yeah,
if you're cool with it. Our next episode, the first one recorded in 2025, the official beginning of Season 2 for Dane and Jeff's Media Dump, we're going to do a top 3 for Super Mario games.
Oh! Strictly Mario,
okay.
No spin-offs.
So, we can't have Mario Party, we can't have Mario Tennis.
What about Mario Sunshine?
That's a mainline game.
That's
Is it a mainline game?
What about Super Mario 3D World? What about new Super Mario Bros? There's a lot of little edge cases.
Ooh.
I'm assuming we're keeping it to the platformers. Was that what you was thinking, Jeff?
Yes.
All right. So
okay.
As long as it's Mario and a platformer, we're still good. And that's going to be our next episode. I look forward to that. And that's look forward because we are going to have more joint episodes this year. The next big one is going to be Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah, baby.
And we'll see how long it takes me to get through that. So we will get to that one eventually.
Good. That gives me time to get through the last chapter.
So, boys, Dalton, Willie, plug your shit, man.
Willie, you got anything you want to plug before I plug the show?
I like turtles.
Fair enough. All right, you can check me and Willie out every week, so every other week, over on the Steam Machine podcast. It is me, Willie, and Mikolov, and sometimes Nate.
Every week I'm on the show, so bye week.
Every bye week. That's true. It's true. The Queer in Review.
Hey!
So we play PC games in our backlog, and we talk about them, and we cover whatever we're feeling like, and sometimes the listeners get to vote on the episodes. Our next episode was I guess technically sponsored by Blitzy, which is Outer Wilds. So tune in to see what we think about that. Our last episode up was the Steamy Awards. Or the Steamy Awards. The Steamy Awards, which was our end of year, basically our version of this episode, just not nearly as long, and we just rate what games we played in a award show fashion.
Way more so.
Much more interesting. Yeah, it's much more interesting than I'm making it sound as I'm really fucked up. But Steam Machine, bi-weekly podcast, we cover backlogs of PC games. Join the Discord, which I think Dane also plugs. Join the Discord, and you can vote on games that you can hear on the listener picked polls, which I think the next one up is Pathologic 2, which I'm really looking forward to.
Well, anyone who's made it this far into it, you're a fucking champ. Thanks for sticking with us. I've been Mr. Puzzles. He's been Grumpy Jeff. He's been Steam Machine Dalton. He's been Destructo Willie. Thank y'all for coming in. Let's go the fuck to bed.
Good night, folks.
Happy New Year.
Happy.
Our theme song is Phoenix Down by Nile The Nightmare. You can find a link to that track as well as his full discography in the show notes or by visiting nilethenightmare.bandcamp.com. Want to hang out with us and a bunch of other entertaining degenerates? Join us on Discord at bit.ly/TSMP Discord, all caps. Enjoy the show, rate us where you're at, and be sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next one.
But, so random bullshit. When we were talking earlier about, or I was rambling on about the birthday stuff. So one of the things that Diana had mentioned was the Cummer Arts Museum. Also, LOL, because it's called Cummer. Cummer. Like, legit Cummer. But I haven't been there since I was like, so it's one of those places that I went to on a field trip. But you remember, like, being a kid and going on field trips, you barely paid attention to the shit that you were, like, there for. You know what I mean? It was like a field trip. You were there with your buddies. You were there to have fun and fart around and mess with stuff. But, like, to go back to the Cummer Arts Museum as an adult, I bet I'm going to appreciate it way more. And I'm going to tell this quick story that I told on Steam Machine, but I'm going to tell it on Dane and Jeff's Media. Me and Diana, when we were in St. Augustine, I decided to go to one of the art museums that's there in St. Augustine. I can't remember the name of it, but they had their third floor was all art done by like this specific sect of people. I don't remember if it was indigenous people or whatever, but it was a certain art museum exhibit. So we're up there. And we're looking. And like you can hear slight murmurs of this old couple that was talking to each other about the paintings. But really, it was really fucking quiet up there, right? And me and Diana are just looking at this painting and we're like, man, this is a beautiful painting. And there's this one old guy by himself looking at some paintings over to like probably 10, 15 feet away from us to the right. And that motherfucker ripped a fart that echoed through the entire museum because of how quiet it was. And I immediately bit my bottom lip to the point where I'm almost bleeding because I'm trying not to laugh out loud. And Diana turns and looks at me and just goes, Dalton, don't you fucking laugh. And I'm like,
that won't help, bro.
And I had to walk away from her. I walked over towards the fart because I'm thinking, like, at least if it stinks, like, that'll gross me out a little bit.
Hit that invisible wall, maybe it'll stop you.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm like trying so hard not to laugh. And Diana's like also trying hard not, so we can no longer look at each other. Because it's like as soon as we make eye contact, we're going to fucking die laughing. So we didn't look at each other long enough that we were able to then look at each other and be like, oh God, okay. We made it through that without him. Because I didn't want to embarrass the dude who farted. That was my thing. Like, I didn't want to be that guy. Because if I was, I'd have been like, yes, bro. Immediately. Just like, yeah. I wish I could have farted too at that time. I'd have ripped one with him in solidarity. Yeah.
Howling at the moon together, as it were.
Absolutely, dude. Bark at the moon.
Shard at the moon.
That's what that song's about. Song's about ripping farts in a museum. I'm going to write a song that sounds super serious, but it's really about just ripping farts in a quiet museum.
The wind blew past the paintings.
Exactly.
Oh, man.